Help. I'm trapped in a city of women, and it's not what I expected. By Zithero. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll post what I can when I can. Sorry in advance if I'm inconsistent. It's just that she'll be home any minute. My name is Madison Hill. I'm an American citizen and I need to get out of here. I need to start with how I got here. A hike through Panama. We weren't ill-prepared or anything, mind you. My buddy Devin and I put together this trip to trek through the jungle. We had a sat phone, all the required gear, food, hunting equipment, packs, you name it, and Devin had the gear. All the gear in the world doesn't help you if it all gets swept down the river. I sputtered as I dragged myself out of the river, every part of me soaked. And as I got into an upright position, I stared off into the distance as the raft Devin and I had been paddling rushed down the river and over a waterfall. Devin gasped as he popped out of the water nearby, swimming to shore. Holy shit, I thought I would die. I growled at him. Don't count your chickens before they hatch there, Huck Finn. I pointed to the river. Our raft with all our gear just got hurled off a waterfall, which, I may add, should have been on the map. Devin rolled onto his back and turned to me. What do you want me to say? The map didn't mention it. I growled. The map didn't mention it because you had the wrong freaking river, which bode poorly. I know there had to be a problem. Several landmarks we should have passed didn't appear. The rapids and the waterfall didn't help matters. Devin pulled his compass out of his pocket and looked around. North, he pointed out. That makes a little sense. This river should be moving in the opposite direction. He flopped onto the shoreline. Okay, I think I believe you now. We're not on the right river. For heaven's sake, Devin, I shouted. That doesn't help us now, does it? We've been paddling down this river for days. Where the freak are we? I could tell you, Devin explained, if I had the map. Because you're good at reading them, right? I sighed. Hand me the sat phone and we'll call for help, and they can track our signal. I will hate to pay the fines, but it's better than dying out here. Devin pointed ominously to the waterfall. I hesitated while my anger boiled over. Devin, I began, if you tell me that the sat phone is in the raft and not strapped to your belt like it should have been, so help me God. Devin sat up, turning to me. It dug into my thigh on the raft, and if I figured I'd put it with the rest of our gear, it would be fine. He pointed to the waterfall. I didn't expect us to be careening straight out of a Category 4 rapid straight into a freaking waterfall. Men, I freaking swear to God, I shouted as I walked over to the falls. God forbid you stop and check on our location. Is it some kind of insane male pride to stop for directions, Devin? Now all the gear is gone and we are screwed. I was the one who warned you about the falls, okay? I saved us, Devin defended. From the danger you put us in, I shouted back. The choice to ditch the raft and make a swim for shore saved our lives. I could not argue that point, but he could have avoided ditching altogether. I peered carefully over the cliff's edge, holding on tight to a tree. A solid 300 or 400-foot drop greets me as I peer over the cliff. I couldn't spot the raft down the river, meaning the raft was either under the falls or had already floated downstream. To my confusion, however, I spotted a city in the distance. Devin, did you see any cities on the map? A massive city, smack dab in the middle of the jungle. Tall buildings sprouted out of the center, surrounded by large white walls. Cities? He walked over to me, him being taller than me. He only had to look over me to see. Wow! No, but hey, at least it's not that bad now. That's civilization. I pointed to the cliff. And we need to get down from here to get there. Devin frowned. We can try climbing down. I smacked him. You're done deciding, okay? You nearly got us killed, and suggesting we climb down this cliff is just about suicide. I pointed to the terrain on the opposite side of the bank. It sloped downward. Behind us there's more mountain, but if we cross the river and head towards the city, we hopefully won't run into as many climbs down. The river that almost killed us? Devin asked. We head upriver, swim across, and we'll go from there, I explained, trudging up the shoreline. There are mostly rapids and swift current. We barely made it out before, Devin warned. We'll find a safe spot with a weak current and swim fast, I frowned, still walking as he stood there. Are you going to attempt to get to the only civilization we can see, or do you want to take your chances out in the wild more? Devin followed, but I could tell he did so reluctantly. In retrospect, I kind of wish he didn't. We trudged up the river a couple of 100 feet. There I found a wide span to cross, and without thinking I began to swim for the opposite riverbank as fast as I could. When I reached the opposite bank, I saw I had traveled much further downstream than I thought I would have. I had made it, yes, but as I looked around, I realized I'm way too close to the waterfall than I would have liked. The falls were only 50 feet from where I ended up. I turned to shout to Devin to head further upstream before making his attempt, but I didn't warn him in time. Devin was already in the water. Swim faster, I shouted. Devin's clothing was heavier, his body bulkier, and all of this slowed his swimming down. The current, however, didn't care much about his weight. Barely halfway across the river, I saw Devin pass me. I shouted for him to grab something, but it was no use. I gaped helplessly from the shore as he slipped over the edge. No, Devin! I screamed and ran towards the fall's edge. I'm not sure what I was hoping to find, really. Devin hanging onto a tree branch in the falls, him standing on an unforeseen rock or ledge. No sign of Devin. I hoped he'd survived. If he'd landed feet first, he would have broken the fall with a dive into the water, and he'd be okay. Regardless, there was nothing I could do for him up here. The faster I got to the city, the faster I'd be able to tell them of Devin, and maybe we could launch a search party. My hopes for Devin were pretty low as I finally made it to the city. After hours of hiking, my feet were waterlogged and aching, my fingers bloody and scraped from scaling down the smaller rock face. To summarize, I was exhausted. It was a hard trek through the thick underbrush, and a few rough climbs down here and there. Nothing crazy like the 400-foot cliffs Devin went sailing off of. I tried not to think about that too much, but I was trying to think about what the strange city before me. Erected around the city were massive walls, almost 30 feet tall and painted white. The base of the walls had stains of small plant matter and dirt. But despite this, the wall appeared cared for. There looked to be guard towers every couple hundred feet, and as I walked out of the underbrush, I spotted a road leading to a massive gate. As I approached, a woman shouted from a guard tower in Spanish, "Halt! Identify yourself immediately." My neck craned upward as I tried to squint through the light of the setting sun behind the guard tower. My name is Madison Hill. I'm an American, and I need help," I shouted in my best Spanish. The woman called down from the guard tower. "Go home, little girl," she shouted in English. I glared. "Excuse me, I'm a 25-year-old woman. Maybe you can't see from up there, but I'm lost hopelessly, and I need help." "You don't want our help, child," the woman shouted. "Now get the hell out of here." "My traveling partner went over the falls," I shouted. "He very well may be still alive. I need help, a search party, even to just—" I paused as I considered the grim reality of it all. To recover his body. There was a silence from the guard tower, and then, after what felt like ages, A response. Wait there. I resigned myself to do as she said, so I just leaned against a tree by the road for a bit. After about 5 minutes, the gates opened, and about 3 Humvees full of soldiers rushed out. The first pulling up to me. Another woman was driving. She wore military fatigues and had a short, buzzed haircut. She leaned over to me from the driver's window, looking down from the large truck. "What's the details on your lost boy there, short stuff?" I was about 5'8". I wasn't short by most standards, but replied anyway. "His name is Devin Lopez. He's about 6'4", athletic build. He was wearing a black shirt and khaki pants, brown hiking boots. He went over the fall when we tried to cross the river. He wasn't fast enough to beat the current." I trailed off, not mentioning he was following me, at my suggestion. "About how long ago did he go over, sweetness?" she asked. The pet names were grating on me, but I was getting help. Perhaps this beastly woman would be Devin's only hope. I didn't want to press my luck. Honestly, it was several hours ago. "By effing Hera," the woman groaned. "All right, let's get rolling, ladies." And with that, she drove off, kicking up dirt from the road as the caravan of Humvees sped off towards the riverbank. A familiar voice came from the gate. "Okay, girl, let's get you cleaned up, all right?" I turned to face the voice from the guard tower, but wasn't prepared for what greeted me. The guard woman had to be standing well over 6.5 feet tall, wore a military uniform that featured a metal breastplate and a sword at her hip. She had a rifle strapped to her back, and it looked like a bloody cannon. She had long blonde hair tied back into a tight braid. Her skin was a light olive tone. "You gonna stand there in soaking wet clothes, or you gonna come in with me and get dried off?" she asked. Right, sorry." I walked towards her. "I'm Madison, by the way. You don't have to call me girl." The woman nods. "Nice to meet you, Madison. I'm Vera." She shook my hand with a vice-like grip. I winced, but she didn't seem to take much notice. "Thanks for helping." Vera turned and started to lead me around the gate towards the opposite side of the wall. She slid her gun off of her back and loaded it into the back of a small jeep. On it was a symbol that looked much like an ornate crescent moon. The moon itself faced downward, and 3 arrows pierced through it, the tips facing the same direction as the opening of the crescent. Vera nods. "No reason to thank me." She motioned to the huge closing gate. They've been bored for weeks. A search and rescue to them is a big event. They were happy to mobilize and patrol. She got into the truck and opened the passenger side door through the cab for me. "Hop in, Maddie." Madison is fine." Vera just shrugged as I climbed in, and I began to drive down the road into the city. "We'll get you cleaned up and into some dry clothes," she said. "I'm sure the house of Hestia will be happy to get you sorted." "Hestia?" I turned to her in confusion. As we drove towards the city, I noticed the buildings were modern designs, but had hints of old Greek houses I'd seen before. I also noticed a huge disparity in height between the inhabitants of the busy streets. The sidewalks were full of tall, bestial women in military fatigues or uniform. Some were taller than Vera, some shorter by a few inches. However, there were normal women too, far less, but they were there. They were all carrying shopping of some kind or another, and I noticed they mostly wore dresses. There wasn't one of them that was not wearing a light summer dress or skirt of some sort. Unlike the soldiers, they varied their hair, some long, some tied back, some short. All the soldiers seemed to have tight braids or buzz cuts. I noticed the soldiers paid the smaller women little mind, and the women had to dodge the soldiers as they walked through the streets. I'm lost," I explained. "Where the hell am I?" The jeep came to a halt before a large building where many of the normal women were entering and leaving. Over the door sat a symbol, It appeared to be a table, and set on it was a bowl. Honestly, better not ask questions. The less you know, the better, Vera said as she got out of the truck and escorted me inside. I noticed as she hurried, the other women moved out of her path. Some even held the door for her. The opposite was true for me. Many of them gave me shocked or grave expressions. "Stick with me, Maddie," Vera ordered. I followed behind her, not being able to pick up the rather expertly hidden whispers of the ladies we passed. Vera, I have to state the obvious here, but where are the men? I've only seen women here." "We do not allow men within the city walls," Vera explained. "Only women may enter here." Huh. I wondered if I wanted to leave. It was Devin's fault that we got lost in the first place. A vacation in a land of women might be what I needed. Or so I thought. We made our way to a desk with a woman who had long white hair but seemed far from old. She was jotting a few things down when she looked up to spot Vera. She started in Spanish. "Oh, Vera," she smiled. "How nice of you to stop by." She came out from behind the desk. The woman was an inch or two shorter than me, but hugged the massive Vera, regardless. "What brings you to the house of Hestia?" She frowned. "Is everything okay with Tabitha?" "Tabitha's just fine, Lana. I think she's out shopping or something," Vera muttered in Spanish, trying to move through the conversation as quickly as possible. "I needed some help. This girl got stranded and the river soaked her clothes. I didn't want her to get an infection or anything." Lana leaned over to me, giving me a small wave and a fake smile. She looked to Vera, the smile holding. "Vera, may I speak with you over there, please?" Lana took Vera's hand and pulled her about 15 feet off to the left of me. I overheard what I could as they spoke. "Are you insane? Do you remember what happened before?" Lana chastised. "What do you want me to do? She's good as dead out in the jungle anyway," Vera retorted. "You're always like this," Lana huffed. "You never think things through." "I never thinks things through. You're the one to talk, Lana," she glared. "If you were my Hestia again." "But I'm not your Hestia now, am I?" Lana poked Vera in the stomach. "I will deal with your charity case, but don't expect me to stick my neck out for you or her." Lana then walked over to me, forcing a smile. "Sorry about that. Let's get you cleaned up, shall we?" Sure, thanks." As we walked past Vera, Lana asked, "Who knows you took her here?" "No one," Vera explained. "What does she know about us?" "Nothing." "Well, we're better off than last time," Lana said. "Wait here, Vera." And with that, she dragged me off to the back. As we moved inside, there were more women still. All normal-sized women that I was used to. We got to a large dressing room, and Lana began to rummage through the drawers and closets. "You're what a size?" She looked me over. "7?" "I'm not wearing a dress," I explained. Her smile finally broke as her eyes narrowed on me, and she walked up to me, poking my chest. "Listen here, American girl. We could have left you out there in the jungle to fester and die from whatever you'd have caught out there," she began. "But that big idiot Vera has too big a heart to watch you slink off and rot. So the very least you could do for me and her is accept our hospitality." She heaved a sigh. "I don't have pants in your size here, okay? I have undergarments, I have shoes, I have boots, and I have dresses. I can find the least dressiest dress I can find, but it will be dry, that I promise." "Sorry," I apologized. "I'm just not keen on dresses, and I'm kind of trying to ignore the fact that I'm lost, and was until very recently in very real mortal danger." Lana nodded and plopped a dark green dress and a pair of boots on a bench. "Apology accepted." She started to undo the buttons on my shirt, Now let's get you out of these wet clothes, shall we? I begrudgingly got undressed, and Lana helped me dry off. I flinched as we got to my socks, groaning as I peeled them off, revealing open sores and a bit of blood. Lana sighed and came back with a small first aid kit. I understand you are under duress, but it is important to dry off your feet if you will be walking for a while. I know, I defended, but I didn't have the time. My friend got washed down the river and I was trying to get help as soon as I could. Oh, I didn't realize. Sorry, Lana said as she rubbed some iodine on my feet and wrapped them up in some gauze. She stood up and ran a towel over my hair before she stopped at my neck. Well, this might feel a bit weird, but it's got to go, Laura announced. What's gotta? Ow! I shouted, as it felt like she had ripped a Band-Aid off the back of my neck. The hell was that? Lana's fake smile was in full force, and her hands were behind her back. You don't want to know. What don't I want to know? What did you do to me? I demanded. Lana sighed and showed me what was in her hand. Wriggling about in her palm was an inky black leech, almost 4 inches long. Oh, my, I whispered. Okay, I'm sorry I asked. I have no more on me, do I? A shiver ran down my spine. Lana shook her head. No, luckily. My skin was crawling as Lana dried me off and handed me a plain-looking bra and matching set of panties. I warned you I did. I heard something wet, and with some heft land in a wastepaper basket. You do not understand how many of those nasty little things I've had to pull off some of the warriors when they go swimming. I don't want to know, I responded as I got the dry bra on. Sorry again if I seem ungrateful. I'm just rattled. It's okay, Lana said. Arms up. I have memories of my mother tossing a dress on me similarly, so I held my arms up and Lana slipped the thing over my head. There we go. Lana zipped me up and then handed me a pair of socks and boots. I assume you can handle the rest? Vera then barged in. We have to go. Arties are not allowed back here, Lana scolded. To top it off, this is the dressing room, mind you. Knock! What if she were naked? I raised an eyebrow. We're all women here, Vera grumbled. Lana rolled her eyes. What is so important that you've got to barge in here all huffy? I've just got to get back to my post 10 minutes ago. Come on. Vera had rushed me into her truck and sped like a madwoman towards the gate. What's the hurry? I asked. Vera explained as she drove. I'm not allowed to take you into the city, but I couldn't just leave you in your state. You just swam through the river and climbed halfway down the damn mountain, she groaned. I didn't think it was an issue, but then my superior officer called and asked where I was, and I fibbed and I said I was at my post. But they said they'd meet me at my post, and now I'm dead, she trailed off, frowning. I turned to look out of the window of the truck and saw a Humvee with several rather gruff-looking women in similar military garb as the one who drove past to search for Devin outside. One had a few medals on her chest and a nasty scar on her cheek. Private Costa, why did you leave your post? She barked. Vera rushed out and saluted before the higher-ranking officer. I'm sorry, Captain Garreau. I had to. Is this the American? Captain Garreau glared at me. I waved meekly. Yes, Vera said sheepishly. The captain looked down her nose at Vera and me. Steward Rigus requests her presence. Vera shivered. The steward, but... Unfortunately, yes, Captain Garreau growled. A few hours later, they sat me in an opulent office. After a drive into the center of the city, we left Vera at the wall while Captain Garreau had escorted me along with a few unarmed soldiers here. Sat across from me was a woman, huge as any other, with shoulder-length brown hair and hazel eyes. A nameplate on her desk read, Steward of the Penthesil Dimitra Hera Rigus. She looked me over and sighed. Your timing is horrible, she said in flawless English. I'm sorry? My daughter has just left for a trip to the United States. Under normal circumstances, I'd have sent you back with her, she explained. She's visiting as a diplomatic envoy. It would have been much simpler to have them deal with you. I sighed. Listen, I'm sorry to impose, but I was just lost, and this was the only civilization for miles. Demetra scoffed. For further than that. Her phone rang. Just a moment. She answered it as I sat there quietly, looking around the room at an assortment of photos of her next to other soldiers. The wall had swords and shields, a few animal head trophies here and there. I sat in the leather chair, and the desk Dmitri sat at was a heavy oak, an expensive thing. The office was well appointed, and so whatever a steward is, apparently it's of high importance. Oh, so you found him, she paused. Struck his head on the way down, you think? Where did you find him? That's a fair distance, and rather unfortunate. Keep me posted of the situation. She ended the call. I closed my eyes, prepping for the worst news. Well, you know half the story, she paused. Your friend is dead. Struck his head either downstream in the rapids or on the fall down. They found him on the riverbank about 45 kilometers downstream from the waterfall. I hugged my shoulders, blaming myself for this. Damn it, Devin. Sorry for your loss, Demetra said. It was a tone done so poorly that I could tell that she wasn't only not sorry, but likely didn't even care enough to humor me through it. Was he a lover? No, just a friend, I snipped, my eyes watering. Fair enough. Diana turned away from me, looking to the wall next to her, but handed me a box of tissues from under her desk. I took them, drying my eyes. Thanks. Just let me know when you're quite finished, Demetra advised, still looking away from me. With a huff, I cleared my nose and pushed the remaining tissues away. Yeah, don't want to give me any grieving time. She took the tissues back, turning to face me. It's dishonorable to look at someone as they cry, she explained. More insulting to look away and ignore someone's emotions, I quipped. When can I go home? Demetra looked at some paperwork. Shipments to the States have slowed as of late. The pacifist-in-chief doesn't seem to want our products as often, she grumbled. My daughter's next visit is, well, in several months. I shuddered. Surely there's a nearby consulate or something you can bring me to? In Panama or Colombia? Hell, even Brazil. Demetra glared at me. While they are our neighbors, we have no relationship with any of these countries, nor is it desired. We have a strict no-contact policy with most. The U.S. is a rare exception, she sighed. Regardless, at such a time as we can unload you back home, we'll hold you here. I've already applied for a refugee status for you, working out a place for you to stay. She trailed off as someone entered the room from behind me. It was a more monstrously huge woman than average, wearing red leather armor and carrying a huge spear with her. Adorned on her head was a helm with a red fringe of hair spiked over the top, reminding me of an old Spartan helmets in movies. She had black skin and light brown eyes. For the love of Hera, Demetra cursed. If the queen wants to speak with me, she can just call me, rather than sending her royal guard like a damn trained pigeons. She said this would anger you, the woman grinned. The queen wishes to see the American girl in the royal court. Demetra cursed in several languages. 2 were Spanish, and I swear I heard some Portuguese in there. She turned to me. Well, aren't you most unfortunate? You get to speak with the queen. I frowned. You have a queen? I was led to a huge building that was a couple of 100 stories tall at the center of the city. It had huge columns reaching high into the air and ornate marble statues of Greek gods, and even a few Norse ones, specifically Valkyrie riding winged horses. We made our way up a series of some huge stone steps into a massive chamber full of loud shouting and hollering. Demetra grumbled, "Oh, it seems someone is appealing a judgment. How nice." Demetra pushed her way through the crowd. Several soldiers in the red leather uniform were beside me and ensured that Demetra and I got through the crowd to see the commotion. "The judge was wrong, my queen. I'm innocent," shouted a woman who knelt before a massive throne. There were 3 thrones, to be specific, 1 central throne and 2 smaller ones on each side. Sitting on the central throne was a woman with long red hair and bright blue eyes, so bright I could spot them from across the room. She wore purple robes with a silver breastplate and silver arm guards. On her head sat a gold and silver crown. She clad her feet in silvered boots. Behind her, as part of her garb or throne, was a pair of white feathered wings. The queen spoke. "And how would you appeal the court's decision?" "My queen, I request to fight for my freedom, for my honor." The room erupted in boos, jeers, and hollering. None of it positive. "She killed her Hestia," one woman shouted. "Hang her! String her up! Off with her head!" were a few of the things shouted from the crowd. The "off with her head" started to get a chant rolling. A shorter girl to the right of the queen sat in one throne. A smaller crown sat on her head, black hair and similar blue eyes. She wore red and purple robes, and her throne, or the robes, had similar feathered wings. She spoke up. "Mother, we shouldn't honor such a barbaric request." The crowd booed, which was unsettling. A much taller girl to the left of the queen, with long black hair and violet eyes, chimed in. "Come on, sis. I want to see a fight." This got a good reaction from the rowdy crowd. She wore robes more like the queen, though she had more plate armor, all of it far less polished than the other 2. "Nonsense," the queen said, standing. Her wings moved with her, and I thought they must have been attached to her robes. That's what I thought would be a rational thing anyway. But I was wrong. The queen spread her large feathered wings and took to the air, clearing the distance between the throne and the kneeling woman in an instant. "She may indeed fight for her freedom." A mad look took her face as she cradled the woman's chin in her hands. "But in order to do so, she must fight me and win." My mouth hung open in shock. Standing before me wasn't a woman or a queen. This was some kind of angel. "I have to go. She's home. I'll update you on what happened next soon, but in the meantime, send help." I'm stuck in a city of all women, and the queen is insane. By Zithero. Well, she's gone. I'm sorry about the pronoun game to explain. She is a woman who is holding me here, commander of the Royal Guard, one Hilly Artemis Regis. I'll explain how I got stuck in her servitude next. But please, send help already. She may indeed fight for her freedom, but in order to do so, she must fight me and win, the queen stated for all to hear. The royal court was in an uproar. People were chanting, and it wasn't all as one-sided as I thought it would be. "Take her down, Dags," someone shouted. "My money's on Queen Rachel." "Taking bets," another shouted. The shorter girl on the throne stood up. It was clear she too had wings, which made me wonder where I was, and how this was happening, and who these people were. "This is barbaric," the shorter girl shouted. The crowd booed her. She glared at all of them. "This will be the first thing to go when I take the throne. Mark my words." And with that, she stormed off. "Princess Ava the Cowardly!" someone in the crowd shouted, the crowd laughing at her comment. Queen Rachel even cracked a half smile. The taller girl stood and walked off to follow Princess Ava, assuming they were sisters. Despite the attempt at the interruption, the mood had not changed. Rachel looked down at the woman on her knees. "Well, Dag, you made your bed. You'll lie in it. State your terms." The woman, a blonde with a long braid on her head and wearing what I could describe as street clothing versus armor, glared up at her. "Short sword and shield, like the old days." Rachel chuckled. "If you wanted a hasty death, you could have just requested me to execute you," she smirked, "as you executed your Hestia." Dag stood up now, a good half a foot taller than Queen Rachel. She glared down. "When I'm done, she won't be the only Hestia I end up killing." Rachel's smile faded. "Maybe it won't be quick." She turned towards the throne. "Squire, my sword and shield." She walked towards the throne, her wings folded against her back as she did. Demetria growled next to me, catching my attention. I'm a bit of an outsider in all of this, but what's going on?" I asked. Demetria rolled her eyes. "My eldest daughter is my heir, but because she is my youngest daughter, I have no position. She has been regulated to the Queen's squire," she scoffed, a direct insult to me. I watched as a black-haired, lanky girl, no older than 16, but still a good 6 inches taller than Queen Rachel, ran over carrying a sword and scabbard and a purple tower shield with a silver border. "Thank you, Squire." Queen Rachel smiled, taking the sword out of its scabbard and hefting the shield in her other hand. Dag turned towards the crowd. "Who wants to lend me a weapon to kill this psycho bitch we call a queen?" Well, I didn't see anyone get too enthusiastic. Someone tossed a sword to her feet. Shortly after that, a red shield similar to Rachel's slid across the floor. Demetria shook her head. "She will not win," she said, taking a step back. "Back up. You may be in the splash zone." I did as she asked, but kept a decent view of the now growing floor as more people cleared space. Dag picked up her shield and beat her sword against it. "Come on, Queen of the Hesties. Let us end this, and your reign as well." Queen Rachel didn't seem to be enjoying herself anymore, and threw her sword aside, keeping her shield. "You brought this on yourself, insect." The crowd shouted, cheered, and began to lose their damn minds. You'd think this was a major sporting event. Demetria walked out of the crowd not too far in front of me, raising her hand to silence the rowdy crowd. "The Queen has accepted a challenge. As this is the law, all challenges against the Queen are to the death." She turned to Dag. "Dagmar, do you understand the terms of this challenge? Should you survive, you will have your freedom and the crown." Dag nodded. "Yes." Demetria turned to Rachel. "My queen, do you—" "Yes, get on with it," Queen Rachel growled. Demetria nodded. "Then by my standing as steward of Confronting Hilly, I deem this challenge officially active. Begin. She returned to my side. Dagmar ran at Queen Rachel, swinging powerfully, her sword striking the shield with such force that sparks flew into the air. The crowd cheered as Dagmar attacked. Queen Rachel did little but shift her weight and block a few strikes, making none herself as she had cast her sword aside. With a mighty push, Queen Rachel forced her shield forward, knocking into Dagmar and causing her to stumble backwards. Rachel used this opportunity to throw a punch at Dagmar. Dagmar barely managed to lift her shield to block it. Queen Rachel's fist caused a dent in the thing. Before Dagmar could react, Queen Rachel swung the shield broadways, smacking Dagmar on the side of the head. Again the crowd cheered. "Rip her head off!" someone shouted. Dagmar dropped her sword and shield as she tumbled to the floor. She grunted as she staggered to her feet. "Dag, watch out!" Dagmar was in a daze and didn't react in time, and within a moment Rachel had rushed her with her shield, pinning her to a column in the room. "What was I again, Dagmar? You said a Hestia?" Dagmar grunted, pushing against the shield, though she was not moving it. Rachel pushed her harder, forcing Dagmar's hand to slip off the sides. "Care to remind me?" Dagmar growled. "I called you a Hestia. Queen—" She gasped as her eyes went wide. Demetria turned away. "What's that, Dagmar?" Rachel took another step, pinning Dagmar harder against the column. "Have you gone mute?" Dagmar struggled against the shield, trying to slip away, but Rachel pinned her, pushing harder and harder, forcing her chest against the shield, her back against the column. Rachel's smile now returned. "Nothing to say? All you've earned from your smart mouth is a slow, painful death." Dagmar's face was turning blue as she gasped like a fish out of water. Her hands began to beat against the sides of the shield as ribs cracked, and Rachel relentlessly pressed Dagmar against the column. Finally, mercifully, Dagmar's movements slowed, and she lost consciousness. Queen Rachel left the shield against her, giving one last push, causing a sickening snap of several bones in Dagmar's chest, before finally taking a step back. Dagmar's body slumped to the floor, her eyes wide, frozen in a moment of terror. Demetria walked over and knelt by Dagmar. She turned to Rachel. "The Queen is victorious." Everyone cheered, and Queen Rachel hefted her shield up. "That's right. Your queen is no Hestia." She dropped the shield after a good amount of celebration. During the chaos, it seemed someone had taken Dagmar's body away. When things finally calmed, Demetria motioned for me to come to her. I did so, fearful of what non-compliance would get me. Demetria then placed her hand on my shoulder, getting Queen Rachel's attention. "My queen, the American, as you requested." Queen Rachel turned to me. "Ah, yes, our uninvited guest." She smiled to me, looking me up and down, her hip cocked to the side, and her smile turned into a grin, her wings spreading. "I'm sure you have a few questions about me, yes?" Ego. This queen was pure ego. "That would be an understatement," I said, as I examined her wings. "Are you an angel or something?" Queen Rachel chuckled. "You're very observant. My daughters and I are from a rather rare line, going as far back as Enoch. Her wings spread wide and pointed upward, the tips stretching high over her head. Divine right to rule, handed down from my mother, and I to my fortunate daughters. Her wings closed. She looked me over. I'm sorry I haven't formally introduced myself. Rachel, Hera, Hippolyte, Queen of Penthesil. Madison Hill, I said, bowing, hoping that would appease her. Oh, isn't she a delight? Rachel chuckled. Then she addressed Demetria. So, Demetria, my close friend, what were you going to do with this sweet little thing? Demetria heaved a sigh. I was in the midst of processing her as a refugee and finding suitable housing for her. Rachel looked down on me, her face falling, and then to Demetria. So you plan on having her freeload while she stayed here with us? Demetria nodded. Yes, Your Grace. One woman will not break the kingdom's treasury. I don't think it's funding, my dear Steward, Rachel shot back. Are we a nation who hands things to its residents? She addressed her court. A few shouted, No! I frowned, unsure of what was going on. I hoped I wouldn't have to fight anyone to the death. No, we are not. Rachel looked me over and then grinned. Considering Dagmar's despicable actions, the House of Hestia is short a house girl, aren't they? Demetria frowned. Your Grace, the American can't be expected to. Rachel silenced Demetria with a finger. Nonsense. It's not that hard, Rachel continued. You cook, clean, and get a fair wage for it. Rachel shrugged, smugly addressing her court. She can at least earn her keep here, yes? Demetria looked at me, then to Rachel. I'll speak to the House of Hestia and see what I can arrange. Rachel beamed to us. Yes, see that you do. Demetria looked to me. Well then, Madison, our queen has been rather graceful to you, despite you being a foreigner. She flicked her head as covertly as she could towards Rachel. I picked up on her hint. Oh, yes, thank you, Your Majesty. You're a very graceful hostess. I bowed my head. Yes, yes, begone both of you, Rachel said as she walked back towards her throne. And can someone tell me where my daughter Zephyrina ran off to? I have a surprise for her. Someone ran off into the same door Eva and, I presume, Zephyrina had vanished into. Demetria placed her hand on my shoulder and began to walk me out of the royal court. You've got a good head on your shoulders. You may just survive us yet. Survive you? I asked. Listen, I needed help. I understand, Demetria said. You're better off here than on your own out there. I'm just pleased you navigated the situation well enough, she grumbled. The queen is not an even-tempered woman. I recalled Dagmar's suffocated face, shivering as I recalled the moment the life left her eyes, replayed in my mind. Yes, I noticed. As we passed a few more people and began to walk down the large steps, I noticed the stark contrast between the soldiers and normal women. If you don't mind me asking, what is a Hestia? Demetria pointed to a woman in a dress carrying a satchel of groceries over her shoulder. That's a Hestia. They follow the goddess Hestia and maintain a warrior's home. A warrior? I asked. Warrior, soldier, Valkyrie. Demetria motioned to herself. My daughters and I, she chuckled. Most followers of Artemis. The common nickname here is Artis or Artie. I nodded. Okay, so I have to ask, where are all the men? Demetria chuckled. Not allowed inside Penthesil, by divine law. She motioned towards the east. The men's villages are scattered about in the eastern side of the city, outside the walls. There are some sections of the walls that can open up. We built an arena for special events such as family days, where men can remain on one side of the wall, but we can cross to visit them. I guess that's where you'd meet a guy? I asked. Oh, heavens, no, she chuckled. No, we raid the villages once a year for that sort of thing. I'm sorry, you raid the villages? Demetria nodded as we passed by some standard storefronts. I'm sure I saw Starbucks. Yes, it's not like it used to be. The men send their best warriors. They dress in their traditional garb. Then our chosen warriors head out and spar with them. It's a battle of courtship. If the pair enjoy how they fought and both are willing, they have their relations and part ways. Wait, you never see them again? I'm shocked. No, we see them on family days. Men meet their daughters then once or twice a year, she explained. I did my best to wrap my head around it. This crazy separation of sexes, and also needed to learn more. Murder's queen aside, I mean, this was kind of nice. No men? Wait, what if you have a boy? I have a son. His name is Jürgen. He is a strapping young lad. About 22 now. She beamed with pride. He's an absolute beast. You don't have relations with your own son, do you? I asked. Demetra scoffed. Of course not. That's ridiculous. We always communicate who is and is not in attendance for the raids to avoid just that, she chuckled. You're American. Is it true you marry your siblings? Only in the deep south. And it's frowned upon, I clarified. So what do the Hesties do for kids? They raise ours, Demetra explained. Wait, they don't have their own children? Demetra shook her head. Heavens, no. The goal is to strengthen our population, not weaken it. Wait, that's eugenics, I said, flabbergasted. Yes, Demetra confirmed. So you are aware of the practice. We send our strongest warriors, the men send theirs, and between those we produce the next generation. Like the Nazis, I pointed out. Oh, heavens, no, Demetra said. We do not harm the weaker. They're just not allowed to reproduce. Hesties live among us, are respected, and they're the ones who mother our children, Demetra continued. And we send the men off to their fathers. They take part in society as much as anyone else. But if they're strong enough, they're chosen to be the fathers of our next generation. Demetra beamed to me. My son has produced a beautiful granddaughter for me. To be honest, I'm very proud of him. Wait, I thought you said he was only 22. Demetra nodded. As soon as they are 17, the men can take part in the raids. We send some who are virile enough a few times. So how many women could a man father? The limit is 3. 6 if it is with the same warrior, Demetra explained. My son has taken part 5 times. He's only produced 1 woman and 4 boys. But she is a stellar specimen, Demetra boasted. She's almost 6 years old and already outperforming her peers. I couldn't be prouder of her. I changed the subject. So, if I'm working as a Hestie, what will I be doing then? You'll cook, clean, do basic housekeeping, Demetra stated. Nothing too challenging. So I'll be a maid, I asked. Or a wet nurse, Demetra said, as if that was a normal occupation. Hesties raise our daughters, clean our houses, prepare our meals, and so forth. She turned to me. You'll receive a livable wage, provided room and board and training. She heaved a sigh. I can give you a good week or two without being placed into a home. The training is easy, so is the work. You'll be reporting to the head of the house of Hestia, Lana. We've met, I said, recalling Lana helping me before. She seems, nice. Demetra scoffed. She could have been much more than a Hestia, in my opinion. Being born of a smaller frame doesn't always make a Hestia a Hestia. Her bloodline is proud, and I have seen the girl fight. She is strong. She has her mother's fire in her, Demetra grumbled. Yet she elected for this. We arrived at the house of Hestia when she motioned towards the large building. At least she's the head of it, as it should be. She glanced at me. Well, come on, then, let's get at it. She began to walk up the stairs. As we did, I noticed that there were a few more of the Hestia women milling about the building. I don't recall this place being so busy before, I remarked. It's later in the day. Hestias come here before school lets out to meet and gossip, Demetria grumbled. It's why most arties are barred from access. We should subject no one to such prattle. I did my best to ignore her comments as we walked in. Inside, many women were walking past the large front desk, all of them Hestia women. Any arties wasn't moving past the desk, and there was even a set of guards dressed in white who seemed to enforce this. Demetra approached the desk when Lana sat on the phone. Hello, DeVault. I have a charge for you. Just a moment. The steward is here. Yes, hold, please. Lana looked up to her. Good afternoon, Madam Steward. How are you today? I could be much better, DeVault. I was all set to have the foreigner live in a refugee area, but Her Royal Highness shoved her nose into my business. So now she's your newest charge. Lana turned to me and forced a smile. Ah, Maddie, right? Madison, I reminded her. Wouldn't Maddie be better? She asked. Demetra looked around. If there isn't anything else, Miss DeVault. Lana nodded. No, thank you, Madam Steward. Demetria nodded. If you see Gail, could you tell her I am running low on milk? Lana gritted her teeth. Madam Steward, I am not a messaging service. Fine, Demetra scoffed. If you see her otherwise, I'll call the girl. And with that, Demetra walked off. Lana turned to me. So, welcome back. They sat me in a small room, which had a bed, bathroom, and a small kitchenette, which Lana sat at a small desk, going over a few things on a tablet. Madison Hill, age 27. Height 173 centimeters. 67.5 kilograms. Eye color hazel. Hair color brown. And ethnicity? She looked me over. We'll just say American. She poked a few more things on the tablet. Kind of nice to hear my weight in kilograms. In pounds, I feel like a tank, I remarked. Lana chuckled. Most of the arties are around 100 kilograms average. So I'd put it in pounds. They'd likely think you were some kind of bodybuilder. She looked at me. Now, can you cook? I nodded. I'm an okay cook. Clean. I nodded. Lana nodded. Okay, I have to ask this. It's silly, I know. Good with kids? I hate children, I pointed out. Please keep me far away from children. Lana's face fell. It would be really great if you could put that aside, to be honest. I'm thankful for a lot of things, but if I have to come anywhere near a kid, I'll take my chances in the damn jungle, I threatened. Lana frowned to me. Listen, Maddie, No. Kids, I demanded. Lana nodded to me. Fine, no kids. She heaved a sigh. I have a small class of 3 girls who are doing a basic culinary course. I know you said you can cook, and that's fine, but it'll keep you busy for the next 2 weeks, so I hope you won't mind it. Could be worse, I guess, I sighed, as at the time I didn't realize how long I would be trapped here. 2 weeks cooking with 3 other women wasn't a bad way to spend 2 weeks, to be fair. Granted, most of what they were teaching was all low-carb, high-protein stuff I'd feed a bodybuilder, and I guess that was the idea. The girls were Grace, Alice, and Jen. When I got to know them, it was like being co-workers mostly. It was when we were parting ways that I got the most information out of them, mostly from Grace. So, is it weird not knowing where you will end up? I asked the 3. Alice giggled and poked Grace in the shoulder. Grace knows where she's going. Grace rolled her eyes, blushing. Yeah, I knew since primary school. I rose an eyebrow. How? Jen sighed, because Grace has a sweet artie. A sweet artie? I asked. Grace chuckled. Yeah, Nemi is my artie since forever, and she's at a raid right now. Jealous? Alice asked, chuckling. Gods, no, Grace smiled. She'll have a beautiful little girl, and we'll raise her together, and name her Nyx, and have a happily ever after. Wait, I had to clarify. You're her lover? Grace nodded. Yeah, she's my artie, and I'm her Hestia. For life. My face went pale. I'm not expected to make love with my, artie, am I? Jen sighed. You don't have to, but it's kind of a waste if you ask me, she frowned. Unless she's a total bitch. Boss me around all day, Alice chuckled. I'll take a bitchy artie, yes please. I frowned. Grace shook her head. Nemi isn't a bitch, and I don't want her to be. We'll raise our daughter together and we'll be partners. She smiled dreamily. I can't wait until she comes home and I can dote on her daughter-to-be. What if it's a boy? I asked. Grace shrugged. Try again, and she smiled at me. Lana came out and fixed me with a grim look. Okay, Maddie, I have your assignment. I had long since given up on correcting Lana. Okay, where am I going? Commander Hilly Artemis Regis, Lana said. Grace winced. After Maria? So soon? Alice asked. Lana sighed. She put in a request and, well, Maddie's the only one who wanted no kids. What's so bad about this Hilly woman? I asked. Jen turned to me. Maria? Her last Hestia? She died. Help! I'm stuck in a city of all women, and the last person who had this job is deceased. Okay, I'm back. Here's where stuff gets off the rails, because when I arrived at Hilly's house, I call her Hilly, she's okay with it, I found out some crap about Maria. Lana walked me towards the house, and she had to preface this with, It's a long walk. Lana, I see some cars and buses. I need to ask why. Are people walking everywhere? The city is huge, I complained. Walking is healthy, she smiled to me. This isn't the United States where we take a car to go 1 kilometer down the road. I grumbled. Also, there's the Order of Artemis, and let's say they set strict limits on vehicle transportation, she explained. Do you people worship the Greek gods? I asked. Lana chuckled. Yes and no. It's like, do we sacrifice things to the goddesses? No. But there are orders who embolden what each goddess stands for. So this Order of Artemis is strict on pollution? I questioned. Lana nodded. Parenthesil is very careful about what technology we use daily. We didn't start generating electricity until wind power became a big thing. And even when we got rid of the old wind turbines, they did so with geothermal power. Solar powers everything else. As we walked, I noticed that, unlike other women her size, folks seemed to be paying attention to Lana, some even giving her a warm greeting. So this Artis and Hestia dynamic, isn't it a little, I don't know, I don't want to say misogynistic, but there's no men here, I bumbled as I tried to ask my next question. Lana smiled. We have TV, and we know how the rest of the world works, she explains. But I know what you're driving at. She frowned a bit as she explained. Warriors, soldiers, arties, whatever you want to call them, aren't always physically imposing, but, well, it predestines someone to that role. She gave a faint smile. There are some warriors who look like me, for example. Soldiers who return from battle and are unable to return to the battlefield, but strong enough to work, have taken on roles as Hesties. The divide is not always clear-cut. I nodded, and as I noticed we were passing by someone who stumbled out of a house with a golden apple on the front. She was a taller woman, but thin despite this. She looked around, took a drink of something, and set a small bag on the ground. "Look out below!" she shouted as she dropped a lighter into the bag, setting it on fire. To my shock, most people didn't even try to put it out. They walked past her and the flaming bag on the ground. I began to move towards her before Lana stopped me. "Don't interfere with the Discordian ritual," she frowned. "What's a Discordian?" I asked. The clearly drunk woman looked to me, grinning. "American!" she shouted and pointed. Hi?" I said, a bit shocked at her pointing me out. Lana hissed with clenched teeth. "Don't talk to her." "What?" Lana pulled me away and into the crowd right before people began to look and stare at me. She grunted as we were finally clear of the street. "Okay, I get that you know little about us. But you don't have people who worship nonsense in your country?" I frowned. "Oh, I see them all the time. They pick a fight like God's punishing our country because gay people exist, or even talk about how the earth is flat. You know, some complete nonsensical stuff." I nod. "Yeah, we call them crazy." She motioned to the street we had left. "Well, here, they are an order." She frowned. "The Order of Eris." Eris as in the goddess of discord, chaos, and strife, she spat. "They're called Discordians, and they are allowed to practice their religion, as long as there's no damage to personal property." "Oh, okay, they seem harmless enough." I cracked a smile. Lana shook her head. "They aren't harmless. Most who join the order don't survive for long, whether it's from the drinking or something else. I don't know why anyone would want to lead a life where the goal is to make it miserable for others." "Is that their goal?" I asked as Lana started walking again. "Well, according to those I spoke to, it's not always the case. Some say they want to act out or have fun. But that discourse isn't about harming people, but just about enjoying the moment." She heaved a sigh. "But it doesn't seem to be what they practice." "Why is there even an Order of Eris to begin with?" I asked. Lana kept her eyes forward. "Eris has an order to give her respect, and to remind us she's always there when war is going on. While Athena brings a measured meaning to war, there's always Eris, bringing about chaos in its wake." She turned to me. "Having an Order of Eris is an attempt, and superstition, that giving her a little space to let loose her discord will prevent it from following our soldiers as they fight. I nodded as we walked. Okay. To my shock, we passed by a small Christian church, tucked away between a vacant business and a liquor store of all places. Okay, you need to explain this one to me. I motioned to the church. Luna frowned. There's freedom of religion. Everyone is welcome to follow what they want here, she whispered to me. The fanatics in there believe there is only one God, or three. Every time I ask the priestess, she can't keep her stories straight. I think it's the Holy Trinity, right? I looked to the church, the doors shut, appearing vacant. Lana smiled at me. Oh, right. This is the main religion in your country, isn't it? I nodded. Yeah. I gave Lana an appraising look. The priestess there, she's okay with all this lesbian stuff going on out here? Lana rolled her eyes at me. I knew this would come out from you at some point, being from the United States. What's that supposed to mean? I scoffed, getting defensive with her. You people, she grumbled. You're so focused on sexual orientation. People are human, okay? They love whatever. Most people left to their own devices turn out just as we are, bisexual. All the sexual hang-ups you have is just a social construct. She sighs. Yeah, some women here form long-term relationships with one another, but most of the women here, the warriors, have no qualms about taking part in a raid and subduing a man. I frowned, realizing that somehow I've insulted her or her way of life. She was rather passionate about this. You spend so much time separating people without reason. You treat them like they're violated if they mix, she grumbled. For example, me and Vera had a relationship when I was her Hestia, but she was overbearing with it and I left her. Vera plans to go on a raid soon. Her and her new Hestia do not share a bed. She'll raise their child and that's about it. Grace and Nemi are a different animal altogether. They fell in love. Lana pouted. Lucky girls. Okay, I'm sorry, I said, my hands up. I'm not critiquing your culture, I'm just trying to understand it. Lana chewed the inside of her lip for a moment and nodded. Fine, but just know I take offense to all that nonsense about calling people gay or straight. Here you'll find those who are heterosexual, as you call it, are in the minority. She looked to the church, and while some go to that church, I don't believe it's a requirement. I've never heard the priestess there speak of her God hating anyone. She says God is love and such, and so she's okay with all this lesbian stuff. Again, I'm sorry. I apologized a second time. Lana nodded to me. Accepted. She turned on her heels. Now come along, we have another 20 minutes of walking to do. I grumbled as we did so. Along the way I saw a school, several children running out to their respective parents. I watched as one little girl ran to a pair of women, one Hestia and an artist, waiting for her. Mama, Mom, she shouted, hugging both respectively. Teacher taught us about stars today. The smaller women picked up the girl and started walking along with her. Did you tell your mom about the award you got yesterday? The little girl's eyes lit up. I got a bronze medal, she beamed. Mommy told me, the artist grinned to her daughter. I'm so proud of you. I glanced from the scene and asked Lana another question. About the kids. How does that work? Didn't you not want anything to do with kids? Lana rebukes, turning to me. I don't, but here's the thing. I pointed to the family we had passed. If Hestias don't have kids, why did that little girl call the Hestia mommy and the artist with her mom? So how does it work? Lana nodded to me. A fair question. Hestias raise the children of the soldiers when they're deployed and when they're come home. Most Hestias remain with the young girl. They raise her until she becomes a woman and sets out on her own path. Some Hesties stay with their respective artists. Some move on to raise a new child, or do what you're doing and elect to be a housekeeper and cook. And you tried to get me into the kid business, where a girl would call me Mom? Lana shook her head. The child refers to her Hestie as Mommy or Mama. Mom or Mother is always the artie's preferred parental pronoun. Say that 10 times fast, I mumbled. Lana asked as we turned a corner. Nothing, just... To me it's weird to consider having same-sexed parents, I pointed out. And to me it's odd to have differently sexed parents. Lana got to a large house, and when I saw the size of it, I realized why someone would need a hand caring for it. Here we are. That's huge. Commander Regis is the head of the Royal Guard. As such, she's afforded some affluent amenities. Lana turned to me. Now I need to give you some ground rules. The commander will cover the cost of groceries. That does not and should not come out of your salary. Tell me if she pulls that scam on you. I nod. You mentioned a salary, but I never asked how much. Lana nodded. You'll get about $600 a week post-tax. We use U.S. currency for your information. Really? I raised an eyebrow. Lana nodded. When we made our initial alliance with the U.S., their currency was a stronger one, so we just adopted it from what we understood. So far it's worked out well for both parties involved. Okay, weird. How much is the rent? I questioned. Lana shook her head. The commander pays for her own housing. You'll have your own room inside, and again, you should be paying nothing for that. You're entitled to your own personal space. You have personal time as well. You just need to communicate when those days are, so the commander can fend for herself on those days. Okay. The job didn't sound like the worst thing I'd done. Granted, I had yet to meet my employer, let's call her. Lana headed to the door and knocked. First impressions are hard to unmake, so just be polite and we should be fine. She looked to the doorbell and rang it. We waited for another few minutes before Lana looked to her watch. Oh, for Hera's sake! She rang again. No answer. Lana rolled her eyes. I spoke with the commander yesterday and explained I was coming by to fulfill her request. Maybe she's out. Lana grumbled. If she is, then it's a direct insult to me, and I'll talk with the Queen about that. You speak to the Queen? Lana blushed. At times. She pulled out a key card. It was then that I noticed there was an electronic lock on the door. Lana shoved her key card in and then placed her thumb onto the black pad and the doorknob. A little LED message flashed. Administrator override accepted. The door unlocked. Wait, you can do that to anyone's house? I asked. Lana nodded. Anyone who has a Hestie living in the house, by law, needs to have a lock I can access. No exceptions. She smiled. It's in the case of an emergency, or if I have business with the Hestie working inside. You don't consider that an invasion of privacy? Lana shook her head. Not as long as I'm responsible, but I don't abuse it. She then opened the door. The scent that wafted out of the house was best described as rancid. Lana covered her nose as we walked in. She flicked on the light and we discovered a kitchen that had not been cleaned in months. Oh, Hilly, Lana lamented. Oh, God, that better not be the norm here, I lamented. Lana shook her head. No, it shouldn't be. The commander hasn't had a Hestie here for some time. Almost 6 months, if I recall. And the last one died? Lana nodded. It was very tragic. A little hard on the commander. Still, this is unacceptable. Lana bravely strode towards the kitchen and reached under the sink, pulling out some plies and a trash bag. Give me a hand, Madison. We'll knock this out nice and quick. I smiled. You're helping? Are you kidding? I wouldn't leave you to this, Lana scoffed. We might even need backup. Well, if you're willing to do it. I headed into the kitchen as if it were a war zone. Catching a pair of gloves, Lana tossed to me. After a few hours, we had the biohazard that was once a kitchen back into serviceable condition. I hefted the last bag of trash out of the back of the house, into a bin when Lana called back to me. And that's it. The last dish is in the cupboard. Victory, I chuckled as I walked back inside. Lana peeled off her gloves and turned to me. Well, the commander is still out, and I'm not inclined to call her, so let's head up to where you'll be sleeping. I peeled my own gloves off and followed Lana up some steps. After a quick turn to the hallway, she stopped at a door. Here we are, the Hestia quarters. She smiled at me. I don't think Maria used this room often, which I'm sure makes you more comfortable. There should be a bathroom and such. I opened the door and stopped. The room was dark, but inside I swore I saw a silhouette of a rope hanging from the center and someone dangling from the rope. I flicked the light switch on, fear in my eyes as the light came, and I saw no rope or other person, corpse or otherwise, inside. A tear ran down my cheek as I peered inside. Something wrong, Madison? Lana asked. I shook my head. No, nothing. Just the light must have been playing tricks on me. I looked to the ceiling to spot a ceiling fan hanging. No rope hanging from it. A well-made twin bed sat inside, and there was a picture frame on the small dresser of 3 women, 2 larger women and a shorter one. They were all smiling. I don't think the commander has touched this room since Maria was here. Lana smiled to me. You have my permission to back anything you find of hers. Just don't throw it out. The commander will make that decision. I nodded. Oh, almost forgot. She handed me a debit card. There's 2 weeks of salary on there for you. Make sure you got paid during your training. She beamed. So if you need to go shopping for clothes, feel free. Thanks, I said, taking the card. Then walking into the room. I have to ask, how did Maria pass? None of your business, to be honest, Lana snipped. Sorry, I frowned. I was curious. You'll remain curious unless the commander brings it up, Lana said. And only if she brings it up. Understand? Okay. I got off the subject, though the room still gave me a off feeling. I heard a jingling ringtone pop out of Lana's pocket. Oh, give me a minute. She stepped out and walked downstairs. I investigated the room while Lana took the call. The attached bathroom was a full one, tub, shower, a large sink, and a vanity with a medicine cabinet behind it. The bathroom didn't look like anyone had used it in a while. I checked the taps and the toilet. All seemed to work just fine. Some rings around the toilet and a bit of brown staining on the porcelain sink told me I should stick to bottled or filtered water. It was a decent one-bedroom, to be fair. I checked the drawers to see what was in them, if anything. I opened up 2 to find them empty. When I opened up the 3rd, there was a folded piece of paper inside. On the back, I saw a symbol of sorts. It was a simple symbol. 2 semicircles were back to back, their openings facing away from another, with a large black bar down the middle. On the top and bottom were letters in Greek. It was some kind of letterhead or watermark. I opened the letter up and read the contents. Hilly, if you're reading this, I'm sure you've found me. I'm so sorry, I am. If only I was as strong as you. I wish I could stand there and weather this turmoil rampaging through my heart as you do. You stood there, so proud of her, giving that eulogy when I could not even see through my tears. I hear you speak of her, and every day my heart withers, knowing she is no longer with us, that I must spend another day without Lyria's smiling face. Worse yet, someday you too will die in battle. The priestesses say that a new embodiment of Athena shall come and begin an even greater war, one that will conquer all. I fear what I would do if you fell in such a war, and it would be a lie if I said I did not want to rush to our dear Lyria's side. I know you will be strong, my artists. I know it. So forgive my weakness, for I cannot live in a world where our daughter's light does not shine. I must follow her to the other side. I will bring her your love. We will wait there for you. Please do not rush here as I have. Be strong, my artists. Forever yours, Maria. I looked up from the note, and in the mirror, I saw a woman hanging from the ceiling fan. I turned on my heels, and she was no longer there. Another glance at the mirror showed nothing. My heart was in my chest, and I dropped the note, chilled to my very core. Madison? I turned to the door, eyes wide, just to see Lana stand. Okay, wait. Madison? I turned to the door, eyes wide, just to see Lana standing there. Are you all right? She hung herself, I said, swallowing hard. Why would you think that? Lana asked, concern crossing her face. I looked down to the letter, picking it up and showing it to her. Lana took it from me and looked it over, saying nothing as she turned to me. The page was blank. Who told you? Lana asked. That paper had a note written on it, I shouted. You need not cover for anyone. I just want to know who's spreading nasty rumors, Lana asked. No one told me. That was a suicide note. Lana narrowed her eyes, glancing at the paper. I will find out who told you, and if you're lying to me, I will know. She frowned as she seemed to notice the watermark on the back. What is that symbol? I asked. It's nothing, Lana said. Before I could press her for more information, the front door opened. Lana stuffed the letter into her shirt and headed to the stairs. I followed. Looking rather confused was a middle-aged woman, still standing tall at over 6.5 feet, wearing formal military regalia. She turned to her steps and narrowed her brown eyes at me. What's this now? She asked. Lana Duvalt, head of the House of Hestia. We had an appointment today? Your new arrival? Lana condescended, using the stairs to keep herself at eye level with the commander. Oh, Miss Duvalt, I'm sorry, she slurred a bit. I had just forgotten about. She looked around to the kitchen. Oh, thanks for that. May I present your new Hestia, Madison Hill, Lana said, stepping down from the steps. I followed. As I got to the landing, I looked up to her and waved weakly. Hi. The commander turned to Lana. She's a foreigner? Lana nodded. Yes, she's here temporarily, so I thought she'd be a good fit for your situation. Commander Hilly looked me up and down before offering her hand. Commander Hilly, Artemis Regaeus, she said. Nice to meet you, Maddie. I shook her hand and smiled to her. I had long given up the fight to stop the artist women from calling me a pet name, but I had a way to fight back. Nice to meet you too, Hilly. To my shock, she smiled. I like this one. She's got spunk. I chuckled. Is that a good thing? Well, now I introduced you two. The house is clean. My work here is done for now, Lana smiled. If you have any issues, don't hesitate to call me. She handed me a card. It read, Lana Duvalt, head of the House of Hestia, with her number attached. That looks like a U.S. number, I looked at her. Lana shrugged. I believe our numbers are from a similar city-state in the U.S. So, call you anytime? I asked. Lana nodded. Just leave a message if I'm not there. That's my personal line. I nodded. With that, Lana left. Hilly looked to me. So, as I'm sure nothing in the kitchen was edible, how about I order some euros and you can tell me how on earth an American girl like you got stuck all the way out here? I nodded. Sure. Oh, listen, I'm new here and all, but I'm not looking for any kind of, physical relationship. I'm just here to work. Hilly's smile faded, but she nodded. Sure, no problem. I'm not looking for anything like that anymore, anyway. She turned and headed to the kitchen. Not for a long time. It was an unremarkable dinner. I explained to Hilly how I wound up where I am, and she seemed more amused than anything. So you didn't even bother to stop and check when none of the landmarks made any sense? Hilly chuckled. I nodded. Yeah, he was a bit of an idiot there. Hilly nodded. I'd say. Sounds like he was a nice guy, but with a head full of rocks. I've known a man or two like that. I'm shocked you know any men living out there. Hilly's face softened. I knew a couple. One in particular. A hell of a fighter, she sighed. How did you know him? I asked. I'm still, to this day, unsure of what happened that night. The letter not having writing on it, the images I saw in my room in the mirror. But I chalked it up to wild imagination and first-day jitters. That was until Hilly confirmed something all too real for me. He was Lyria's father, she said. Shit, Hilly's back. I've got to go. I'll fill you in on the rest soon. Just know this. Our little meet cute? It went downhill from there. Help! I'm trapped in a city of all women. I met a goddess. By Zithero. Hey, I'm back. So I'm going to explain one of the, let's call it events, that strained Hilly and I. So just a heads up, this post contains instances of sexual abuse, so listeners beware. It had been a few weeks since that incident when Hilly said he was Lyria's father. I know I read about Lyria in the note that was blank when Lana showed it to me. Since then, I settled into a routine. In the morning, I made a simple breakfast, either scrambled eggs, sometimes an omelet, and a few times some pancakes and French toast. Each morning, Hilly was appreciative. She was home by 6 or 7, so I got a good rhythm of fixing dinner. I ruined one or two, so we ordered in from time to time, nothing too crazy. The afternoons were mine, so I kept that time for myself. One afternoon, however, I took it upon myself to give Lana a call at the number she gave me. I had no phone, so I just used the house phone to call the number. The phone rang out. Good day, you've reached Lana Duvalt, head of the House of Hestia. Please leave your name, number, and if you are a member, your Artie's house number, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Be seeing you. I left a message saying, Hey, Lana, it's Madison, you know, Maddie. I tried to figure out how to say this. Listen, I kind of need to know what happened to Devin, the guy I was traveling with. Demetra said he died, but I don't know. I kind of need some closure, and I've been avoiding this for some time. Is there a gravesite or something I can visit? I know this isn't your kind of issue, Lana, but you're kind of the only link I have to Demetra or anyone else who can help me out. I heaved a sigh as I hung up. Thanks. It would be a rather dull day until I got a knock at the door. Hey, Maddie, you home? I could hear Alice shouting. I opened the door to see her standing there with an empty grocery satchel, which was a large canvas backpack. Alice? You don't have a phone. Want to hit up the shops? We can get you a phone and you can keep me company, she beamed. Okay, I smiled. I could use a distraction, I guess. Alice then grabbed me. Great, let's go. And with that, I barely had my shoes on before Alice dragged me out with her. We were taking a break at the Starbucks as Alice helped me add her number and a few others into my new phone. Nothing crazy, just a little Android phone. I think an LG. Gotta put Grace's number in there. Text her, okay? If Nemi is pregnant, then there will be a hair-a-day for them. She grinned. Hair-a-day? I asked. She nodded. All of her friends get together and give her gifts for her and the baby. A baby shower? I asked. I mean, we call it a hair-a-day, but if that's the same thing, then cool, Alice chuckled. A few Arties and Hesties were walking down the street carrying wreaths, ribbons, and banners. They seemed to be on the way to the palace. Decorations along the stairs and the columns leading up to it were being set up. One statue of a woman is getting a wreath placed on her head and around her neck. Alice blocked my view as I was inspecting the site. Have you ever been to the palace? I mean, the image of Dagmar's lifeless body slumped on the ground came to mind. I've only been in the throne room once. I turned my attention back to her. What's with the decorations? Well, it's the Thesmophoria's festival soon. They deck the whole city out, have a show. Alice looked to the palace. The wreaths were being added to the statue of Demeter. She smiled and motioned to the larger statue next to her, and her daughter Persephone. Isn't she the goddess of spring? I asked, noticing that there was a trident in her hand and a crown of thorns on her head. The statue looked rather ominous, the statue depicting Persephone clad in armor. Alice chuckled. I mean, yeah, but more importantly, she's the queen of the underworld. Oh, right. Hades tricked her and he trapped her down below, right? Alice raised her eyebrows. You know little about the old gods, huh? Well, I saw a play about it once. She ate 6 seeds of pomegranate and they trapped her in the underworld for 6 months. And that's when the crops die because it depresses Demeter. I defended. Alice smiled at me. Persephone seduced Hades and took the underworld by his side as his queen. We celebrate this as a time when our own children grow up and move on to start their own lives, and when we create a new life. That's why the raids happened a few weeks ago. We're celebrating fertility. She motioned to Persephone's statue again and achieving our desires. Looking at the statue, it was an odd thing. I always thought she was just the goddess of spring. But in Penthesil, she's something else. Hey, since you're new, do you want to take a trip through the palace? They do tours for schools and stuff. You could learn about us while you're here, she offered. I checked the time on my phone and smiled. Will you be back in time for dinner with your Artie? I asked. Alice rolled her eyes. Chloe's a softie, she frowned. I think her mother raised her alone, so she doesn't understand what to do with me. Kind of disappointing. I was hoping for something a little more, intimate. She grinned. But we can't all be as lucky as Grace. I rolled my eyes. You ever think you might come on too strong? Alice grinned like the cat that ate the canary. Me? Never. It was a few hours after I was headed back home. It was evening, and it worried me that I'd be late to get home. I was prepared to order out again. Alice waved to me as we parted. It was a blast. I need to get back home. Maybe we can meet up in a day or two. I nod. Sure, sounds fun. I'll see if Grace can tear herself away from Nemi for an afternoon, she snickered. As she walked off, I continued on my way home before I heard someone shout at me. American girl! I turned to my left and saw the thin and gangly woman who had lit the bag on fire when I first arrived. Lana had told me to ignore them, and I would have until she held up a letter between her 2 fingers. The seal on the back was the same as the one I found in Maria's drawer. What is that? I said, staring at her hand. She grinned at me. Come on in and I'll tell ya. I walked towards her, and she stepped back into a darkened room. Welcome to our parlor, she said, bowing to meet my eye level. Inside were a few disheveled pews, some lit incense, and papers lying all over the floor. At the front of the room, on a small altar, sat a golden apple, and Greek letters scrawled across its face. "Where did you get that letter?" I asked, turning to her. She presented it to me. I opened the letter, only to see a single word on it. Eris. "What does that mean?" I asked her. She took the paper, grinning, closed it. "My name is Eurybia. I'm the head priestess of this lovely church." She smiled as I approached the altar. "What sort of church is this? You worshipping an apple?" I said as I appraised the odd thing in front of me. Eurybia stood tall behind me, her thin hands touching my shoulders gently. "It's not the apple, dear, but who created it." She leaned down and whispered into my ear. "That apple started a war and killed the queen of Penthesilea. The blood of war and strife coats this apple." I backed away, or tried to. Eurybia blocked my path. I looked up at Eurybia, glaring at her. "Get out of my way!" "You have a destiny similar. While you aren't a catalyst, you are the agent of great discord coming to us all, and for none of us." She grinned wider. "And who told you that?" "Mother of discord and strife, tipper of fate, destroyer of order in the mundane." She shouted and pointed to a statue I had not noticed in the corner. The statue featured bright colors and patterns across its surface. It had bright blonde hair, ruby red lips, and they clad the woman in a dress, yet still had a metal bracers and a metal breastplate over it. Her hand was empty but outstretched as if offering something. A tiara followed along a widow's peak on her head. Eurybia took the apple from the altar and placed it in the statue's outstretched hand. I swear the statue began to smile at me. "What goddess is that?" "Eris, goddess, destroyer, decimator of order and harmony." A familiar voice spoke behind me. I turned to see Captain Geru stand behind me. "Captain, nice to see you again." She looked me up and down. "I see you're the Hestia of Commander Ragus. How nice for you." She glanced at Eurybia. "Priestess, discourse surround you." "And you," she grinned. "How goes the days, Captain?" "Our queen continues to stir our people into a frenzy as always. This festival is no exception. She's requested a U.S. performer to come to us. The Senate is in an uproar." She turned to me. "Seems these Americans always bring about our goddess's work." "What chaos did I bring?" I frowned. Captain Geru smiled, and it was an unnerving smile. "You made my private abandon her post, which led to her suffering overtime. Her Hestia fretted for her at home, and her barging into the house of Hestia brought about its own set of discord and chaos. Not to mention that she and the head of the house of Hestia were once in a very intimate Hestia-Artie relationship." Eurybia clapped her hands, giddy with excitement. "Oh, you're just a treat." "Listen, I didn't even plan to be here." I trailed off, as this seemed to please both of them even more. "Her work is always beautiful, is it not?" Eurybia smiled as she turned to the statue. "We worship here no other goddess, you see. They all follow the laws and edicts of their goddess's order, but none give them praise. We, the ever-loyal Discordian, we always give praise to our goddess, and she holds no law or plan. Her law is lawless, her plan unplanned." She trails off. "Her wisdom unwise, and yet Wise again. Oh, great Eris. The sleeping woman in the pew sat up. All hail Eris! All hail Discordia! A few other voices repeated this phrase within the small room. I could only grimace at it. This cult seemed far too deep for me. I should get going, I explained. Yes, you should, Eurybia smiled. I've kept you too long. Off you go. May chaos surround you, but never drag you into its wake. I ran out of there as fast as I could, understanding now why Lana warned me not to go inside. I thought I was lucky that night. Hilly was late for dinner. That worked out fine at first because I was so late getting home. If she'd arrived on time, I'd never have gotten things ready. However, after I finished, she still wasn't home. I didn't wait up for her too long. I made a plate for her, placed in the microwave with some plastic wrap on it, finished my own, and cleaned up the kitchen. As annoying as it was to make a dinner for 2 people and have her not show or even tell me she wasn't showing, I had to remind myself that I wasn't in a relationship, despite having all the qualities of one. We were more like roommates. Still, I would have liked a word with Hilly when she got in. I was reading in the living room when there was a knock at the door around 12. I frowned, walking to the door. Late-night visitors were never a good thing. Who's there? A pair of women's voices chuckled. We're the drunky delivery service. I have a pickled commander, the other voice shouted. Is this the right house? One of them snickered. The last one wasn't. I sighed and opened the door, seeing a pair of soldiers hoisting Hilly up between them. They draped her arms over each of their shoulders. As soon as the door opened, they stumbled in, almost dropping her twice. Oh, what a night! The black-haired pale soldier snickered, glancing at me. Whoa, Hilly didn't say how cute you were there, little Hestia. The other soldier, a redhead, groaned, picking the black-haired woman up. Sorry, ma'am, she gets horny when she's drunk. Shut up, the black-haired woman slurred. I'm not drunk. She grinned at me. But I am. That's my point. Come on, let's get you home. I held the door for them. Thanks for seeing Hilly home. Least we can do for the commander, the redhead said, frowning to me. Today's the day her daughter died. She put her fingers to her lips. Shh. I peered over the couch at Hilly, who sprawled out snoring. With a gentle slap on her chest, I tried to rouse her. Hilly, you're smashed. She groaned, looking up at me. Maria? It's Maddie, I clarified. Maddie? Oh. She groaned, sitting up. Oh, right, Maddie. I pulled her to her feet. Come on, let's get you to bed. She stumbled forward, but I caught her. With great difficulty, I got her into her bedroom and pulled the boots off for her. I also got her shirt off and her pants, pulling the covers over her. Come to bed, Maria, she mumbled. It's Maddie, I clarified again. That too, she sighed. I shook my head as I walked to the door and turned to her, a bit of pity in me as I looked out for her. Good night, Hilly. Feel better. She murmured something else before I left the room. I closed the door and changed her plate from the microwave to the refrigerator. As it was late, I locked the house up, shut the lights, and headed to my room. I got into my nightgown and turned my own lights off, climbing into bed. The last thing I remember was my head hitting the pillow before a loud thump against the floor woke me up. I sat up, the room dark, my eyes still adjusting. Something pressed down on the foot of my bed, and as I squinted in the dark, I realized it was Hilly. Maria, I'm sorry. Come back to bed. I didn't mean to fight with you, she mumbled. I frowned, searching for the light. It's mad. I know you're mad, but... Her weight shifted, and she was lying on top of me. Let me make it up to you, baby. Hilly, get! Before I could say anything, her mouth was on mine. I tried to push her off, but even drunk, she was far too strong for me. I could smell the alcohol in her breath as her tongue forced its way into my mouth, chasing after my retreating tongue as she kissed and sucked at me. When she finally broke the kiss, I gasped for air, trying to push her off. Hilly, you're drunk, I stammered. The cover slid off me, and she grappled my legs under her arm. Maria, let me make you feel good. Hilly, I'm not. My hands was thrust against my mouth, covering it and my nose while I struggled to push her hand down, further to free my nostrils. I screamed against her hand as she ground her naked hips against my own. I love you, Maria, she slurred while grinding her sex against mine. She had her leg at such a painful angle I feared she would dislocate my hip. I tried to struggle, to scream, but it was no use. Her hand felt like steel, and it took all my strength to move her finger away from my nose. In a panic, I beat against her shoulders, finding no purchase. Her grinding grew faster, and she seemed to enjoy herself. Yes, baby, she groaned. I struggle as I might, I couldn't get out from under her. That's when I realized I could still move my jaw. I got as much of the skin of her palm in my mouth as possible and bit down hard. Hilly screamed and tumbled off the bed. I finally flipped on the light, my heart racing, as I pulled the covers over myself. Hilly rubbed her head and looked around in a daze. Maria, why did... She turned to face me. I recoiled from her. Hilly's face looked confused and hurt. Wait, you're... She blinked a bit as she stood up. Her shirt the only article of clothing she was wearing. She stumbled, looking to me. Maddie? I glared at her. Get out. Hilly had a tear rolling down her cheek. You're not... Oh. She staggered to the door, stopping before turning to me. Sorry. She stumbled out the door and down the hall. I rushed to the door and slammed it hard, my back against the door as I slid down to the floor. Pulling my legs up to my chin, I was shaking as I double-checked that I had locked the door. That night I didn't move from that spot. I slept with my head on my knees, my eyes closed, eventually passing out. I looked up to see a thin blonde woman sitting on my bed. She seemed small and frail. I shot to my feet in an instant. Who are you? I screamed. A golden apple slipped from her hand and rolled to my feet. When I glanced up, I saw a woman with sunken eyes who looked emaciated, gray eyes and thin blonde hair over her head. Crumbs, she whispered. I pressed myself against the door, trying to get away from her somehow. I've only had crumbs. She bent down, bony fingers grasping the apple. But you're... She paused, thin lips turned to a weak smile. Muffin. Muffin? I said, confused. She grinned. Yes, it's muffin time, you see. She walked towards me, her thin, cold hand on my shoulder. You are to be a wonderful agent of mine. I recalled the apple. You're that Eris woman. Goddess, she hissed. Okay. I stepped away from her. Okay, goddess. Yes, she affirmed. So few in my order, so few praises, but soon there lies grand discourse on the horizon. She smiled at me, of which you will be an interesting agent. She pointed to the mirror. I stepped over to it, and reflecting in it was a version of me covered in blood, grinning. The reflection reached out and grabbed me by the shoulders, pulling me into the mirror. Below me was water. As I fell, I realized I was toppling down the waterfall. Passing by me was Devin. He turned to me. "Help, Madison!" I tried to reach out to him, only for us to hit the water with a thud instead of a splash. My heart was racing as I woke up. Still hugging my legs against my chest in my room, a thud hit the door, and I realized someone was knocking. "Maddie?" Hilly said from the other side. I shuddered and pulled my legs tighter against myself. "Maddie, if I did something last night, I owe you an apology, okay? I woke up with a hangover and some cuts on my hand. To be honest, I'm not sure how I got home last night." As I thought back to the night before, it was clear she thought I wasn't me. Thinking back made me grimace. Still, what happened was fresh in my mind. I stood up and opened the door just a crack. Hilly looked contrite as she peered through the doorway. "Did I hurt you?" I didn't know how to respond, so I just said, "Yes." Before I could figure out what was going on, Hilly was on her knees looking up at me. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'll bring home some take-in on the way home. I'm sorry. I never drank like that with someone else in the house." My stomach was doing backflips. I didn't know what to do. She was sorry, but was that enough? She had, last night, what was that? A cold voice in my head said the word. Rape. I shook my head. "No," I whimpered. "Not that. I did not get raped. I didn't live in a world of men only to get tossed into a world of women and wind up raped. Maddie, please, I'm sorry. I'll never drink like that again." She frowned. "Please, Maddie, I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't even remember what happened last night." I opened the door and looked down at her. You hurt me, okay? You barged into my room last night, and you called me Maria, and attacked me." Yes, it was an attack. It wasn't a rape. That would be silly. She was just grinding on me. A case of mistaken identity, that was it. Nothing happened. Nothing. "I'm sorry." Hilly turned from me. "I've not taken Maria and Lyria's death as well as I let on." "Maybe you should talk to someone about it," I said, kneeling down with her. Hilly hid her face from me as best she could. "Hilly?" She stood up, getting defensive. "I'm sorry, okay? It won't happen again, I promise that. Don't leave, or tell Lana." I couldn't see her face, but I saw tears flowing down her chin. "Okay, I won't." Then Hilly stormed off down the hallway. I closed my door and pressed my back against it, staring at my room. That's when I saw it again. Sitting in the center of the room, lying on the floor, was the letter with that strange symbol on it again. Next to it was a yellow apple. "Help! I'm trapped in a city of all women, and I've found a new religion." I know everyone wants me to report what happened to me from my last post. I agree I should, but if this ever happened to you, you know it's not that simple. Thanks for the support. It's helped. I think I may get to a point where I can confront Hilly about it. Of course, adding to the issue is that she doesn't recall the event, while I do. So that's fun. I don't know how she'll take it. Regardless, I was in a pretty scattered state the following day. I ran to the note and apple. I grabbed the note and stared at it in shock. It's Maria's suicide note, complete, and I can only drop it as if it were a lump of burning hot coal. Lana had taken it. I knew she had. How was it back here? I got dressed, determined to get the hell out of there. I didn't know where I would run, where I would go. And as I got to the stairs, I saw Hilly was talking to someone at the door. Demetra walked in. She glanced up at me stoically. My apologies, Madison, but I'll be tearing you away from your Hestia duties for the day. She turned to Hilly. I assume you'll be fine by yourself for the day, Commander? Hilly nodded. Yes, Madam Steward. With no need for additional prompting, I ran down the stairs, eager to get out of there. Hilly looked to me as I left. Remember what we talked about? I didn't respond as I walked out the door. Demetra walked along with me towards the Humvee. Sorry for not reaching out to give you warning. Lana gave me your message. About Devin? I asked. Demetra nodded. Yes. She motioned to the Humvee. Get in. I did so with little hesitation and buckled myself in. Demetra got into the driver's side, and soon we were driving down the street towards the wall. I will start off by stating that the initial information I received from the search party was incorrect. I turned to her, eyes wide. What do you mean? Demetra glanced at me, but kept her eyes on the road. Your friend is not dead. What? I shouted as we neared the wall on the eastern side of the city. As we approached, a gate opened and we passed through. Demetra nodded. I only discovered when I forwarded your request to the men's village where the search party dropped him off. He is alive, she turned to me. The search party will face a heavy inquiry. I decided you should accompany me to see him. Why would they lie? I shouted. I'm unsure. We will find out. As we drove, the truck bounced and bobbed over very rough dirt roads. Some roads so overgrown I could barely call them roads, more like worn paths. After about a half an hour, we reached a large clearing. In the clearing, I saw a small town. A tall fence surrounded and featured guard gate out front. Stay close to me. You're small and kind of cute. You may get hit on, she said as we pulled up to the gate. A huge man peeked into the Humvee, ducking to do so. He was burly. He had a thick beard and mustache and long hair. He wore a shirt that was bulging at its buttons and smiled warmly at us. Hailer, Demetra smiled. Hello to you, she showed her ID. We're here to see the American. He nodded, handed the ID back. Welcome, Madame Stewart, and friend. He hit a button to lift the gate. Demetra waved as we drove in. Along the main road was a series of mid-size homes, with gardens, some with driveways, all with young boys playing with older men, and the very rare instance of an arty. That shocked me most. Wait, I thought this was a men's-only village. Demetra shook her head. Only Benthesil has the sacred restriction requiring only women set foot on its soil. The land around is not so restrictive. She turned to me. Trust me, you couldn't live here. While it may work for a time, the men get rowdy, and a woman like you can't defend themselves. I grumbled under my breath. The women can get rowdy, too. I glued my eyes out of the window as we passed several houses. I will not lie. Being around a city full of women must have gotten to me, particularly because every guy seemed to be one level of buff or another. My jaw might have been in my lap as we passed a park. A group of tall men playing basketball, half shirtless, not an ounce of body fat in sight. Another part of the park was full of free weights, and men were busying themselves with straining to lift and heft the weights around them. The park had a plaque sitting on a signpost that read, "No citizen has a right to be an amateur in the matter of physical training. Socrates." Amen, I whispered. Demetra chuckled. I was concerned for your safety, but apparently I need to watch out for the men if you keep looking at them like that. I blushed and tried to keep my eyes forward. We continued to drive until we arrived at a larger building. I noticed all the buildings were built-up homes with brown concrete. This one in particular was a good 3 stories tall. Demetra got out. "Come along, Madison," she said as she opened my door. "Let's sort this out." I hopped out of the truck with Demetria's help, and we headed inside. At the front counter there was a check-in. A man sat behind the check-in counter, again sporting a beard and long hair. He spotted us and stood. "Oh, Hyler, how may I help you?" He stood up only a few inches shy of Demetra. "Good morning. I'm Steward Demetria. I called about the status of the American. They told me he was alive." "Ah, Madam Steward. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. Yes, please follow me," he said as he walked out from behind the desk, and shouted to someone in the office. "Thor, I'm escorting the steward. Watch the front." A gruff voice echoed back, "Fine, Eric." Eric, the man leading us, was fit and athletic. I was thankful for the loose scrubs he was wearing in the air-conditioned building. Otherwise, I'd end up staring at his butt the whole time. After some turns here and there, we got to a room, and Eric opened it for us, turning on a light. "He's here." I rushed in. "Devin?" I shouted. In the hospital bed, with air hoses and tubes going into his nose and mouth. Rather worse for wear was Devin. I frowned as I walked over to him. "Dev, you there?" I took his hand and felt hopeful for a moment as he grabbed it. Then he released it and grabbed it again. I saw his hands was just flexing, open and closed. Eric explained. "When the search and rescue team found him, he was unresponsive. His breathing was shallow, so we had to get him hooked to a breathing machine. He's been out since then." "So he's comatose?" Demetra asked, walking towards him. "Seems so," Eric acknowledged. Demetra stood next to me. "Sorry again," she said, looking him over. "Shame. He's a nice specimen." "Specimen?" I said, turning to her in anger. Demetra turned to me. "Yes, he seems like a healthy male. It's a shame this happened to him." I backed down, remembering how he got here. A deep voice rumbled from the door. "It is a shame." Demetra turned to face the door, her face lighting up. "Jürgen!" I turned and my eyes almost bulged out of my head. A man as tall as Demetra stood in the doorway. He had a broad chest with black tattoos over his huge biceps, wrapping around his bulging pecs. The guy stood there shirtless, wearing nothing but a pair of boots and jeans. He had a thick beard, braided with little metal beads, splitting it into a set of 3 separate braids. His hair was long and tied back into a ponytail. Demetria and Jürgen grasped the hands of each other and then bumped their chests together before their free arms wrapped around one another. "What on earth are you doing here, Jürgen?" she asked. He chuckled. "I heard from Sandor that you had come through the gate. I came as soon as I could," he bellowed. Demetra broke the hug and smiled. "Madison, this is my son Jürgen." She grinned as she looked to my face. "His eyes are higher up, dearie." Oh, I blushed. Sorry." He chuckled. "My fault. I rushed over in the middle of my jog, so I didn't have a t-shirt." "That's not a problem," I whispered as I watched the sweat glisten down his abs. "I told you my son was a beast," she grinned, slapping her hand on his hardened shoulder, as if she were presenting him to me. Could she? I wish she would. His face fell a bit as he turned to me. "She's American?" Demetra nodded. "Yes." Jürgen flicked his head to the door. "Mother, a word." Demetra walked out of the room. I walked over to Devin, looking him over. "Devin?" You in there? He didn't respond, just lay there, twitching every now and again. I looked at Eric. Why is he twitching? Eric pulled back the blanket, showing little patches and wires attached to them all over his arm in specific locations. These keep the muscles from atrophying while he's comatose, he sighed. On the off chance he wakes up. Oh, by Hera, as if this situation could not get any worse, Demetrius shouted from the hallway. I moved closer to the door. Demetria's raised voice caught my attention. Jurgen tried to whisper, I know. We've been talking about it since the doctor told us. How can you be certain? What did he find? I need to see the report. This is a serious accusation, Demetra hissed. The hospital can provide it, I'm sure, Jurgen said. If this is true, and they raped him when they found him, how can we be sure they didn't put him in this condition? How can we even find out who did the deed? Demetra asked. There's no way to tell, Jurgen admitted, unless he turns out to be a father or someone. Demetra finished. Wonderful. I peeked out of the room. Demetria? She looked at me surprised. You're rather loud, I pointed out. Demetria cursed under her breath. I'm sorry, Madison. I'll sort this out, and mark my words, I will punish whoever laid a finger on him. You care about this? I asked. Demetria nodded. Rape is a serious crime in Penthesil, and Devin was unable to give consent or even testimony of consent in his current condition. A shiver ran down my spine, and I felt a lump in my throat. I closed my legs tightly as I stood there, cold sweat coming over me. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. Hey, brother, Jurgen called into the room. Eric, who was still in the room, walked over. Yes? The steward will need the American's admission report. She's got her work cut out for her. Jurgen's smile returned. Eric nodded. Sure thing. He headed down the hall towards the front desk. This is such a messy bit of business. Demetra turned to me. Madison, do you need some time with him before we go? I turned to Devin, lying there in the bed, and turned to her. If he wakes up, you'll tell me? Immediately, Demetra said. I promise you that. Fine, but we need to discuss a few other issues, I said. Demetra nodded. Jurgen, walk with us. Jurgen smiled as we did so. How are my sisters, Theodora and Helena? Demetria laughed. Doing fine. Theodora is coming back from her trip to the U.S. just in time for Thesmophoria. Jurgen nodded. How's my little warrior? Demetria smiled. Sylvie is doing amazing in her teachings and her classes. I'm so proud of her. And you? How are the boys? Jurgen laughs. Bo and Froda are constantly competing for my attention. I'm thankful they're at school right now. Hard to keep up with those boys. If they are half the trouble you were for your father, then I can only imagine. Demetria laughed as we got to the front of the desk. Jurgen sighed. I miss father. Demetria nodded. He was a good man, a fine specimen, just as you are. She smiled at him. I'm getting a little less insulted as Demetria calls someone a fine specimen, since it seems to be a compliment for her. Well, Mother, I must get going, Jurgen said as Eric came with the paperwork. Demetria had looked over the documents before she turned to him and smiled again. Well then, tell the boys their grandmother says hello. She hugged him, grasped his hand, and bumped her chest to his again. Jurgen kissed her cheek. I will, Mother. I love you. Until next time we meet. He smiled and waved. By the time we got back to Penthesil proper, or the main city as I call it, Demetria was livid. I cannot believe those bitches, she shouted. Turning to me, again, I'm sorry, but this is a serious issue. I could barely speak, my stomach in knots. Madison, I'm sure you're upset. We stopped on the road. She looked around. Whatever the issue is, let it out. I'll turn away. I broke down there, sobbing into my hands. It was my fault this happened to Devin, and I was getting what I deserved for it. I knew it. Devin got raped, so it was karma that something similar would happen to me. I spent a good couple of minutes crying before I finally got a hold of myself. I'm sorry. Don't be, Demetria said. I'm guessing you never let it hit you, your situation. She started up the truck. I nodded. It's been stressful, yes. The House of Hestia offers grief counseling and such, if you need it. Thanks, I said, looking out of the window as we rolled on. I wanted to ask you if there was any news on when I can get home. Demetria heaved a sigh. I owe you the truth on that matter, don't I? I frowned, turning to her. I've been communicating with your Secretary of State via secure email. She and I are close. She's a rather matter-of-fact woman. I suppose you need to be in that position in your country. She cleared her throat. In no short words, she informed me you're my problem now, and not to send you back for your sake. What? I shouted. Are you... Why? Penthesil remains hidden from the public eye because we would be a liability otherwise. It's a preference, to be honest. Our entire population knows about our inclusion into certain operations of the United States military, because that's our entire culture. Soldiers tell war stories to their Hesties, and they gossip like mad. For us, it's just war. For them, the missions we're deployed on are top secret and could look bad in the press. So if we speak among ourselves, they do not care, as long as no one in the U.S. knows about us, she explained. The last time someone fell into our possession, when we returned them, they were killed. She gave me a grave look. I had hoped that, perhaps, she'd take some pity for your cause, but she held the long-established line. I was aghast, sitting there, feeling betrayed by my country. She'll make a damn good president for your country, she said, turning to me. Better than the idealist in charge now. It was then that it hit me. Wait, who was it you spoke to? Your Secretary of State, Madam Hillary Clinton, Demetria said. I stared ahead, still shocked. You're friends with Hillary Clinton? Demetria nodded. We have similar positions and issues with our respective leaderships, her and I. She sighed. Though I'm certain your President Obama doesn't like to execute people in the Oval Office. Wait, if you're emailing the U.S., doesn't that leave a paper trail back to you? I asked. Demetria shook her head. She has informed me there's a kill switch on the server if someone ever tried to sniff a trail out. I'm not concerned about her discretion in the least. We finally got to the house. Demetria looked to me. I can't idle this thing all day, Madison. I nodded. Thank you for keeping me in the loop, Demetria. And I'd like if you kept me informed about what happens to the women who did that to him, I said, avoiding the word that made me freak out. Demetria nodded as I shut the door. Demetria drove off shortly thereafter. I decided I wasn't ready to go back inside, and I started walking down the street. I was wandering, or so I thought. Madison, a voice to my right said. I turned, and there she was, Eurybia, smoking a cigarette. What are you doing here? I asked. What are you doing here? She smiled. I looked and realized I had walked down the street and to the Order of Eris church. Oh. I was wondering why I was here too. Now I see. She put her arm around my shoulder. Come on in. I didn't resist as I looked around. The place seemed deserted as I remembered. Do you know why we praise Eris above others? She smiled. Why? Because it's better to be ahead of the devil than in her wake. She walked in front of me. You are behind me, and whatever does not come my way comes to you. Her cigarette smoke wafted towards me. But she pulled me ahead before standing before the altar. If you stand ahead of me, then, well, now you are clear. I turned to her, narrowing my eyes. You've been behind her the whole time, haven't you? Nothing has gone your way. Things are looking bleak, and now here you are, lost and alone. Yet you found your way here, back to her. She motioned to the statue in the corner. Always her. I looked to the statue and the apple in its hand. Have a bite, she said. It's gold. I picked the apple up. Trust me. Trust her. Trust Eris. I shrugged and took a bite. As I bit into it, I realized it was a normal apple. I looked down at it to see gold filigree painted along the surface. As I swallowed, Eurybia grinned wide to me. Eris be praised. The room spun, and as I turned, the statue of Eris was now in front of me, both hands outstretched. Fog filled the room and reached up to my waist. As this happened, a wind began to blow, pushing the fog past me. Behind me, the fog twisted and churned, and I could swear I heard screams from the fog. The statue was now the frail, thin version of Eris I had seen in my bedroom, and her hands reached out to me. My muffin, she grinned. The wind grew stronger, and I reached out, taking her hands. She looked less malnourished, her hair growing more voluminous. As my agent, I will spare you the consequences of my chaos. Others may suffer, but not you. You shall be spared. I turned around to hear more screaming. Do not look back, Eris said. I turned forward. You said you'd protect me, Eris nodded. And I punish those who harm my agents. Face forward, march forward with a life, and all shall go your way. And you'll punish those who hurt me? I said, thinking of Hilly. Eris grinned wide. For that, I ask patience, my sweet confectionery, for I have grown weak in the wake of harmony and tranquility. But if you give me your patronage, I promise that in time, all who wrong you will pay. I narrowed my eyes on hers and clasped her hand. Fine. If I'm stuck in this place, I may as well deal with you. What do you want? Praise me when chaos passes you by and strikes others. Praise me when you find yourself in good fortune. Continue to praise me for years, and I shall strike back at all who have wronged my little agent. She grinned. Fine, I'll praise you, I agreed. If that's all you want, I can give you that. Eris beamed to me. The wind picked up. Oh, my sweet little muffin, you have such great things ahead of you. Now go and praise my works. As she let go of my hands, I stumbled backwards over myself, landing on the floor of the order hall. Eurabia looked down at me, smiling lazily. Did you see her? I nodded. Praise be. Praise be, I said, getting to my feet, looking to the apple, seeing the golden fruit restored to its normal state. I picked it up, examining it, and found no marks on it. It was heavy, solid gold. Yet when I checked my lips, there was flecks of gold on them. The altar sat before me, and I walked over to it, placing the apple back in her hand. Praise be to Eris. I was walking home, late afternoon, dreading going back home, but I'm wondering if my newfound faith would give me some kind of protection. Hilly was waiting out front for me. She was grinning. Maddie! What? I spat. Hilly's eyes narrowed at me. I got you an I'm sorry present for last night. Be grateful. She offered a small envelope to me. I opened it, pulling out a lanyard and a small card attached to it. It read, VIP, Thesamorphia Concert, Royal Seating. I looked at Hilly. What is this? Hilly grinned wide. I got you a ticket to the concert tonight. VIP, best seats in the house. Her smile faded. It's the least I can do for coming in drunk and barging into your room last night. I felt my eyes twitch, but looked to the ticket. It was dated for tonight, which meant no cooking and no being stuck in the house with Hilly. Okay, but isn't this in a couple of hours? Hilly nodded. Yeah, so will you come with me then? I get you're remorseful, but why a concert? I asked. It's the biggest event of the season, and happening today. Her face fell a bit. Do you not want to go? My stomach started to do backflips at the thought of going back to my room at the end of the night. So I conceded. No, I appreciate it. Thanks. Good. Hilly smiled, grabbing my hand. Then we should get going. Our destination was a large stadium built into the south wall of the city. The place was massive, and I was curious why it was built into the wall. The seats were inside the city, but the stage, and even a good 10 feet in front of it, were on the other side of the wall. Hilly answered my question before I even asked. We built the amphitheater into the wall to accommodate male performers. Thanks, I was wondering about that, I asked, as I was led up a set of stairs leading to the higher seats that was closer to the stage. We got to a balcony and Hilly looked to me. We'll be off to the side. My status of commander gets us seats in the Queen's booth. A shiver ran down my spine. The Queen? Like, the Queen? Hilly smiled wide. Awesome, right? Hilly and I's definition of awesome differed. We opened the door and then pulled back a curtain, leading to a balcony overlooking the amphistage theater. There were 3 large seats, the center being the largest. Another set of 3 seats, much more normal and average side, sat to the right of these, opposite a small aisle. In front of these seats, dropped lower, was another row of normal seats. A voice perked up from the larger throne. You're early, mistress. The voice sounded familiar. A pair of legs clad in leather-heeled boots draped over the arm of the largest throne. The legs were bare, leading up to a little skirt. From the other side of the throne leaned a woman's upper body. Her top was a belly shirt, punky, ripped purposefully in places, showing off a woman's washboard stomach. The long white hair tipped me off, despite her wearing a little black mask over her face. Lana? I shouted. The legs and upper body retreated behind the throne, and she walked around, trying to appear dignified in her, what I would call, concert clothing. She removed the mask. Ah, Maddie, Hilly, what are you two doing here? Her face was flushed. What are you doing here? I asked. Hilly chuckled. Lana and the Queen have a little none of your business, Lana snapped, frowning. And what are you two doing here? We wanted to beat the rush, Hilly said. How long did you plan to wait? Lana rolled her eyes. This was supposed to be a little surprise. That's a good thing we got here first, Hilly explained. Why? Lana asked. Both the princesses will be joining Her Majesty, Hilly informed. Oh, pooh. Lana huffed. She sighed. They never come to these events. Why today? The Queen said she had a surprise for Zephyrina, Hilly said. She mentioned something about that a few weeks ago, I remembered. When I was first in the palace, Lana smiled. Hilly, do you know what it is? Hilly shook her head. I'm not sure. Hilly moved me and Lana to the smaller chairs. But they'll be here soon. She wasn't wrong. The first person to arrive was the rather demure Ava. She held tight to her wings against her back. Despite my best efforts, they still drew my eyes to them. Her blue eyes scanned up, lingering on Hilly. Commander Hilly, I see you'll be joining us. She looked to Lana. I see you're rather dressed down for the evening, Lana. She turned to me. Who is this? Princess Ava, this is Madison Hill. She's acting as my Hestia on your mother's order. Princess Ava offered her hand to me. Miss Hill, how nice to meet you. The pleasure's all mine, I said, as I shook her hand. Demetra told me what happened to you and your companion. My deepest condolences to you, she said, her other hand clasping over mine. If there's anything I can do while you're here, please let me know. She looked to Lana. I'm in constant contact with the house Hestia. Princess Ava was the first person who treated me with real empathy other than Lana, but I always had difficulty telling whether she was presenting me with a false face or not. Thank you, Your Highness. She shook her head. You're a guest, not a subject of mine. There's no reason to address me so formally. My name is Ava. Oh, well, thanks, Ava. Ava smiled at me and made her way to the far leftmost seat, which sat next to the largest one. The next pair of people to enter was Queen Rachel and her younger daughter, Zephyrina. Seeing the pair up close, I was jarred to see the height difference between Rachel and Zephyrina. Zephyrina stood almost a whole head taller than her. Mom, Zephyrina sighed, you will really make me sit up here during the concert. Rachel argued. Yes, my daughter. Our place is up here, above the rabble. Rachel turned to Hilly and me. Commander, what is this American doing here? So quick. Help! I'm trapped in a city of all women. My goddess is protecting me, and no one else. I know. You're all concerned they indoctrinated me into a cult. Also, for those curious, this will be my last update about the past and how I got here and such. My next update will cover the last few days. Talking about the abuse has helped too because I've been in denial for a while. I think I must confront Hilly about it. Yes, I'm still stuck with her. Sort of. It's complicated. Your Grace, Hilly bowed to Queen Rachel. She is my Hestia and my guest. Rachel forced a smile. How nice. She turned her attention to Lana. Lana. She looked her up and down with a predatory smile. I approve. Another time, yes? Lana's face was beet red. Yes, my queen. She went to leave before Rachel stopped her. Oh, no, dear. I did not say leave. Please stay. She motioned to the seat in front of the largest seat. Sit below me. under my feet. Lana nodded and did as she was told. Another tall woman, similar to Zephyrina, walked into the balcony, and it was getting crowded on the balcony. I moved down to the lower level of seats. She looked about Zephyrina's age, which had to be in the late teens, and wore a band t-shirt and cut-off jeans. She had long black hair and tan skin. She smiled to Zephyrina. "Zeph!" "Theo!" Zephyrina hugged her. "You're back!" She turned to Rachel. "Mama, this is a surprise." It didn't seem right in the way she addressed Rachel, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Rachel cast a dagger-filled glare at Theodora before she sat down in her own chair. It was not. Demetra walked in behind her, spotted Hilary and me. "Ah, Commander, nice to see you. I see you've brought your Hestia along for the festivities." Hilary bowed. "Yes, Madam Steward." Demetra took the middle seat from the right side of the aisle, Theodora and Zephyrina both sitting next to each other, the aisle between them, chatting. Demetra looked back. "Helena, what are you doing back there?" The squire from the throne room scurried out from behind the curtain and plopped herself to her mother's right. She didn't say much. Demetra placed her arm around the young girl, pulling her close, whispering a few things to her, calming the shy thing down a bit. The stage lights flashed twice, and with that, Hilary and I found our seats. I turned to see Lana's face was beet red still, as she sat in front of Queen Rachel's seat. It was then that I realized Rachel had her foot resting on Lana's shoulder. I decided it was best not to look and turn my attention to the stage. The first band that played was a local penthesil one. 3 huge women got up and gave poor renditions of rock and roll songs. The band was competent, but outside of that, they were unremarkable. A few times I turned to see Zephyrina and Theodora were both looking to the front of the stage, rather than bobbing with the music. As I turned to it, I saw that there were no seats in the front of the stage, just people standing around, dancing, and a few circles forming where women were slamming into one another. I guess that the mosh pit is universal. With the band finishing with a song that I'd at least label as good, they rushed off stage, the drum set even being pulled off to the side. Hilary scoffed. That's odd." The house lights dropped and a heavy bass beat soon filled the amphitheater. It was some kind of new metal. Strobe lights flashed over the stage and the crowd began to go wild. Zephyrina was on her feet. "No way, Mama. You got in this moment to play?" Rachel grinned to Zephyrina. "Surprise!" A shrill voice sang out from the stage. "Mirror, mirror on the wall." Zephyrina and Theodora both let out screams of excitement. I turned to see Rachel looking to Zephyrina with a wide smile. When I glanced to Eve, I saw her with a finger in her ear. "Who's the fairest of them all?" A spotlight soon shone on Queen Rachel. Rachel now beamed, spreading her wings, waving smugly. "Tell me I'm the perfect queen." There was cheering from the entire amphitheater. I dragged my attention back to the stage. A woman with long blonde hair, wearing all black, even sporting a black wide-brim hat of sorts, walked out with a microphone. She had long black gloves with exaggerated claw-like fingertips. She wore black thigh-high heels and was the lead singer of the band. The other band members, all men, came out wearing various levels of white face paint and black leather. "Mirror, mirror in my hand, who's the fairest in the land? Are they lining up for me?" The spotlight finally came off of Rachel as the crowd began to get on their feet. The music kicked up in intensity. Turn it on, tune it in, let it out. Zephyrina then turned to Theodora. Trust me? Theodora frowned to her. Well, yeah, but with what? Turn it on, tune it in, the woman on stage began. Zephyrina then grabbed Theodora in a bear hug, spread her wings, and leaped into the air, taking Theodora with her, flying off the balcony and towards the dance floor down below. Rachel shot to her feet. Zephyrina, she growled. Maybe I'm not all that I've learned, the song continued, as Zephyrina and Theodora flew down to the crowd, joining those dancing and hurling themselves into the mosh pits. Close your eyes, you twist and you turn, the music thrummed, far too loud for my tastes. Rachel looked ready to launch herself out of the balcony and follow Zephyrina, and when Eve pulled her back. Mama, no. Eva then began to whisper a few things to Rachel. I was still unsure why the manner Rachel's daughter addressed her bothered me. Rachel returned to her seat, glaring daggers at the dance floor and holding her hand over her mouth, leaning her elbow on the armrest of her seat. When I looked over again, her teeth were grinding in anger. I turned my attention forward to the concert. I don't want to be your dirty pretty, the lead singer continued. By the time the concert was over, my ears were ringing from the loudspeakers. The first song was by far the tamest, believe it or not, and I could spot Theodora and Zephyrina having the time of their lives down below. I did not think a woman could scream like that and still have vocal cords left. When the house lights were up, Rachel turned to Demetra, glaring. Your daughter is a bad influence on Zephyrina, she barked. Demetria turned to Rachel. My queen, it was your daughter that made off with mine, if I may. Helena hid in her own seat behind Demetra. Oh, do not play coy, Rachel shouted. Do not think I'm blind to your little scheme. You are ensuring my daughter and yours are close friends to enshrine her status. Demetra stood, taking the accusation in stride. Your Grace, I am sorry if you feel that way. I'll discuss this with my daughter and see if, at your request, I can limit Theodora's interactions with Zephyrina. She spoke with the tact of a seasoned politician, and this only seemed to enrage Rachel further. Oh, you'd love a chance to turn my youngest daughter against me, wouldn't you? Rachel glared at her, then turned to Lana. My lovely, I'm in no mood tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps. And with this, she stormed off. Ava's head hung low as she bowed to Demetra and the rest of us. Sorry you had to see that. Hilary shook her head. It's all right, Princess. Eva sighed. I know including that band would get Zephyrina excited. She looked to me. They're from the U.S. It was a chore to arrange. Wait, the U.S.? I said, standing. Could I go back with them? Eva looked to Demetra. I turned to face her. Though Demetra was stoic, she looked down on me. Recall what we discussed earlier? My face fell as I realized that, even if I had a ticket back, they wouldn't welcome me home. Ava turned to Demetria. Is there an issue with this? Nothing we should discuss in open company, Demetria said. Have you reached out to the Secretary of State? I'm sure she'd be... Demetria grew aggravated. Yes, Princess, I have. She was firm on the issue. She knows her people better than us, and she stated it was in Madison's best interest to remain. Ava's face fell. I'm shocked she'd be so callous. Demetra shook her head. It isn't out of lack of care of Madison. I think it's the opposite. She likely felt this was the best path forward for Madison's well-being. Demetria narrowed her eyes to Ava. Do not think just because you're a better leader than your mother, you are more competent than I in diplomacy. You still have much to learn. Ava nodded. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. She turned to me. I was just trying to look out for her. Demetra shook her head. You're young and you wear your emotions on your sleeve, Ava. If you wish to become a leader someday, you need to hold your cards close to your chest. She then turned to Helena. Helena, love, let's get going. Helena stood, reaching for Demetra's hand. It confused me because the girl was in her early teens, yet behaved much younger. Demetra led Helena out and turned to us. I hope you had an enjoyable evening. Good night. Helena held tight to her mother, avoiding eye contact with any of us. We should head home, Hilly said. The idea of going back home shook me a bit. The room, the memories I had there, the visions. I almost felt a panic coming on again. Lana had barely passed the corner of my eye before I reached out to her. Lana, could I stay at the house of Hestia tonight? I blurted out. Lana spun on her heels, looking to Hilly and me. You're free to do so. I understand with the stress of finding out you can't go home. You'd like some counseling. Wait, she can come home with me, Hilly defended. Lana addressed Hilly. Commander, I understand your situation, but please consider Madison. She's been through a lot, and despite the festival and the late hour, we offer grief counseling at all hours. Hilly flinched and looked to me worried. You promised you'd come home, Maddie, remember? I walked away from her. I just need one day and I'll be back. I need a little break. But, Hilly tried to object. Madison's entitled to personal days, Commander. I'm sure you can fend for yourself for one day to allow Madison to have some time to herself. Yes? Lana leapt to my aid. Before anyone could say anything else, Lana had my hand in hers and was leading me out the door and down the stairs. I'll see you tomorrow, Lana. Nice to meet you, Madison, Ava said as we ran off. Hilly tried to follow, but I heard Ava grab her attention. Commander, I had some questions regarding the Royal Guard security detail, she began as we walked out. I very much liked Ava and Lana. When we'd gotten away from the crowds of people and everyone to grow more spread out, Lana looked to me. Is everything okay between you and Hilly? As I looked back, I don't know why I clammed up when she asked. I can't explain it. It felt like there was a ball in the middle of my throat. All I could do was shake my head and focus on breathing and walking, tasks that grew increasingly difficult. You're certain? Lana said. Yes, I squeaked. I'm certain. When we arrived at the house of Hestia, Lana led me into the dormitories. She opened up an empty room and turned to face me. I will not pressure you to tell me anything, but if something is up, you need to report it to me. The House of Hestia protects every one of its members, and any kind of mistreatment isn't tolerated. I just nodded. It's just that room. I shivered as I thought about the note. Then I realized something. The note? I asked. Where is that note you took from me? Lana shook her head. The one with the Discordian rune on it? Yes, what did you do with it? I asked. I burned it, she said. I burned it because Discordian magic makes me uneasy. Another woman walked by, overhearing us. Lana, you damaged a Discordian rune? I felt an odd shiver run down my spine, and I could swear I heard hissing from somewhere. Lana turned to her and nodded. Yes, I know. It's supposed to be bad luck. Bad luck? I asked. Lana rolled her eyes. Runes of discord ward off ill tidings. It said if you damage a Discordian rune, All the ill tidings that it prevented will fall upon you threefold, she chuckled. It's a silly religion. I frowned. Maybe it's all someone can do to keep from being swept away in the chaos of life. Lana's smile faded as she looked over me. I didn't mean to offend. When did you convert? Recently, I said. Well, she heaved aside. Just be safe, okay? And don't go thinking I distrust Discordians, despite their beliefs. I still will defend you regardless. Her smile returned. Maria was Discordian, you know. That explained the note, and the odd things happening in the room. I wondered why Maria took her life, if she, Eris, protected her. A whisper echoed past my ear. Faithlessness. I turned, seeing nothing. Madison, Lana said, you okay? I nodded. I'm fine, thanks again. Well, if there's nothing else I can do, good night, Lana said, closing the door. I went to bed, but just before I did, I thought about how unlikely it was that all the events of today aligned to allow me to be sleeping here and not in Hillavy's home. Praise Eris, I whispered as I went to bed. I woke up to the sound of someone shouting. As I got to my feet, it was Lana shouting from down the hallway. I ran to the door and cracked it open. I told you, arties are not allowed back here. Now shoo, go. I peered down the hall, spotting Lana standing firm against 3 arties, all towering over her, all wearing the red leather uniform of the Royal Guard. Lana, we get it. But we're just here for the foreigner, one of them said. There's no reason to stick your neck out for her, another woman chuckled. I mean, she's not even a real Hestia, is she? The commander just wants her back, the third soldier griped. She wouldn't shut up about it. Have a heart, will you? Lana glared up at them. You 3 should be ashamed of yourselves. This is a house of refuge for any Hestian need, or otherwise. Did your commander put you up to this? The first woman shook her head. No, we're just doing her a solid. Lana poked the taller woman in the stomach. You'll do her a bigger solid if you leave right now. The woman who Lana had poked glared back at her. Was that a threat, Hestia? Yes, Lana declared. Before the woman could clench her fist, Lana reached out and jammed something under her arm. The woman froze and then fell to the floor as I heard rapid snapping noises. Lana yelped as one of the other girls slapped the taser out of her hand. You little coward, the second woman shouted. I thought your mother would have taught you how to fight honorably. Lana then hurled an uppercut at the second woman's chin, sending her staggering back. She did. 3 against 1 was poor odds, she glared. 2 against 1 will be easy. And with that, Lana put her hands up and lifted her front leg off the ground. Is that kung fu? I raised an eyebrow. The third woman rushed Lana, who parried her attacks. Lana hit back with an open palm to her stomach. The second guard charged at her, shouting. Lana dodged the attack, kicking her in the back to send her tumbling forward to the floor. The third woman regained her breath and put her hands up, ready to fight. She threw a few punches which Lana parried with some difficulty. Lana then ducked down and swept the taller woman's legs out from under her. The woman tumbled to the ground but kicked herself back up. She continued her volley of punches. The second woman was on her feet, despite a scraped forehead, and now tried to join in. Lana dodged, parried, and countered their attack with some impressive skills, landing a few light strikes against him. However, in her bout with the pair, she didn't notice the third one get to her feet. Look out! I shouted. Lana glanced to me, glaring. Get inside! As Lana hesitated, a powerful blow struck her jaw. Lana hit the ground hard, but as she did, the first woman stomped on the back of her knee. I heard a snap as she cried out in pain. "You deceitful, honorless little Hestia!" She kicked her in the gut. "How dare you lay a finger on a member of the Royal Guard?" Selena calmed down. "She frickin' tased me!" Selena grunted as she delivered a kick with enough force to cause Lana to slide across the floor and smack into the reception desk. I couldn't see her too well from where I was now. Lana cried out and then began to gasp for air. Each gasp sounded more labored than the last, and then she began to cough, so much so that her coughing grew wet. Oh shit, Selena, you took it too far," the second woman shouted. "At worst, we'd agreed to rough her up." "We need to call this in," the third one shouted. The woman Selena rushed over to her, though I couldn't see their faces as they were wearing their helmets. "Come on, I didn't kick you that hard." The second woman backed away. "I'm out. This just got too real. Sorry. I'm done," she shouted as she ran off. "You coward!" the third woman shouted. "I'm not going to get decapitated by the Queen. Come on, Electra. No one else saw," Selena said as she ran out. Lana was gasping as Electra took a step back, contemplating running away, but changed her mind. Rushing to Lana's side, she picked up a radio. "I need an ambulance at the house of Hestia. There's been an attack. 1 victim." I stepped into the hall, looking at the scene. "Hang in there, Lana. Just please don't die on me, okay?" Electra consoled. Lana's breaths were growing weaker by the minute. Luckily, flashing lights outside indicated help arrived. A pair of EMTs rushed in and began to work on Lana. Vera was with them, looking to Electra. "Who was attacked?" she said, looking around. "Vera, you shouldn't—" "Lana!" Vera shouted. Electra held her back. "Let them work on her." I shut the door, locking it, my back against it. I shut my eyes, then felt a strange calmness take me. "Penance." The voice was soft and was my own, but something told me it wasn't me. "Leave. Go home." As quietly as possible, I walked out of my room and headed down the hall in the opposite direction. Something drove me back with a purpose, and I realized I was headed straight for the place I would call home for the foreseeable future. Fix it. I got to Hillary's house, dialed in the access code, and let myself in. Without even checking, I stormed up the stairs and opened the door to Hillary's room, flipping the lights on. She was lying on the bed, a few beer bottles on the ground. "Wake her." I picked one up and smashed it on the floor. "Wake up, you damn drunk!" Hilly sat up, staring at me. "What, Maddie? I thought you were turning me in." I grabbed her by the collar of her shirt, pulling her face to face with mine. "Listen to me, and listen damn good," I shouted. Not sure what came over me, but I was seeing red. Hilly seemed to sober up as I shouted. "No more drinking. You're seeing a professional about it. You have a frickin' problem, okay?" Hilly's face fell, but before she could speak, I kept shouting. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm stuck, okay? So it's the devil I know or the devil I don't. So if I'm stuck with you, you will straighten out. Got it?" Hilly nodded. "I understand that you lost your family, and I understand that's hard on you. But that doesn't give you the right to mope around and hurt people without knowing it," I pressed. Hilly's stone face then cracked, and she looked away. "No," I shouted, letting go of her. "Don't you dare look away from me." Hilly turned to me, tears leaking from her eyes. I calmed down and heaved a sigh. "Hilly, you can drop the whole dishonorable to cry thing. I don't care about it." I was being strong for her," she choked out. I sat down on the bed next to her. Hilly's hands were on her knees. Maria's note said she thought I would be strong enough, but I was being strong for her. Lyra's murder hurt me too. Murdered? I asked. Wasn't she fighting? Hilly slammed her fist on the bed. She was on a supply run, she shouted, carrying supplies from a store to her unit, and some coward, she whimpered, shot her in the back of the head. I was silent as Hilly spoke. She didn't even see the face of the person who attacked her. One minute she was just carrying rations, and the next minute... Hilly trailed off. It had to be a closed casket. Maria couldn't look, but I did. I had to. But Lyria's face... Hilly whimpered. I hugged her, and with that Hilly grabbed me tightly and sobbed on my shoulder. After some time, Hilly's tears stopped and she left her head on my shoulder. Hilly, I asked. Yes, she spoke into my shoulder. You going to let go? I inquired. I don't want to, she admitted. Why? I like you, Hilly admitted. That figured, I sighed. The lump in my throat gone. I was calm, considering. Hilly, I'm straight. I'm flattered, okay, but I'm not into women. Doesn't change the fact that I like you, Hilly said, still talking into my shoulder. I pushed her away and she let go, her face looking away from mine. What did I say about turning from me? I'm embarrassed. Her eyes met mine. I should be over this. It happened over a year ago. You need to see someone about this. A counselor or therapist, I explained. Hilly shook her head. I snapped my fingers in front of her face. That wasn't a request. That was a demand, or else I go. Hilly looked shocked for a moment. Then she smiled and nodded. Okay. You don't go or you put it off a single day and I'm gone. Got it? I tell Lana about the knock came back. Attack and I'm gone. Hilly nodded. You're not going anywhere. Good. I got up and sighed, looking to the beer bottles around the bed. And this is just... I'll get a broom. Alice and I made our way to the hospital where Lana was being treated. It relieved me she was alive, but I couldn't help but wonder if the only reason she was in here was that she burned Maria's note. A note that I had confirmed was still in my room. Alice looked to me. You saw them? I nodded. I couldn't do anything. Lana looked like she had it under control until the third one rushed her. I still think you're embellishing, Alice said, laughing. I can't imagine Lana holding her own against 2 royal guards. It's too crazy to make up, I said as we got to the hospital room. Inside, Vera was sleeping in the corner. Lana had tubes in her nose and a cast on her leg and wrist. Alice frowned. Lana? Lana turned her head, smiling. Oh, hey, she whispered. I frowned. This is my fault, I said, thinking of it in more ways than one. Eris must have had a hand in this. Lana's free hand waved me off. No, don't be stupid, she whispered, her voice weak. Those guards are the ones who did this. I know 2 of their names, if it helps, I said. I saw the whole thing. Lana frowned. Please don't identify them. What? I shouted. Vera sat up. Huh? She got to her feet and looked to Lana. You're awake. Lana grumbled. Vera, go home. She coughed. Vera was about to walk over before Alice shoved the flowers she had in her hands into mine and with both her hands pushed Vera out. She said, Go home, Vera, and she slammed the door in her face. Alice turned to us. Too much? Lana laughed and then groaned. Oh, Why don't you want me to identify them? I asked. They beat me up. That was my fault. I shouldn't have let my guard down. She labored another breath. If you identify them, they won't serve time. Queen Rachel will kill them. Why would she kill them? I asked. Alice gasped. Oh my gods! The rumors are true, aren't they? What rumors are true? I asked. Lana is the Queen's Hestia. Lana nodded. Please don't gossip, Alice. Alice looked frustrated. Please? You're going against my very nature, Alice whined. This is so juicy. What's she like? Lana and I both gave Alice disapproving looks. I'm curious, Alice shouted. None of your business, Lana wheezed. Oh, that's your damn catchphrase by now, Alice shouted. Well, Alice, with you around, I don't blame her, I pointed out. The door swung open with a mighty shudder against the wall. We all turned and saw a woman taller than any I had seen standing in the door. She wore a military uniform unlike the other soldiers. Her shoulders had stars on them. Multiple medals were on her chest, and she rushed to Lana. My sweet daughter, what did those little bitches do to you? Her hair was white like Lana's, which made sense. Granted, I had never heard of white hair as a hereditary trait. Hi, Mom, Lana said, turning from her. Standing behind us, I noticed another woman. She wore a black trench coat, stood a good 6'2". She wore a red tank top on with white pants, a chain dangling from her pocket, and black boots. Her left cheek had a scar, and a pair of red-lensed wire-frame glasses hiding red eyes completed her outfit. Lana looked to the doorway. Cassara! Cassara waved but remained silent. I will crush who did this to you, the decorated soldier growled to Lana. I'm not reporting them, Lana informed. Cassara's eyes twitched. What? She declared from the doorway. I agree with your sister, the soldier said, narrowing her eyes at Lana. What? I let my guard down, Mother. She avoided her eyes. I failed you again. Cassara pushed her glasses up higher on her face. What are you talking about? You fended off 2 assailants in defense of a Hestia, did you not? Lana's mother defended. Lana nodded. Yes, but I was too weak. Lana's mother took her face in her hands. Lana, you fought off 2 royal guards. Granted, Commander Regis is, by my and Cassara's assertions, soft, but they aren't military. You wiped the floor with 2 of them, Cassara pointed out. Who's the one that kicked you when you were down? I don't need my stepsister to fight my battles for me, Lana said. Save your breath, Lana. Lana's mother whispered as she looked to Cassara. If your sister doesn't want to name the assailants, then that's her choice. Cassara pushed herself off the doorframe. Well, if she won't name them, it's fine. I'll find them without your help. And with that, she stormed off. For their sake, they had better skip town, she shouted from the hallway. Lana sighed. I'm sorry again. Why do you keep apologizing? Lana's mother asked. Because, she frowned, I let you down. You are my natural daughter. Lana's mother looked offended. You have never let me down. Then why did you always give Cassara praise and not me when we were training together? Lana asked. Because Cassara is a warrior, built to fight. She excelled where you did not. Lana's mother frowned. But just because you are not a warrior like she is, doesn't mean I'm disappointed in you. You're the Brigadier General of the Royal Army, Lana wheezed. Of course you'd be ashamed of your Hestia daughter. Lana's mother stood frowning. Lana, I'm proud of both of my daughters for different reasons, she smiled. You're head of the house of Hestia, Lana, not just a mere house Hestia. I somehow took offense to this. I could tell Alice did as well. Lana, she whispered, I've always been proud of you. She hugged Lana. Lana hugged back, her face on her mother's shoulder. I looked at Alice. Shall we go? Alice nodded. Nonsense. Lana's mother let go, turning to us. Lana, I assume these Hesties are your friends? Lana just nodded. I'm sorry I did not introduce myself. Brigadier General Ria Duval. She slammed her hand against her left breast. Thank you for coming to visit my daughter. It's not a problem, I said, placing the flowers on her desk. Alice got the flowers. Lana nodded. I assumed, since you sent the apples. Apples? I frowned. Lana motioned to the large basket filled to the brim with yellow apples. I assumed it was a Discordian offer. I appreciate it very much, she beamed to me. The basket had my name on it, despite me never sending her apples. I had an idea where they came from, however. I need to go. Hilly's back. This was about 5 years ago. I started writing this because, despite my not having much hope of escape, the need has arisen. You see, a new queen has taken power, and I'm afraid for all of us. Praise Eris. So, help! I'm trapped in a city of all women. There's a new queen in town. By Zithero. This is the reason I started writing on here, was because things have gotten crazy compared to the last 5 years. I know that's saying something, but I need to say this. I didn't think we could do worse than Rachel. I was wrong. After Lana refused to identify her attackers, Queen Rachel had a serious fit of rage and, well, dumped her. Hard. Lana's still in the head of the House of Hestia, but the house has lost some clout with the crown. Turns out, that was one of the main reasons Lana was in the bed with the queen, or so she said. Vera was there, of course, running to Lana's aid. They're back together as a couple. So for those curious about that bit of drama, Electra and Cassie, and a third woman named Bethany, didn't get off scot-free. I found out a few days later 3 of them were at a bar when a fight started up. Not one of them would say who they fought at the bar, but all 3 were in the hospital the next day. On a hunch, I asked Cassara about it, and her only response to my question, "Do you know anything about what happened last night?" was, "They were at the wrong bar." So yeah, I'm sure Cassara kicked the absolute crap out of him. She didn't have a mark on her. Word to the wise, don't get on Cassara's bad side. Demetra found Devin's rapist. Her name is Greta. She was the first soldier who found him. The others claimed she raped him before she radioed it in, and they did not understand what happened. Honestly, I don't believe a damn one of them, but there's no evidence, and even Greta wasn't rolling over on her friends. We only found out because, you guessed it, she was pregnant, and was not part of the raid that year. A paternity test in vitro proved that the baby she was carrying was Devin's. At Queen Rachel's insistence, the sentence was to be death. Greta appealed, of course, and she's lucky. She did so on a day that Rachel wasn't handling matters of the crown. She and Demetra were both handling some other issues that left Princess Ava to handle Greta's request. "Please, Princess, I beg of you," Greta groveled. "About 8 months pregnant. Let me live, please." Ava sat in the central throne, and I had to admit it was nice to see her there. She looked like she belonged. Ava fixed her with a narrow gaze. 2 people needed your help that day. While we helped the woman, it was your duty to help this man. But rather than help him and show the world of man that we are better than them, she paused. You raped him. You sullied your name and all of Penthesil with your actions. The crowd shouted and booed. Greta withered. Please, Your Grace. Ava held up her hand to silence the crowd. It took a moment or 2, but they quieted down. Your crime is grave, but death, Ava said, looking over the crowd, is too good for you. There were some concerned murmurings from everyone. When your child is born, the house of Hestia will be entrusted with her care, Ava began. I will imprison you for no less than 20 years. The crowd continued their jeering. Ava closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Your daughter, she began, will not know you. She opened her eyes. As it is my decree, for as long as you are in prison, you may never meet your daughter. No, Your Grace, please, I can't. She cradled her stomach. She's mine. Please reconsider. Ava stood. It is this or death. Choose, Ava shouted. The room was dead silent. You can't make me. Ava's wings spread. Yes, I can. Greta looked down to the floor. You and your mother can go to hell. Take her away. I've made my decision, Ava shouted. The murmurs began. That Ava was worse than her mother. Crueler, even. But as I watched Ava sit on the throne, I saw that the decision weighed on her. When the child was born, they offered her to me. I know you all want me to take her, and Hilly did too, but I am terrible with kids. However, Alice was not, and she and Chloe had just had a boy they had to send to the men's village. So I figured I'd pass and offer the little girl to Alice and Chloe to care for. Lana had agreed, but I had one condition. I get to name her. I named her Devin, after her father. Normally an arty is reserved and stoic in the face of all things, but when I showed up with Devin in my arms, Allie and Chloe were gushing over her. She looks like she'll be a strong one, Chloe said, smiling at her. You're a lucky woman, Madison. You and Hilary will be great parents. Well, I began, handing her to Alice. We aren't taking her. I thought you 2 would like to raise her as your own. Chloe stared at me, eyes going wet, and she grabbed me, picking me up and spinning me around. Praise Hera, thank you. I gasped as she squeezed the wind out of me. As I spun, I spotted Alice smiling at Devin and rocking her gently. When I stopped spinning, I saw Alice mouth, "Thank you," to me. They imprisoned Greta, barred from even seeing Devin. I thought that was just a punishment. As a note. And that brings us to current events. Ava and Zephyrina had left a few weeks ago on some kind of diplomatic envoy to the U.S. Well, Ava was supposed to go. Zephyrina was not. To say Rachel was angry when Zephyrina left without permission was an understatement. Alice made it a point to visit the men's village often so that Devin could see her father. Devin had yet to wake up in all this time, but Alice thought it was important for her to see her father when she could, since, unlike other fathers, he couldn't come to visit during the family day, nor could he write or call. These days, Devin had a long beard that Alice and I liked to braid. much to Devin's amusement. "Daddy's beard is pretty," Devin shouted. Alice chuckled as the little girl gave it a gentle tug. "Daddy's lazy." Alice rolled her eyes. "You know Daddy can't wake up. He can't help it." Chloe smiled at him. "I hope he wakes up someday." Chloe smiled at him. "I hope he wakes up someday." I nodded. They have no idea when. Chloe chuckled. "It's funny, if he didn't have a child, they'd have likely pulled his plug." I'm glad he didn't get his plug pulled. To be honest, I've always held out some kind of hope he'd wake up. If he does, he's in for a surprise, that's for sure. To wake up with a kid, and that kid having two mothers? Oh, he's in for a shock. It was on the way back from a visit to the men's village that things took a turn for the worst. As we drove through the gates of Penthesil, we heard gunfire. Chloe shoved us all down in the seats. I covered Alice and Devin. Chloe grabbed the radio. "What the hell is going on?" "Hostility at the north wall. 3 combatants. They..." Static kicked in, followed by more gunfire. Chloe sped the Humvee down the street towards the palace. She pulled the truck over, got out, and pulled us out of the vehicle. "Get into the palace. It's the safest place," she said, pulling her gun from her back. "Chloe, no!" Alice shouted, holding Devin's hand. "Stay with us. Protect us." I looked around at everybody running around in panic, and the world seemed a bit slow. As I turned to my right, I spotted Eurybia standing outside the church of Eris. She was dancing. Eurybia looked to me and smiled. "It's wonderful, is it not?" I felt calm in all the panic and uncertainty everyone was facing. A voice whispered to me, "Go into the palace." Chloe looked torn between rushing headlong into battle and staying with us. She looked around, seeing plenty of soldiers rushing towards the wall. "We should go to the palace," I suggested to Chloe. Chloe didn't hesitate. "Okay, let's go." She rushed us up the stairs. Chloe got to the stairs, running into Hilly and several royal guards. "I'm here to help support the palace defenses," she fibbed. Hilly nodded. "Get everyone inside the throne room." They ushered us inside, the sounds of gunfire peppering out in the distance. I witnessed Lana running in with several Hesties and children. "Everyone into the palace. We'll be safe inside." Lana kept running back and forth, making sure everyone got inside. After a few minutes, it seemed there was no one else outside, and Lana ran in, speaking to Hilly. "That's everyone from the house of Hestia." Hilly nodded, turning to her royal guard. "Bar the doors. Protect the palace at all costs." The palace doors closed, and the soldiers barricaded them with a pair of large metal bars that slid into place from the opposite side of either door hinge. Alice kissed Chloe as Devin hugged her mother's legs. Thank you for staying," Alice whispered. There was a woman shouting on Chloe's radio. "The enemy is 3 women headed to the palace. I repeat, the enemy is headed directly to the palace. Over." "Major Theodora Pelopoulos?" Chloe frowned, looking to her radio. General Rhea came over the radio next, and I realized she was in the room with us. "Major Theodora Pelopoulos, how did 3 combatants break your line? Over." "It makes no sense, General. They have some kind of advanced weaponry I've never seen before. One woman is using some sort of lightning generator, and the others seem to be able to manipulate water and ice. We've been firing at them, but their leader's armor seems impervious to gunfire. Over." The radio squawked, and static overtook the radio. "Major?" General Rhea shouted into the radio. "Tanya, report, over." More static came before the major shouted. "The enemy is trying to breach the door, over." Rachel then stormed into the throne room. "What the hell is going on?" Demetra walked over to her. "My queen, we are under attack." Then handle it, Rachel shouted. We are Valkyrie. Kill them! She growled, looking around. Every damn one of you is itching to fight every day. Now you get your wish. The radio crackled again with the Major's voice. The enemy is at the door. I'm repositioning. Bar the door. Over. Demetra frowned. My queen, we should get to safety. Rachel glared at Demetra and walked to her throne, taking a seat. I will not cower in some safe room. If someone wants to take the throne, they need to remove me themselves. Demetra looked to the royal guards. Guardswomen, defend your queen to the last. All the women in red armor rushed over to the throne, Hilly taking point, closest to the door. The soldiers, led by General Rhea, were between the door and Hilly's guard. She turned to Cassera, who wasn't wearing a military uniform of any kind, just her usual trench coat and street clothes. I guess even her mother could challenge her on what she could wear. Cass, guard the queen. Cassera nodded and walked towards the throne. Rachel looked to Cassera. If I need your help, we're likely all dead anyway. Cassera leaned against a pillar near the throne. Then I pray I do not need anything. Rachel sat on her throne, her eyes on the door as they shuddered. The Major's voice came over the radio again. She's just shoulder-checking the doors. It's one woman in some kind of heavy armor. It must enhance her strength somehow. It's just her slamming against the door. Over. Rachel's expression changed. She was smiling now, looking happy, which was more unnerving. This wasn't the normal, I'm about to execute someone face. There was an eerie sense of excitement coming over her. The doors shook again and the hinges pulled free from the wall. A few soldiers backed away and General Rhea held up her hand to them. Stand clear of the doors, but hold your position. The soldiers readied their guns. Hilly and the rest of the royal guard didn't flinch behind General Rhea's soldiers. As the door shook again, one of the metal barricades ripped itself free from the stone wall. The Major's voice cracked over the radio. It's only one woman. The enemy has no protection. When the doors come down, hit her with everything you've got. That armor can't be completely invulnerable. Use armor-piercing rounds. That's impossible, General Rhea growled. None of the soldiers moved, except to reload or change weapons. General Rhea then barked. If those doors fall, fire, as Major Theodoropoulos suggested. Weapons hot. Armor piercing if you have them. Light 'em up. The doors broke. One ripped from its hinges and tumbled down to the floor, the metal barricades clattering to the ground. Chloe pushed Alice and Devin behind her. Fire at will, General Rhea shouted. I covered my ears as the soldiers began to fire at the doorway. A wall of ice stood in the doorway, stopping all of their bullets. A woman's alto voice called out from behind it. Alexis, immobilize the infantry. Do not kill them. A higher-pitched voice chimed out. Can't I play with their blood, mistress? No, the voice called out. The ice crashed to the ground and then blasted forward, spraying every one of us with an icy blast of air and snow. The soldiers were on the ground, either knocked out or frozen. Marching in were 3 women. The first, Alexis, whose green eyes were wide and wild, was a short girl with long blonde hair. She smiled wide to everyone. What's up, bitches? She cackled. She wore a black vest over a white long-sleeve shirt and a black pair of pants leading to a matching set of boots. The second was a Middle Eastern woman standing behind her. She was about my height with blonde hair, but her hair was in rows of long, tight braids. She also had the same eye color as a shorter woman and wore the same outfit. Third stood a monster of a woman, clad in full plate armor, walking in like some kind of white knight, was a monster of a woman, even by Panthesial standards. Her armor was bulky and looked like she made it out of stone, yet it was an off-white hue. On her back was a heavy blue cloak, with a silver omega emboldened on her back. Her hair was long and white. She looked to be in her late 50s. She had one side of her head shaved. The other side had a long braid down the side. Her eyes were a familiar violet. Her stature was familiar too. My heart skipped a beat as I had an epiphany. "Sapphirina?" I whispered. She looked so similar. Hilly took aim at the woman. Before Hilly could even react, a bolt of lightning arced across the room and collided with Hilly's gun. Hilly shook and collapsed to the ground. "Hilly!" I shouted, running to her. While we weren't much more than roommates, we had at least grown closer in the past years. Hilly's hands were singed, but she was still breathing. The Middle Eastern woodman walked over to us, and I struggled to wrestle the gun from Hilly's hands. She stopped me, looking to Hilly. "Girl, do not try." Her eyes glowed yellow, and I could feel the hairs on my arm rise as the smell of ozone surrounded us. A few of the royal guards women rushed over to me and Hilly, pulling us away and towards the throne. I saw the rest of the royal guard form up around Rachel. Rachel was now smiling at the door. "Rachel," the huge woman smiled, looking around the room. "I very much like this place," she said as she appraised the soldiers and Hesties, who were now hiding inside rooms and behind turned-over banquet tables. Demetra and Theodora were next to Rachel behind the royal guard. Demetra glanced at Cassara, giving her a nod. Running at breakneck speed from the throne was a black and red blur. Cassara was diving at the huge woman, jumping into the air. Cassara struck her with a falling punch to the jaw, causing the woman to drop to one knee. "Mistress?" the Middle Eastern woman shouted. The mistress held her hand up, looking to Cassara. "I'm liking it here more and more. What's your name, girl?" "Don't call me girl," Cassara spat as she took a step back. She adjusted a pair of fingerless gloves and her glasses. "Cassara Nasaki," she narrowed her eyes. "And you?" The woman rose to her feet, looking down at Cassara. "Ragna Misho," she smiled. "Stand down. As strong as you are, you'll spare yourself some bruises if you retreat." "Are you kidding?" Cassara grinned, her eyes wide. "You're the first person to get up after a punch like that." She started to advance on Ragna. "You're bold to keep coming at me, girl," Ragna taunted. "I can't kick the shit out of you without getting closer," Cassara shouted, and rushed Ragna again. "Well, come on then," Ragna shouted back as she held up her hands, blocking Cassara's punches with loud metal clashing noises. Alexis was about to join before Ragna shouted at her. "Stand down, Alexis. This one is mine." Ragna smiled, swinging a punch at Cassara. Cassara dodged, grinning. "You're too slow, you old hag," she said as she dodged behind Ragna, giving a kick to her back. Ragna didn't move. "I only need to hit you once, girl." And with that, she spun around faster than I'd expected, punching at Cassara. Cassara blocked it with her forearm. The sound of metal on metal rang out. Ragna smiled. "Hidden armor? A nice touch." Cassara grinned back and reached to Ragna's shoulder. She pulled at the cloak, dragging it over her head to blind her. To all of our shock, it revealed a pair of graying black wings on her back. Huge feathery wings to match her size. Ragna ripped the cloak off and moved to strike Cassara. Cassara jumped backwards, cracking her knuckles, ready for another bout, an excited smile on her face. "Cassara!" Rachel shouted. Ragna and Cassara both faced the throne. Stand down, Rachel said, smiling wide. All of you, stand down. Your Grace, are you mad? Demetra shouted. This woman has attacked us. Rachel beamed, pushing past her royal guard. Only because you don't know who she is, Rachel said, as she got closer to Ragna. Yet. Cassara backed away, glaring at Rachel as she got near them. Ragna turned to Rachel. My amaranthine. My love. Rachel reached up and kissed Ragna. Ragna's arms wrapped around Rachel as she deepened the kiss. My jaw hit the ground as I watched the scene before me. Everyone was murmuring and asking questions among themselves as the spectacle unfolded before us. Ragna's hair began to shift color, darkening from white to black. Her skin changed, wrinkles vanished as she appeared younger. Her wings went from gray to a jet black color, which made the pit of my stomach drop. When Rachel broke the kiss, she smiled up at Ragna. You missed me that much, my love? Ragna's hand ran through Rachel's hair. Yes. Rachel grinned. I have a gift for you. She picked the crown off her head. This is yours now, she said as she placed the crown on Ragna's head. Then she glanced to everyone. As they are. Cassara was glaring daggers at Rachel, and I looked to see Demetria's fists both clenched. Ragna appraised all of us with a grin. Really now? Rachel stepped away. Everyone. If I may introduce you to my and your new queen. She knelt before Ragna. Queen Ragna Misho. Ragna shook her head. No. She looked to everyone who began to kneel. Not queen, my sweet. A queen holds sway over one country. She looked around, smiling to all of us. You'll address me as empress. Cassara stormed out of the shattered doors as everyone else knelt, though the mood was far from celebratory. Hilly sat up, groaning as she came to. What happened? I frowned to her. We lost. Hilly and I returned home. Praise Eris, I whispered as I walked in. Do you always have to do that? Hilly said, concerned. Yes, because I'm safe. So that's thanks to Eris, I reminded. My faith always unnerved Hilly, but it has served me well so far. It wasn't more than a beat or two later that there was banging at the door. Hilly frowned, opening the door to see Demetra and Cassara. We need to talk, Commander. Hilly let them both in. That slut, Cassara shouted. Selling everyone here out because she's horny. Calm down, Cassara, Demetra frowned. You calm down, Cassara snapped. I need a drink. Where's your beer? Cassara asked. I pointed to the fridge. Cassara walked over and grabbed a bottle from the fridge, flicking it open with her thumb. Freaking beaver damned by that horny bitch. She took a swig of beer. Do you know how long it's been since I had a decent fight? Cassara sneered at the beer, but continued drinking it anyway. To Hilly. Commander, there's a coronation at the end of the week. You're being requested to organize the royal guard to administer the event. Hilly frowned. Yes, Madam Steward. I'll make sure everything is ready. I need the royal guard to leave our new empress alone after the coronation ceremony, Demetra said. What? Why? Hilly asked. So I can kick that bitch off the throne, Cassara growled, breaking the now empty glass in her hand before grabbing another beer. I sighed and went to get the broom. No, Cassara, you have no desire to lead, Demetra looked to us. I plan on challenging the empress. You? All of us shouted. Demetra nodded. Yes. She turned to Cassera. Have you ever seen armor like that before? Cassera shook her head. Not personally. Felt like hitting a rock. My theory is that her armor is her strength. I heard Major Tanya Theodopoulos mention that she was bettering the door down on her own, which is impossible for anyone. That armor must be what's empowering her. I will challenge her for the throne. As a challenger, I can set the terms. I demand we fight without armor, and then I'll kill her, Demetra told us. Hilly frowned. This is treason, she pointed out. Not if I win, Demetra clarified. Cassera sighed. If you lose, I leave. I mean it. And I'm taking Lana. I frowned. Maybe we can all just leave together? Stay. I shivered as Hilly and Demetra fixed me both with glares. Fight. I closed my eyes. Eris was guiding me, and I made good on praising her, so I should keep listening. I was alive and well, wasn't I? Cassera rolled her eyes. This is their home. They won't leave, she said, draining a third beer. Okay, sorry. Demetra looked to Hilly. Come, Commander, we have work to do. As they left, Cassera grabbed another beer. She faced me. Madison, if this all goes tits up, I mean it. I'm leaving. If you want to come with me, you're welcome to. I'll think about it, I answered. Cassera shook her head. It's a yes or a no, Madison. I've lived here for 5 years, and my home country won't even take me in. This is the only place I have any roots, I explained. Madison, if you come with me, I can protect you. That might not be the case if you stay. She adjusted her glasses while drinking the last bottle. That being said, it's your choice. She then stared at the bottle. Stay, I heard a voice whisper. This tastes like shit. Tell Hilly to get decent beer, she said, placing the empty bottle on the counter. It's non-alcoholic, I clarified. Well, today's one of those days, isn't it? Cassera grumbled as she left. Eris whispered to me. Good girl. So quick. Help! I'm trapped in a city of all women. Part 8. There was a celebration and a coup today. I didn't want to bother going to the coronation. I was far too busy helping at the house of Hestia. Lana had her hands full. There were several Hesties who were panicked by the change in the power structure. Despite the coronation being later that day, Ragna had already issued an order. All deployed soldiers were to return. Lana and I had taken a breather between informing Hesties of when their arties were coming home. I have never seen a full recall before, Lana sighed. I took time to ask a question that had been bouncing around in my mind for the past week. Lana, I need to know something. The Queen. Empress, Lana corrected, frowning. She prefers empress. And I'm not one to debate, she groaned. I've never seen Cassera struggle against anyone. Outside of Zephyrina, that is. About Zephyrina, I continued. The Empress. Doesn't she look an awful lot like her? Lana turned away. Is this Empress Zephyrina's real mother? I asked. Lana was silent. Please tell me. Lana whispered into my ear to ensure that no one else overheard her. Zephyrina is the Queen of Prophecy. What is the Queen of Prophecy? I whispered back. Lana dragged me down the hall and into an empty dormitory room. You are terrible at being quiet, she scolded. Sorry, I asked again. So what is this Queen of Prophecy? Lana explained. There was this prophecy long ago that Parenthesil would rise to greatness when a queen was born who had no father. How does someone have no father? I asked. Lana sighed. I don't know. She leaned against the wall. But Zephyrina has no father. What do you mean? I mean her birth involves no man, Lana continued. I can't explain how, okay? Every time Rachel told me how it happened, it made me dizzy. This Ragna woman is some kind of genius. Why do you say that? Because she found some kind of method, or invented something, that allowed her to have a child with Rachel, she sighed. And that's Zephyrina. Wait, so Ragna is Zephyrina's mother, Lana explained. It clicked in my head then. Why, all those years ago, Ava and Zephyrina called Rachel Mama. But this means that Rachel knew her before, I said, confused. Lana nodded. My mother told me about how Rachel vanished for years. They lost her when she was only 10 years old. And after that, Queen Takesha, rest her soul, demanded such search parties and everything. But Queen Takesha never found her. It wasn't until almost 70 years later that Rachel returned. Rachel can't be 80 years old, I said. She may be in her 40s at most. Lana nodded again. That's the thing. We don't know where she went. We expect she lived longer because of her wings. They're blessed by the gods. And was Queen Katisha alive? She was, Lana sighed. I'd only just enrolled in the House of Hestia as a recruit. Rachel returned with Ava as an infant, and she was carrying another child. But she couldn't have been more than a week along. She didn't tell anyone where she went, and was shocked to see how old her mother was. What happened to Queen Katisha? I asked. She died, but rumor has it Rachel might have killed her. Lana frowned. Though that is a nasty rumor. Queen Katisha was old. It was remarkable she held on for as long as she did. They say she hung on to see her daughter again before she died, and having seen her, she let go. So how do you know Zephyrina is Ragna's then? I asked. I was a recruit, but my status as a daughter of a general was, well, it gave me the honor of helping as a midwife for Zephyrina's birth, Lana explained. That must have been fun, I said, rolling my eyes. Zephyrina didn't cry when she was born. She was born with her eyes wide open. When I handed her to Rachel, she said, she has her mother's eyes. I sat there for a moment, trying to wrap my head around this. Ragna will want to get a hold of Zephyrina then, I said. I looked to Rachel. Does she even know she has a daughter? Lana shrugged. I'm not sure. I moved to the door. We need to get back at it, I said. Another whisper spoke to me. Go to the coronation. I froze. Actually, I turned to Lana. I want to go to the coronation, if that's all right. Lana placed her hand on the door. Did Demetria talk to you? I nodded. To Hilly, I frowned. Do you think she has a chance? Lana sighed. I don't know. I hope so. I'd much rather call Demetria queen than Ragna or Rachel. Well, I'll be rooting for Demetria, I said as I walked out. I'll be watching the broadcast. I'm sure everyone else will, she sighed. Root for her discreetly. To say that the coronation was a busy event would be an understatement. I got into a line where one of the royal guards was standing, ensuring everyone had an invitation. As I had never received an invitation, I wasn't sure how I would fare. But Eris told me to come here. Either that or I was losing my mind. After a time, I arrived at the royal guard. She looked defeated and demoralized. Name, she said half-heartedly. Madison Eris Hill, I said. So many Discordians, she droned. I don't see you on here. I'm Commander Regis's Hestia. Maybe I'm under her? She checked again. As she did, I had to ask, Are you okay? None of us are okay, she sighed. I see you here, under Maddie. That's me. I waved weakly. She nodded, stepping aside. The event will start shortly. I frowned as I walked past her. Many were unhappy with Ragna being the new queen, though I wondered why that was, as it was far too soon for her to enact real change. I got my answer once I walked inside. They had rearranged the throne room. Now there sat 2 thrones. A larger one sat next to Rachel's old throne. There were still seats on either side for the princesses. I wonder where they were. The throne was silver and black. The velvet was new, and it had the Omega symbol on it, with 3 arrows piercing through it, all facing down. I realized that it was like the symbol of Penthesil, which was supposed to be the symbol of Artemis. This had the same Omega symbol as Ragna's cloak. Massive banners hung from the ceiling. They were black or white. All had the new symbol on it, either in silver or gold. Cooks were preparing food somewhere, and I saw royal guards standing diligently by the thrones. 4 thrones, all 4 filled with queens of some sort. A light voice whispered in my ear. I jumped, turning around to spot Eurybia. Oh, Eurybia, you scared me. Eurybia chuckled. Good. May discord surround you. May discord surround you, I repeated. It's lovely, is it not? She said, grinning. I nodded. It's something. I looked to the guards and soldiers. None appeared happy. The new empress isn't popular. Eurybia shook her head. No. Our numbers tripled yesterday. Eris be praised, I said, looking around. Wait, tripled? Eurybia nodded. In times of strife, people turn to those who offer solutions. We offer an appetizing solution. So why are you here? I asked. Eurybia sighed. I tried to convince our new empress to allow me to coronate her. Could you imagine the look on the order of Artemis's faces? I nodded. I'm sure they wouldn't be pleased. Rumor has it Empress Ragna will receive no coronation from any of the orders. She grins, which I think is even better. It will throw them into a frenzy if the Empress chooses no allegiance. Really? I asked. They matter that much? Eurybia nodded. The Order of Artemis were the last ones to coronate both Takesha and Rachel, unseating the Order of Athena, which fell from grace. The Order of Artemis has been in power ever since. I saw Hilly walk out before the throne. Please take your seats, honored guests. The coronation will begin. She spotted me, walking towards me. Maddie, what are you doing here? I've never seen a coronation before, I bluffed. Hilly frowned. Just try to keep your head down. I nodded. Eurybia threw her arm over my shoulder. Why don't you join us at the Discordian table, Madison? Sure, I said as Hilly walked off. I sat down with Eurybia and a few prominent members of our order. The now Colonel Gero among them. The table was the closest one to the throne, which seemed odd to me. Most try to keep us at arm's length away. Formal music played as Rachel took her seat at the smaller throne. Unlike her normal robes and armor, she's wearing a formal red velvet dress, which is rather, form-fitting. To my complete shock and others, a Catholic nun of Middle Eastern descent stood up at the front of the room before the crown on a small pedestal. The development pleased Eurybia. She leaned forward, whispering to me, She chose the Christian order. Oh, they will go nuts. Eris be praised. The crown was platinum, with black and blue jewels set in the peak, and it was much smaller, less grandiose than Rachel's. The metal work was intricate, but otherwise it was not much to speak of. Demetria walked over to the nun. The empress has chosen the Christian faith as the order to provide over this coronation. Sister Catherine will act in Princess Tasha's stead as a representative, Demetria announced before she took her seat among Theodora, Helena, and a few government figures. Ragna walked from the entrance to the crown as the music swelled. She knelt before the nun, and the nun began to speak. O God, who provides for thy people by thy power, and rules over them in love, grant unto this thy servant, Sister Catherine hesitated, Ragna, our empress, the spirit of wisdom and government, that being devoted unto thee with all her heart, she may so wisely govern this queendom, that in her time thy church and people may continue to stay in safety and prosperity, and that, persevering in good works unto the end, she may, through thy mercy, come to thine everlasting queendom. She placed the crown on Ragna's head, as if she was expecting something to explode from the crown. Nothing happened. Ragna grinned, standing, advancing towards the throne. Rachel stood, clapping, and others began to clap with her. It was a forced celebration as Ragna sat on the largest throne. I had a feeling at least half of the room might have known about Demetria's plan. As the food came out from waiters, more music played. Sister Catherine picked up the pedestal with the woman who shocked Hilly when they first arrived. I glared daggers at her, but I don't think she saw me doing so. The real nun's name is Fatima. The other woman is Syria, Colonel Garu clarified. What? I asked, turning to. The woman you are glaring at so? That's Syria, Empress Ragna's maid. One of 3 from what I understand. Good to know, I said as I looked to the thrones, wondering where Demetria would make her move. Rachel had laid across Ragna's lap, tossing grapes into Ragna's mouth. Ragna smiled. This is a rowdy bunch, Ragna said, lifting a mug of what I assumed was beer. A few of the soldiers cheered as Ragna was lifting the mug to them. Wait till you're queen for a few years, Rachel said, smiling. Ragna grinned to Rachel. Empress, remember? Besides, I like them. You would, Rachel chuckled. Demetria walked up to the base of the throne. She had armor over her yellow robes. Demetria walked up to the base of the throne. She had armor on over yellow robes, a shield on her back and a sword at her hip. The shield had the symbol of stewardship on it, a blue eye over a golden belt. She had a wine glass in her hand. I grew nervous watching her approach, unsure about what would happen. Rachel's wide smile dropped as she saw Demetria. Demetria looked up to the throne with hate in her eyes and looked around at those who were celebrating, shouting over the crowd. Enough of the racket, you lot! Your steward speaks! The crowd fell silent. Ragna leaned over Rachel. Who is this? Empress Ragna Misho, allow me to introduce myself. I am Steward Demetria Hera Regis, and I would like to offer a toast to our new empress. Ragna nodded to Demetria, lifting her mug. To our new empress, Demetria began, lifting a wine glass. A great warrior, she said, as if asking a question, whom we have never met nor seen in battle. who took the throne not by force, but... Demetria paused. Seduction? She accused. There was murmuring around the court. Rachel grinned wide, hopping off Ragna's lap. Please do what I think you will do, you bitch. Ragna's face faded, turning back to Rachel. Do what? Demetria kept silent, her glass raised. I have heard of my grandmother who ruled by choice, and I have seen Rachel and her mother rule by blood right. But I have never seen one ruled by sleeping her way to the throne. The crowd erupted in laughter and gasps. Eurybia was ecstatic. Oh, how disastrous. Silence, Ragna shouted, standing, her voice carrying with an almost unnatural weight of authority. Everyone fell deathly silent. I will attribute most of your words to too much wine, steward, Ragna said, glaring down at her from the throne. But empress, Demetria said, pouring her glass on the floor. I drank no wine this evening. She tossed the glass to the foot of the throne. It shattered beneath Ragna's feet. Ragna placed her mug down on the arm of the throne. It's time to test your mettle, Empress Ragna. She drew her sword, pointing the tip at her. I hereby formally challenge you for the throne of Penthesil. There's now cheering and shouting from everyone as the royal guard cleared the floor before the throne of tables and people. Our table is spared. Rachel was downright giddy. Yes, she screamed. I've been waiting for this day for so long, Demetria. Oh, I was hoping you'd challenge me someday. But this is just as good. She reached to Ragna's belt and drew a sword from it. I get to watch you die. She went to shove the handle of the sword into Ragna's hand. Ragna took the sword from Rachel and fixed Demetria with a serious gaze. Rachel, sit. Rachel did so, still smiling. Demetria glared. You have our queen under some spell. That's the only reason I can think of why she's dressed as a Hestia beside you, behaving like a harlot. Rachel herself said she would rather die before giving up the throne. You play a dangerous game, Demetria, steward of Penthesil, Ragna warned. I do not wish to kill anyone today, so go, take your seat. You and I can discuss politics behind closed doors. So, does that mean you are refusing my challenge? Demetria said with a broad smile. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Rachel whispered into Ragna's ear. Ragna bellowed, What do you mean if I refuse her challenge, I give up the throne? Ragna glared at Demetria. What mad woman instituted such a law? Demetria cocked a knowing grin. Empress Ragna, the one who made that law, sits to your right. Ragna turned to Rachel. You've killed your own people to keep your power? Rachel held up her hand. 4 times, grinning. Ragna whispered something to Rachel, and Rachel's face fell. Rachel whispered something back. Ragna growled. After I fix this debacle. Rachel sunk, defeated, into the throne next to Ragna. Everyone seemed confused, even Demetria. I will not forfeit, Ragna decreed. Then you accept my challenge, Demetria said, smiling. Ragna frowned. I will, steward Demetria, but I implore you to withdraw. Ragna appeared saddened. I do not wish to kill you. It's clear to me you love your country and your people. We can speak of both behind closed doors and reach an understanding. I am a woman of honor, and my word. I will not withdraw, she said, removing her shield. How do we go about this? Ragna asked. Do we begin now? She pointed her sword at Demetria. Demetria threw her sword to the floor. No weapons and no armor, she said as she removed her breastplate, revealing only a white tank top. Just you against just me, she smirked. I saw Theodora standing off to the side, holding Helena close to her. Despite 5 years passing, Helena was still a child mentally. Ragna looked to her armor, then turned to Rachel. Rachel, help me remove my armor. Rachel scoffed. Why not have Syria or Alexis? I asked neither of them. Now did I, Rachel? Ragna bellowed, narrowing her eyes. Your law has me doing this. You will help me deal with it. In a sight I never imagined seeing, Rachel recoiled at Ragna shouting, and then began to remove her armor. The entire room was in shock. The Mad Queen, undefeated in battle, was removing Ragna's armor like a young squire. As each piece of armor came off her, however, Theodora's eyes grew wide. The armor was not as thick as we had thought. It was thin, light, and merely covered massive muscles bulging over every inch of Ragna's body. Ragna was a true monster, in height and bulk, and it shocked even me. Eurybia let out a wolf whistle. She leaned over me. Hot, she grinned. You're enjoying yourself too much, I whispered. When Rachel finished, Ragna stood ready in what I could best describe as a black singlet, looking no smaller than she did with the armor. She stretched her arms and cracked her knuckles, flexing her muscles as she did. I offer you one more chance to withdraw, Demetria. Demetria's confidence has dropped as she saw Ragna's physique revealed. Theodora shouts, Mother, withdraw, please. Rachel smiled at this. Demetria turned to Theodora. My daughter, we do not back down. She turned to Ragna. Even in the face of annihilation, that is the way of the soldier. Ragna's fists clenched and she closed her eyes, her wings wilting. Pride comes before the fall, Demetria. She glared at her, her violet eyes glowing. That's a lesson I've learned all too well. Withdraw, for their sakes. Ragna motioned to Theodora and Helena. I have challenged you, and I will stand and fight for my people, Demetria shouts. Theodora walked forward, gathering her mother's weapons and armor, and tossing them to the side. Then, as heir to the stewardship, I, Theodora, Hera, Regis, declare this challenge. She hesitated. Officiated. You may begin. Demetria took a deep breath and dashed towards Ragna, throwing a mighty left hook at Ragna's face. Ragna dodged it with little effort, dodging the next few punches with ease. It seemed the armor wasn't her strength. It only slowed her down. Without it, Ragna moved much faster than she did when Cassara fought her. Demetria continued her assault, hurling a kick that was aimed at Ragna's shoulder, but struck only air. She hurled an elbow which missed Ragna's nose by an inch. Demetria's attack continued to miss, though they moved closer and closer to making contact. Damn you, Demetria shouted. Stop running from me and fight! Ragna growled, throwing her fist forward and landing a blow deep into Demetria's stomach. Demetria flew backwards a good 10 feet. Helena cried out, burying her face into Theodora's side. Theodora clasped her sister against her. Ragna marched towards the prone Demetria as she caught her breath. It takes far more energy to swing and miss than to strike, she said, approaching her. You are out of your depth, Steward. Yield! Demetria got to her hands and knees. Never, she wheezed as she stood up and hurled a right hook at Ragna. Ragna caught it in her hand and began to squeeze Demetria's fist. We heard the cracking of bone as Demetria roared in pain. Still, she threw a punch with her free hand, striking Ragna's chin. Ragna's head barely moved as it struck her. She looked down on Demetria with what can only be described as compassion. "Yield!" Demetria screamed through the pain. "Ah, this is a fight to the death! I prepared to die when I challenged you." Ragna struck Demetria hard in the side with her free hand. I heard more snapping of bones. "Yield!" Ragna demanded. Demetria coughed and then spat blood onto Ragna's chest. "Never!" Demetria began to hurl punches against Ragna's stomach. Ragna didn't seem to notice the blows as she growled, hurling Demetria across the room. Demetria spun in the air, a look of shock on her face as she soared across the room and into a stone pillar. I heard a crack as she crumpled to the floor, sputtering, blood staining the column. Ragna turned to Theodora and Helena, marching towards Demetria as she did. She grabbed Demetria by her arm and dragged her towards them. Theodora tried to take a step back, but Helena was too frightened to budge. Ragna grabbed Demetria by the back of the neck. Demetria, breathing, growing, labored. "Look at your daughters." Demetria growled, wheezing. "Leave them out of this." She coughed, dripping blood from her mouth and nose. "This is between us." Ragna knelt, holding Demetria's hand over her knee. "Is this what you want? For me to murder you before your own children?" Demetria struggled, her one free hand, her only uninjured one, reaching to Ragna, trying to free herself. Even battered and barely able to move, she was still trying to fight. "Look at them, damn it!" Ragna shouted. "Look at them and tell me why you will die, needlessly, before your children." Ragna looked to Theodora. "If you will not yield to save your life, yield for them to be spared the grief of losing their mother." "I have a duty. I have," Demetria gasped. "Honor." Ragna closed her eyes. "When you're dead, Demetria, can I ask your corpse what honor is worth?" She turned to her. "And it will tell me the answer." Ragna lifted Demetria up over her knee. "Yield, or I kill you now." Demetria looked to Theodora. "I must keep them safe." Ragna closed her eyes. "Don't make me do this, sister." Demetria closed her eyes, then glanced at Ragna. "Sister?" "Are we all not sisters here?" Ragna said. Demetria coughed, wheezed, then whispered, I yield." Ragna cradled her, letting her down gently on the ground. "Alexis, get over here now. Heal her." Alexis bound over, looking like a child next to Demetria and Ragna. "Must I? I hate healing. That's Zithero's job." Ragna grasped Alexis by the neck, lifting her into the air. "You will heal her. Do you understand me, witch?" Alexis whined. "Fine, fine." And with that, Ragna let her go. She knelt next to Demetria and began to chant, the water surrounding her wounds. Ragna looked to Theodora. "You're ruling." Theodora hugged Ragna. "Thank you. Thank you for showing mercy." She hesitated. "My empress." Helena did the same, and the room erupted into cheering. Ragna hefted Helena onto her shoulder. "I said sister because I fought long and hard for many years, and I thought I was the only one of my kind. Everywhere I looked, men stood tall and lorded over women, but they did not know how to rule. Men subjugated people for their own benefit. They sit and determine the fate of the world, she shouted. Ragna turned to Rachel. I knew I had fallen in love with Rachel. It was not just Rachel I longed for. Through her, I fell in love with Penthesil, of the stories she told of this land of sisterhood, both in battle, she turned to a group of soldiers who cheered, and at home, she looked to a group of Hesties, who also cheered. People were on their feet, and as they got up, my heart hammered in my chest. The way she spoke, it reached a deep part of me. It compelled me to listen. I have come here for Rachel, that is true. But I found you all, and I do not ask you to serve me. I ask, she shouted, to serve you. More cheering. Was I cheering? I was. I couldn't stop. Something was wrong. I have come to serve you, to elevate all of Penthesil, because this land is too small for such great women. My stomach sank. The speech. I felt like I was at a rally. I have come to make Penthesil something greater than a mere city-state, she shouted. Penthesil will be an empire. Our empire, she shouts, thrusting a fist into the air. Everyone shouts now, and the cheers are deafening, and I can't stop my voice from joining the crowd. But something is wrong. Something is far too familiar. Too long the world of man has not known of you. Too long men have ruled and oppressed. Well, I say we reintroduce ourselves. Penthesil should strike back. Penthesil will liberate our sisters in our neighboring countries. Cheers. And the sisters in all of South America. Even more cheering. The sisters of this entire continent, Ragna proclaimed. Eurybia shouted, Will you lead us to war? Ragna turned to face her. I will be in the vanguard with you. I will fight by your side, she screamed. For all our sisters. For Penthesil. Eurybia shouts now. The prophecy fulfilled. Empress Ragna has come to us to replace the fallen Athena. All hail Empress Ragna, the new goddess of war. Hail, 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 the crowd shouted. I grew dizzy. The words, everything, the crowd. I thought I recognized it from somewhere before. A new power was rising up before my eyes. I was watching the rise of a new, charismatic dictator. Men shall fall and women shall rise, she shouted. Ragna's violet eyes focused on me, and in the back of my mind, the sound of marching feet. Thousands of them, resonating. I heard cheering, and the fist thrusting into the air with Ragna's in a powerful gesture. The shouting grew deafening, and even as I tried to cover my ears, the voice in my head shouting, as if it were a throng of voices. Hail, hail, hail. Help! I'm trapped in a city of all women. Part 9. I just met the devil. I went back home alone. The streets were different as I walked through them. The mood of everyone had changed. People were celebrating the new empress now. There was revelry in the streets, and even in the house of Hestia, as I passed it. Hesties were excitedly chatting. Apparently the Hesties were overjoyed about being mentioned in the same breath as the soldiers. Women were replaying her speech on their phones, and the bars and restaurants were full of excited people. For me, however, it wasn't a celebration. It shook me to my core as I got home and staggered upstairs. The experience was beyond visceral. Her eyes still burned in my vision, as if they were following me. When Ragna spoke, she spoke of hope and of growth, but behind her eyes I saw something else. I saw a desire for war. She would not stop with Penthesil. She would not stop until the world was hers. I feared the war would envelop and devour us all. I got to my room, wobbled to my bed, and fell asleep exhausted. "Hello, my little muffin," I heard Eris's voice. I opened my eyes to see her smiling face. She looked young, vibrant, and energized. "There's my lovely little muffin," Eris chirped. "What is she?" I asked. "What is Ragna?" Eris smiled wide. "Oh, you noticed." "She's not human, but she's not like Rachel and her children." "2/3 right," she grinned. "You want to know what she is?" I nodded. "Yes." "You sure you want to know?" "Yes!" I shouted. Flames surrounded me. I screamed as I tried to run, but I found myself transported to a darkened room. It was huge, larger than the throne room of the palace. The ceiling alone reached up so high I could only see shadows. As my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, hanging from the ceiling, which was at least 100 feet high, I saw faces twisted in terror. They looked suspended by their feet, unmoving, frozen in some kind of perpetual suffering. "Oh my God!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the empty room. "God?" A powerful man's voice growled from the far side of the room. Halfway up the wall sat a throne, and leading to it was a set of massive stairs. The voice had come from there, though whoever was sitting on it remained shrouded in darkness. A pair of glowing rings of violet smoke then began to glow within the darkness. They rose and started to advance towards me. "God is not here." As the rings began to descend, I realized they were eyes. Eyes that were pitch black except for the swirls of violet smoke, like a pair of hurricanes spinning against a black sea. The faint red light of the room struck the feet of the figure, clad in a heavy steel-plated armor, causing thundering footsteps echoing through the room. Out of the shadows loomed a massive man, almost 10 feet tall, wearing steel armor with glowing red chains across his chest. The darkness seemed to follow him down before I realized that it wasn't darkness, but a pair of gigantic black wings. With each footfall, soot and dust shook from the feathers. His face appeared chiseled, masculine, with long blonde hair flowing behind him. His eyes showed nothing but hate as he looked at me. "Yet, unlike God, you are here. Why?" he demanded. My knees gave out and I crumpled to the floor, shaking. Who are you?" I whimpered. His wings flapped. He soared into the air. As he neared the ceiling, the figures hanging above began to scream in fright before he landed mere inches from me. A foul wind washed over me. I tried to push myself away from him, but my feet slipped out from under me. Eris's voice echoed. "She's your little girl's newest subject, O Lucifer, Prince of Hell. Spirit of discord, is that you?" He narrowed his eyes as Eris manifested next to me. "What game are you playing?" He reached for her, but she vanished. He growled. "Did Father send you to pester me?" You, I gasped. You're... Eris appeared next to me, grinning. "The morning star, the unclean one. the anointed cherub, the prince of demons, the tempter, the evil one, the enemy, the angel of the abyss, and the father of lies. She grinned, turning to me. Also, the father of your empress. Enough of your mischief, he bellowed, though Eris didn't seem to care. What is your plot, you little nymph? Eris's laugh echoed throughout the room. Seems your daughter's been sowing enough discord to cause my followings to swell, O son of the morning. Lucifer stood before me, crossing his arms over his chest. As I would expect of her, he glanced to me. And dare I ask what your goal with this one? Eris snuggled next to me. This is my most devoted little follower. She asked who the empress was, so I thought it only right to show her. You never picked sides before. He lifted an eyebrow, glaring at Eris. Why now? Who said I was picking sides? Eris grinned. I long for the days when you and your father would clash, days when the sun would stop and angels would kill non-believers. Oh, I long for the days of such strife and discord. When your daddy would send me off to befuddle his enemies, and you'd do the same back. All those days are coming again. So you're here to benefit from our conflict. Ever the opportunist? He narrowed his eyes. Why give this girl a vision of me? Remove her from my realm. Eris smiled, picking me up. Okay, Grumpy Pants. She turned to me. Say goodbye to the nice adversary of all God's creation. I swallowed hard and waved. Goodbye?
Be gone,
Lucifer shouted, and hurled his hand upward, a swarm of locusts flying at us. Eris giggled as everything turned black. When I woke up, there was a buzzing noise in my ear. I got up and shrieked as a cluster of little locusts were crawling all over my room and bed. I rushed out of the room and grabbed bug spray and a broom, rushing back to my room only to discover the little creatures had vanished. My heart hammered in my chest. Oh, this can't be real. I felt dizzy for a moment, but the door slammed shut behind me. I heard a knocking on the mirror of my vanity. As I walked over, I spotted Eris, smiling. But it is, she said in a sing-song voice. Okay, if there's a god and a devil, then what are you? I asked. Are there just gods everywhere? Eris smiled. People's faith make us, you know. We start as thoughts and spirits, and then we pop in and out. She rolled her eyes. God, as you know him, the great creator, is the first. Sure. Prayer empowers us lesser spirits from time to time, some more applicable than others. Some changes, some don't. Some get rolled into faiths and become weak and fade away. She chuckled. I was fading when I first met you. But since you and others have continued to worship, I've grown so much stronger. What are you? I asked. Eris giggled. I'm the spirit of discord. That never, ever changed. My name may have, and how followers revere me may have too, but that will always be me, she grinned. I've never been on either side. As a result, so few worship me. It's a damn travesty. Me believing in you strengthened you? Oh, not just you, my sweet little muffin. The whole order of Eris. The Discordians. They're all recognizing my works. She smiled at me. Before the Greeks, I didn't even have a name. I was just the spirit of discord. But since then, I've enjoyed the limelight. Love, hate, all of it. She grins. So you're not a goddess? I questioned. Oh, I am. I'm not all-powerful like Lucifer and Yahweh, but I'm there, doing my thing, half the time at their behest. She smiled wide. But I make good by protecting my followers, like you. Which reminds me, it's high time I gave you my boon. She closed her eyes, the glass of the dresser shaking. What are you doing? I asked. Eris smiled, opening her eyes. Making good on all those prayers you made to me, sweet muffin. Enjoy. Just then the phone rang. I turned to face the door. Hearing the house phone ringing wasn't rare, but it was less and less frequent as of late. Alice, Grace, and Lana all had my cell number, so I wondered who would be calling. When I turned back to the vanity, Eris had vanished. I headed down to the main floor to see Hilly on the phone. Yes, of course, Your Grace. Hilly frowned, turning to me. She wants to speak with you. I swallowed hard, knowing what I know now about the empress. I picked up the phone. Hello? I squeaked. Empress Ragna's confident voice resonated from the phone. Madison Hill? Yes, I said. Excellent, Ragna affirmed. I have a specialized request that only you can help me with. Would you mind coming to the palace and meeting in my office? A shiver ran down my spine. Sure, Your Grace. Splendid. I'll expect you soon, Ragna said as the line went dead. I hung up the phone, my heart in my throat. Maddie? Hilly asked. What did she want? I was still staring at the phone. She wants to see me. Did she say why? Hilly asked. I shook my head. Hilly hugged me from behind. Maddie, you should run. Stay. I shivered again and shook my head. No, it's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine. Hilly was still holding me for a moment before she turned me around. If you don't come home, Maddie, I wanted to let you know. I always hoped you'd change your mind about us at some point. I'm flattered, Hilly. I looked to the door. But I'm not like that. You sure? Hilly asked. Maybe if you just tried it. For the first time in a long time, the knot in my throat came back. I should go. Be safe, Hilly said as I left. As I headed out of the house and towards the palace, I wandered in a daze. I felt myself shaking as I walked. My stomach was in my knees, and I could barely make sense of why the empress would want to see me. Halfway through my journey, someone's hands were rubbing my shoulders. She'll protect you. No reason to be frightened. I turned to see Eurybia again. The empress wants to see me. Eurybia grinned. Oh my. No wonder you're a bundle of nerves. She pulled out a flask, smiling. Liquid courage, she whispered. I won't tell Hilary. I grabbed the flask. May as well. I took a swig. It was rum. Definitely rum. Eurybia took the flask back, smiling. Relax, and good luck. Remember, Eris will protect her loyal followers. I nodded. I know, but I wondered if I should tell Eurybia. But thought against it. I doubted Eurybia would care who Ragna was. Thanks. Praise Eris. She slapped me on the back. Praise Eris, I said as I made my way towards the palace. I head up the steps and soon spot a few things that are, well, off to me. Walking around the palace are not the usual soldiers and royal guards, but Hesties, and even some younger girls. They're all moving things around, cleaning, and so on. The royal court isn't even in session, which is most odd. The thrones are still there, however, all seated high above the rest of the gallery. One young girl sits behind a desk, catches my attention. "Miss," I turn to face her. "Oh, the empress summoned me to her office?" The young girl nodded. "She's been doing that a lot. What's your name?" "Madison Eris Hill," I said. She beamed to me. "Oh, Eris be praised." "Eris be praised." I said that an awful lot lately. I sat in a massive office. It was utilitarian compared to Demetria's. A painting of Rachel and Ragna hung over the desk, both of them relaxing in some kind of peaceful field or jungle setting. Rachel looked much younger, maybe in her mid-20s. Empress Ragna was on the phone, wearing an earpiece of sorts. Ragna wasn't wearing her armor, so a first for me, outside of the underwear she was wearing beneath the armor. Instead, she wore a light blue tailcoat jacket, with a navy blue vest button under it. Beneath that, she had a black blouse, and she wore black slacks. She had a pair of suede black boots, flat-heeled. "I understand, Lana. Yes, of course." Ragna looked to me, motioning for me to come in. "Yes, the House of Hestia has the Crown's full support. How's your sister?" "Well, that's a shame. I'm glad you stayed, however. The House of Hestia needs you." I walked towards the desk, a much more modern thing made of shiny metal and stone surface. On top were a tablet and a keyboard, though I didn't see a monitor of any kind. "Yes, I heard. Most returned, but... So who handles informing the family? Demetria? Ah." She paused as I sat down. "If it's at all possible, would you consider letting me tell Grace?" "I see. No, I understand. If she has more rapport with Demetria, then, by all means, she should handle the situation." "Yes, I'll keep you abreast of the situation here." "Okay, then. Goodbye." She pressed a button on the side of the small earpiece, removing it. "Lana's a lovely woman, but she seems to have a bad case of the chatter," Ragna said, walking towards me, extending her hand. "Empress Ragna Misho. Pleasure to meet you, Madison." I frowned, standing up and shaking her hand tentatively. She didn't crush my hand, handling the grip delicately. "Oh, don't be so shy or formal. Please have a seat." She motioned to the chair opposite her desk. I did as she told me, frowning. Ragna sat down at her desk, typing on her keyboard, and before her, a transparent screen appeared with my face. I could make out some information, but it was fuzzy and backwards. "You've had quite the unique journey, Madison." "What is that?" I said, pointing to the screen. Ragna chuckled. "I keep forgetting you Terrans are far behind the times." She smiled at me. "A monitor, just consider it far more advanced than what you've seen." "Is that what they have in America?" Ragna rolled her eyes, though her smile never faded. "That brings up a question I have," she chuckled. "Now I understand if you've been in contact with your government following my takeover. After all, the United States was an ally of Penthesil up until then. I want to stress, I will not hold any past loyalties you held with the United States against you prior to my coronation." She pulled up a map of the southern United States. "But I must ask, when did you contact them regarding my arrival?" I shivered. "What?" "Well, it's just that they're building a wall on the U.S.-Mexican border. And I can't fathom a reason the U.S. would do such a thing, as Mexico is a close trade ally, Ragna said. So they're fortifying their borders in response to my presence here? I groaned, looking to my feet. They're building a wall? Yes. Satellite imagery confirms that they're doing rather aggressively. It looked to be to prevent vehicle crossings and impede heavy infantry. Ragna smiled. It's a poor defense, but they are fortifying their border. I haven't been in contact with my homeland since I arrived here, but I can tell you that the wall has been debated for a long time, I informed. Ragna raised an eyebrow, looking me over. I felt dizzy, and a ringing in my ear grew louder and louder. It halted after a moment or two. Interesting. Well, no matter. That brings me back to why you're here. She stood up, moving to a shelf and opening a small silver box with several vials and a needle. The eugenics program that the Valkyrie has instituted is, to be honest, top-notch. I love how it doesn't disparage those who are genetically unqualified to reproduce, but rather sets them to the ever-important task that a warrior doesn't wish to perform. It's very well organized, Ragna explained. I frowned, looking to the box. Shy of needles? Ragna said, grinning. I don't think I'd want to take anything administered by you via a needle, I explained. Ragna chuckled. Well, I wouldn't take anything either if I didn't know what it was. So allow me to explain. She picked up the small vial. Here I've disseminated the DNA of the average Penthesilian Valkyrie. I loaded it into a retrovirus with a mortal protein shed and even added a few hormonal and growth triggers. I stared blankly at her. Ragna frowned. This will turn a normal woman, such as yourself, into a Valkyrie, or Artie, as we call most. What? I shouted as I stood up. Wait, why? Ragna chuckled. Because, my dear, as good as the average person is, I'd prefer my army to be more homogeneous. She stood up, walking to a map of the local area. I cannot expand the empire with only 13,000 soldiers. She turned to me. I'll need a method to make more that doesn't involve overworking the men. Tell her you know what she is. I shivered, and before I could say anything, Ragna fixed me with a strange gaze. Ragna's eyes' color intensified and damn near began to glow. Oh, what's this now? You have a friend. I swallowed. I know what you are. Ragna grinned at me, eyes still glowing. You're the spawn of the devil, I spat out, shaking in my boots. Ragna's smile remained. Ah, she walked to her desk. I see. Who told you such nonsense? Eris, I said. Ragna shook her head. I don't see how your vision from a goddess could have made you consider that stance. I cleared my throat. I recognize what you did in that speech. You're scapegoating the male-run governments and cultures to trick everyone into getting behind you. Ragna's face finally broke. Aha! So you're smarter than most of your species. I glared at her. What's that supposed to mean? Ragna shrugged, unthreatened. It means that I feel the Terrans as a race are fools, and you do everything. She thought for a moment. What's the colloquial term? Ass backwards? How so? I asked. Ragna rolled her eyes. For one, your nuclear research followed the worst pathway I could imagine. She sat at her desk. You split the atom, and your first inclination was to design a bomb based around a chain reaction. She shook her head, laughing. And then somehow you got the bright idea to take the same technology, the chain reaction, and try to make a nuclear reactor. I mean, you have plants functioning to this day using water-cooled graphite moderated reactors with a positive void coefficient that, to be honest, boggles the mind. If you lose power, the reaction continues, and unsurprisingly, you have a bomb instead of a reactor. I stared at her dumbfounded. I do not understand what you're talking about. Sorry, she shook her head. I got off on a rant there. It's beside the point. She stood, moving back to the map. I'm here to fix it all. She laid her hands on the map. But to do it, I need over 13,000 soldiers. As amazing as Penthesil's army is, physically they will tire, and they will need rotation. I glared at her. Why? So you can take over the world? Precisely, Ragna said without missing a beat. So I can rule the world correctly. You'll never win. You can't control everyone with fear and intimidation, I shouted, recalling all the rulers and men who tried. Of course not, Madison, she turned to me. I plan to rule via appeasement. What? You try and crush someone beneath your boot, and you may control them for a time, but they will rise and destroy you. I'm no fool. She moved back to her desk. But if you are free people from their oppressive government, give them everything they ever wanted, they'll fight to the death for you. She smiled at me. I have the cures for most, if not all, of your diseases. I have technology to render your fossil fuels obsolete, clear your environment, and thrust industry forward by at least a century. She motioned to the map. As of now, I have a plan involving supply runs and food rations to reach those starving people of our nearest neighbors as foreign aid. That aid will be refused by the local government. I'll push in and take out the government, and only that government, then have a new one elected, and they will serve me. She smiled. I'll do this to appease each population, to rally support, and gain soldiers to fight for me. She pointed to the vial. But to do that, I need more proper soldiers. I need you, and I'm sure this is something you and I both want. I've seen you, Madison. You're not used to this treatment, she scoffed. You were adventuring around the globe when you landed here, and now you've been washing dishes and cleaning up after someone for the last 5 years. I know you want this, she pointed to the vial. Demand appeasement. I looked to Ragna, now confident, because without realizing it, she gave me more power over her than she realized. But you can't force me. You want me to do it willingly, I smiled. So you need to appease me first. Ragna's eyes grew wide before she laughed, closing the container. I gave the game away, didn't I? She stood, grinning to me. Fine, Madison, so be it. What is it you want? I'm sorry? You've rubbed the genie's lamp, girl. Tell me what it is you want. Anything at all. Money? Power? Rank? Name it. I frowned at the vial. I'm not sure you can even give me what I want. Try me, Ragna said, her hands on her desk. Leaning down to me. Ask. I looked up to her. My friend, Devin, who I arrived with, has been in a coma for 5 years. Fix him. Make him better and not just a vegetable. Ragna stood up, smiling, her hands on her chin. Oh, my, Madison. I thought you'd ask for something difficult of me. Alice, Chloe, Devin, and I were all in a truck now driving to the men's village. Chloe was driving, and as she did, she seemed nervous. Alice was making sure Devin, was in her car seat. "What's wrong, Chloe?" I looked out the window, certain I knew what was wrong. "The empress is flying over us." She turned to Alice. "What do you think is wrong?" Above us, keeping us in her shadow, was Ragna. She flew a few feet above, her massive wings blocking the sun from our Humvee as we rolled down the makeshift road to the men's village. When we arrived, Ragna landed behind the gate as Chloe spoke to the guard. Ragna gained a fair amount of attention, and men walked up to her. She was shaking hands by the time we got out of the car, as the crowd had blocked the road. "A pleasure." She turned to me. "I see the men are as fit as you all described." One large man bellowed, "Empress, we heard your speech. Are you here to get rid of us?" Ragna fixed him with a stern grin. "Men, I think you misunderstand me," she smiled, opening her arms. "I am here to lift you all up. When I speak of the downfall of men, I mean their governments. Surely all of you find the state of affairs as they are appropriate?" There was murmuring among them, and one shouted, "I don't have the land to sow my grain. How can I make a living if the housing is encroaching on my fields?" Ragna smiled. "Gentlemen, you are in luck. I have solutions for that very thing. How is this? As I now have a matter to attend to, I will arrive next week and meet each of you personally, and you can tell me what is inadequate, and I'll resolve it personally." There was some confused murmurs before another man shouted, "What's so urgent you need to ignore us now?" "My good man," Ragna began, "I'm here to heal a man who suffers a 5-year coma." There was more murmurs before they all parted ways. "If you help Brother Devin," I saw Jurgen approach, "then you can help the rest." Ragna smiled, offering her hand. He shook it, and was squeezing her hand hard. Ragna grinned, returning the grip. Jurgen grunted and gave her a sly grin. "Empress, are you in need of an heir?" Ragna chuckled. "Oh no, but thank you. Afraid I only prefer the warriors of Penethil." "You and I both," Jurgen nodded with a sly grin. "Well then, Empress, right this way." Jurgen led us through the crowd as they parted for Ragna. Once we got to the hospital, Ragna set to work on Devin, but not in the manner I expected. "You said he was out for 5 years?" I nodded. Devin chimed in, "Is the Empress going to wake up, Daddy?" Alice tempered her expectations. "She'll try, sweetie." "Yay!" Devin shouted gleefully. Ragna placed her hand on Devin's forehead and closed her eyes. "So where are you then?" "Ah, there you are." "Oh, stop your pitiful screaming," she said as she opened her eyes, one of them brown like Devin's, and the other her normal violet color. "Don't go poking about in there. You'll find something you dislike." "What happened to your eye?" I said. Ragna smiled. "Oh, it's that noticeable." She chuckled. "Well, I had to put him somewhere while I worked on him." She stopped and sighed. "Now, what did I tell you about snooping about? Stay put, boy." Was she speaking to Devin? In her head? She shook her head and pulled out a smile device that she then placed on Devin's nose, alongside his oxygen tube. In her free hand, she now had a small tablet open. Let's see. Oh, well, that's necrosed. Can we restore it? Let's have a look. I watched a blue fluid push up from the little device she had shoved up Devin's nose. "What are you doing?" I asked, concerned for Devin's well-being. "Fixing him," Ragna said as she grinned. "Oh, that's responding nicely, but still not functioning. Oh my, There's some nasty scar tissue. Let's get that out of the way. Alice and I watched in fascination while Chloe turned away. After a moment, she removed the device. There. She placed her hand back on his forehead. Now, back you go. Her eyes closed, and as they did, for the first time in a long time, Devin's opened. Devin gasped. I'm sorry. He tried to sit up, groaning. Oh, damn. Devin, I shouted, hugging him. Madison? He groaned as he hugged back. Where are we? You are in a coma, I said, letting go. How do you feel? I have a headache, Devin said. But, he felt his beard. Madison, how long was I out for? I frowned, unsure how to explain. Ragna walked over. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Empress Ragna Misho, or Penthesil. She extended her hand. I woke you up from a coma that spanned 5 years. 5? Devin leaned back, or tried to, but Ragna held his hand firm. Now, get a hold of yourself. You're fine, Ragna explained. Alice was smiling ear to ear. You have one other surprise, and I think it will be a bit of a shock, Ragna said. More of a shock than being in a coma for 5 years? Devin shouted. Daddy's loud! Devin rushed over to the bed, smiling up at him. Good morning, sleepy daddy. Devin's eyes went wide. What? He looked at her, and then something seemed to click. Devin? Devin giggled. Yep. Ragna lifted Devin up onto his lap. She turned to Alice. I assume you brought her here often? Alice nodded, walking over. Hi, she said. Devin looked to Alice. Your voice sounds familiar. Alice nodded. We've visited you for a long time now. She pointed to Devin, and she's been eager to meet you. I noticed there was some commotion outside in the hallway. Several people were running down the halls and shouting. Devin looked to me. You named her, didn't you? I nodded. Sorry. Devin grinned, tugging on Devin's beard. Oof, he grunted. Hey, that hurts. He smiled, looking to Alice. And I, but how? Alice frowned. Long and harsher story. Chloe stuck her head out of the room. What's all the racket? A man ran in and turned on the TV. It's the news. The TV flicked on. Good, I heard Rachel's voice come across the TV. Ragna spun around on her heels, facing the TV. Rachel? Hello, everyone. And I mean everyone, Rachel began, speaking to a rather jerky camera. Ragna turned to the man. Where is this from? He frowned. It's broadcast from the U.S. It claims she's a terrorist attacking military installations. But that's the Queen. I'm Queen Rachel, and you'll soon know me as the Queen of the true ruler of this earth. But for now, know that I have lent my 2 children to the United States military, in the hopes of them getting their hands dirty in some good old-fashioned warfare, she scoffed. However, as I mentioned, the true empress of this world has arrived, and as such I need them to be groomed to be her heiresses to the throne of this little dirtball. What are you doing, Rachel? Wait, 2 children? Ragna said, confused. I turned to Ragna. So you don't know? Ragna turned to me. Is my son here? Rachel continued on the TV in the background. I don't know about any son. But I cleared my throat. The second princess, Zephyrina. Ragna cut me off. Rachel named a child Zephyrina, she growled. I wanted to name my first girl Zephyrina. How could she do that without me? That's the thing, I continued. She is yours? Ragna glared at me, her face growing pale. What? Rachel's voice caught her attention. I turned to the TV to see Rachel in some very odd-looking getup. She had on a skin-tight bodysuit which had some padding on the shoulders and waist, and over her chest and arms. She spread her wings wide, and she was sporting a huge machine gun. Return my children to me, and I'll stay your execution for a short while, Rachel threatened. What does she think this will accomplish? Ragna growled. Damn it, woman. However, every hour, on the hour, things will get rather biblical up in here. Rachel pointed the gun at whomever had the camera trained on her. Wait! A man's voice squeaked from behind the camera. You said if I cooperated, you wouldn't. A wicked grin took Rachel, as an all-too-familiar madness took her eyes. I said I wouldn't kill you slow, mortal. A swift death is your reward. And with that, she pulled the trigger. The video cut out there. I turned to Devin. So, yeah. That's the queen of the country we're stuck in? So, help! I'm trapped in a city of all women, and I don't feel too well. Ragna turned to me. I can't have a child. That's impossible. I frowned. When Rachel first came here, she was a few weeks pregnant. Ragna froze, her eyes going wide. She turned away from me. Moira, you made it work? The adapter works? She frowned. So you're saying that Ava was the only other child you've seen? I nodded. Ragna looked down. He's likely long since dead by now. She heaved a sigh. I guess Ragna wasn't aware of Zephyrina. How long ago did Rachel arrive? Ragna asked, looking back to me, recovering her composure. Over 20 years ago? Ragna growled. Hestia, you bastard. She cursed something in a language that sounded thick, harsh, and guttural, clenching her fist. Your damn hex claimed my son, and now you rob me of my blood daughter's childhood? She faced the window. Esmeralda, to me. The room began to stink of sulfur as a black rift opened up before us. Black smoke poured out of the rift and began to sink to the floor, like vapor from a dry icebox. Devin held Deviny tight as Chloe ran over, all of us staring in shock as a woman stepped out of the blackness. She was a good 6 feet tall, with long black hair and eyes that glowed with a violet light, similar to Ragna's. On her forehead glowed an orange brand of Omega, as if someone had seared it into her flesh. A pair of 2 little nub-like horns sat on her forehead. Her plump, blood-red lips contrasted against her pale white skin. Her dress was even stranger. It was a Victorian dress of sorts. Slats of plate armor made up the skirt of the dress. Hinged between them sat chainmail. The mail was black, while the slats of metal were white. She wore a metal corset as well that led up to her bust, covered in a pair of sphere-like metal domes. She wore silver and black gauntlets which reached up to her shoulders, where they puffed out on either side with black fabric. She trimmed it in purple cloth, and a matching bow tied her hair back. A black lace posture color with intricate lacework led from her neck up to her chin, keeping her chin upturned. The woman curtsied. My mistress, you called? She spoke in a posh British accent. Esmeralda, I need you to find where Rachel is. Now. Ragna said as she looked to us. Madison, I need to attend to this, so I'll call you later on to finish your part of the deal, yes? I nodded. Who is that? Esmeralda's eyes fixed on me. The smell of sulfur intensified. You dare address my mistress, empress of this world and the next, as if she were a commoner? She spat. A thick black blade whip appeared in her hand. Esmeralda, it's fine. Ragna turned to me. You know damn well what she is. As you know me, Madison. She's mine. Understand? Esmeralda's lip quivered in agitation, and I saw sharp teeth behind her full lips. We don't have time to waste, servant. Now, let's go, Ragna said, stepping through the portal. Yes, mistress, your will be done. The demoness, Esmeralda, bowed before Ragna and passed through the portal with her. It shut behind them. Everyone stared at the blank space where they had vanished in shock. Devin giggled. That metal dress lady smelled like bad eggs. Devin's eyes were wide. Was that a demon? I think it was, I said, now more shaken than before. The woman had Ragna's omega symbol emboldened on her forehead. Ragna had said she was hers, meaning the demon was enslaved? Was that a good or bad thing? She seemed to react to the slightest insult to Ragna with extreme violence. Alice held Devin tight. The empress is in league with demons? She's a goddess, Chloe said, turning to Alice. Maybe she's some kind of servant nymph. Alice nodded. I can't imagine the empress being evil. She showed mercy to Demetria. Chloe nodded. I'm sure we're misunderstanding. Chloe turned to Devin, a smile on her face. I'm Chloe. It's lovely to meet you, Devin. Devin looked Chloe over. Whoa, you're, huge. Chloe beamed at him. Why, thank you. She flexed her arm. I try to keep myself in good fighting condition. Alice seemed enamored with Chloe's showboating. I'm lost. But can someone tell me how I have a daughter? He said, smiling to Devin. Devin grinned. A soldier beat you up and then she got me. Alice chuckled. I'll take her outside while you two tell him, okay? Alice smiled as she picked up Devin. But I want to stay with Daddy longer, Devin whined. You will after the adults talk, Alice said as she walked her out of the room. Devin looked at both of us with a serious gaze. Okay, spill it. I wasn't sure how to explain, and the knot in my throat had come back. It did that lately. Chloe broke the silence. When the search party found you, only one woman, Greta, happened across you. She claimed she had to clear your lungs of fluid and that, during that time she was giving you mouth-to-mouth, you responded favorably to her. Chloe sighed. She then took it upon herself to, rape you. Devin raised an eyebrow. You're telling me the last time I got laid I was unconscious? Chloe nodded. More or less. Devin frowned, looking to Chloe. So, what now? Alice has been caring for her? Chloe frowned. Alice and me. I'm her Arties. Her what? Devin asked. Girlfriend, I clarified. Well, more wife. Chloe turned to me. Wife? So Devin has two moms? Devin asked. Most girls do, Chloe responded. At least here. Devin frowned. So does she come live with me now? Chloe's face fell. I walked over. Devin, Chloe and Alice wanted a girl, but they had a boy. Because only women can live in Penthesil. Her son had to live here. They offered Devin to me at first, but Chloe and Alice wanted a little girl so badly. I thought they would take the best care of her, I explained. Devin looked to Chloe. I'm not trying to take her, but, well, when can I see her? We're heading back there by the end of the day, I smiled. We'll swing by every weekend. I will need more time with her than that, Devin protested. Devin, that's not how it works here, I began to explain. Chloe shook her head. No, Devin has a right to be with Deviny, and I have a right to be with my boy, Fond. She looked to me. Alice and I are moving here, so I can spend more time with my son before I ship out. Chloe, why? She frowned to me. Because I don't want to leave Alice, Fond, or Deviny like Grace. Grace? What happened to Grace? I asked. Chloe shook her head. I thought you heard. No, Wait. I recalled the one-sided conversation Ragna had. No. Chloe nodded. They killed Nemi in action. Oh, my poor Grace. I couldn't imagine her pain, and her daughter Nyx was about the same age as Deviny. Chloe smiled to Devin. We'll be a nice, happy family for Deviny, the three of us together. Deviny chuckled. So, 2 moms and a dad? Chloe beamed. Yes. Devin stroked his beard. Okay, that would help me get acquainted with you. Are you sure, Chloe? This is a sudden decision, I reminded. Chloe nodded to me. I always thought about it. How if Devin ever woke up and wanted to see Deviny, what would we do? She smiled. Trust me, I've given it a lot of thought. I can protect Alice and Deviny, with Devin's help once he's back in shape. Protect them from what? Devin asked. This is a city of all men, so with only a few women around, let's just say they can get rowdy. But we've got this, Chloe explained. I'll tell Alice. The 2 of us have discussed this at length. With that, Chloe walked out into the hallway to speak to Alice. So, I just got an instant family, I guess, Devin said, tugging at his beard. Yeah, sorry to hit you with all of this, I frowned. I might go into shock, to be honest. Devin chuckled. I kind of don't believe this is real at all. Am I still dreaming? I shook my head. I wish. We can't go home? Devin asked. Yeah, this place is secret, and the government back home doesn't want anyone knowing about it. So the deep state is real, then, Devin said, eyebrows raised. I'm not even going to get into it, I grumbled. If we go home, we're in prison or dead. Devin's smile faded. Listen, Madison, I'm sorry, okay? You're sorry? Devin, it was my fault you went off the waterfall to begin with, I insisted. Devin shook his head. You had a path all mapped out, sites to visit, locations to check in at. He heaved a sigh. Madison, you made an adventure into the jungle boring. What? I was making it safer, I defended. Trust me, I see that now, Devin grimaced. But at the time I wanted something more thrilling. What are you saying? I asked. Devin flinched. I kind of ignored the landmarks on purpose and got us lost. I figured we had the gear to survive anywhere. Devin sighed. I wanted to do something uncharted. I stared at Devin aghast. Devin looked down. I didn't intend for the raft to go over a waterfall. I panicked. When I started swimming and I realized I would not make it, I thought, I deserve this. I blame myself for that, I admitted. Devin looked to me, contrite. Can you forgive me? I know this is all my fault, but I never meant for anything like this to happen. I chuckled. Devin, as much as I want to kill you, I mock-threatened, I'm just glad you're okay. Devin smiled as I hugged him. Thanks. When we separated, he gave me a concerned gaze. That woman, the giant one with the wings? I didn't dream that, right? She's real? I nodded. She's the empress here now. I sighed. She's, frickin' evil, Devin affirmed. I know. I frowned. No, I mean, when I was in her head, she told me not to poke around. But, well, I poked around, 'cause you know that's me. Ever the adventurer, I said. You ever go to sleep and you look around in a dream and you only see a few feet in front of you? Like, not a dream about a place, but in that in-between twilight between dreaming and waking up? Devin tried to explain. Maybe, I said, humoring him. The largest place ever was to me was like a small bedroom, he began. When that woman put me in her head, it was like I was in a foyer of some massive warehouse of screens. But there was one screen that was in front and center, so I touched it, he explained. What did you see? I asked. Dead angels. Hundreds of them. All killed by her, Madison. The place looked like heaven, he frowned. Madison, I think that woman killed all the angels in heaven. I didn't know how to respond to that. I saw white marble floors, ceilings and walls covered in blood, decapitated and dismembered angels everywhere. I saw it from her point of view. She had a sword covered in blood and was fighting one last angel. She killed him too, but not before he said that she'd never find happiness. He frowned to me. It kept replaying until she took me out of her head. That's crazy, Devin. That's crazy, Devin, I said. Aren't angels God's servants? Devin said. Yeah, I said. Not sure what to believe anymore. Well, if they're all gone, maybe that explains why we haven't, gotten any miracles. People keep doing bad crap in God's name, you know that. That's why the world has gone to hell, Devin postulated. How do you even kill an angel? I chuckled, trying to convince myself that this couldn't be real. Apparently by cutting off their heads or wings, Devin explained. A shiver ran down my spine. Or ripping out their hearts. Chloe and Alice were talking about their move, with an ecstatic Deviny, who was looking forward to playing with her stepbrother Fond more often. I sat in the back seat, shell-shocked by what Devin told me. Angels can die? The Empress has killed angels. We all piled out of the car with a tone sounded through the streets. The palace had 4 massive floating screens on it. To my shock, one for each side facing all of Penthesil. On it was Ragna, in her armor, blood staining her chest piece. Do not be alarmed, citizens of Penthesil. This is your Empress speaking to you, to inform you of very important development. She seemed sad and worried. As all of you are aware, I have recalled all active duty soldiers from the field effective immediately. This included Princess Evangelina and Zephyrina. Ragna frowned at her name. While the U.S. and their allies have released all of our soldiers, our princesses remain on active duty status. Steward Demetria wrote to the United States military leadership to demand their return. She paused for effect. I glanced around to see everyone paying close attention to the broadcast. Everything in the city had come to a complete stop. Their response was that they would not return the princesses. The United States gave no date for when their service would end, Ragna informed. Lots of angry shouting reverberated through the entire city. Chloe even shouted, "How dare they!" Ragna was silent for a moment, allowing people to calm down. When the crowd's dismay calmed, Ragna continued. As a result of hearing this news, Rachel rushed to the United States to demand the return of her daughters. As any mother would, Ragna sighed. Her decision was rash, but it was a decision of a mother most concerned for her children. I know many of you would do the same if you could." I saw Chloe nod, staring up at the screen, her eyes wet. Rachel met resistance from one of the commanding officers and was not allowed to see the princesses. In a fit of rage, that is all but a trademark of Rachel, she took the officer hostage at gunpoint, demanding they release our princesses, Ragna declared. Chloe now grinned. "Had a girl." The city cheered. Ragna waited, her face still solemn. However, rather than meet Rachel's demand, they attacked Rachel. Ragna stepped aside. Behind her, Rachel was in a hospital bed, with multiple tubes going into her mouth, and some coming out of her abdomen. Blood-stained bandages around her stomach. Chloe's eyes were wide. Who could do that to the Queen? The United States fired specialized weapons at Rachel. She held up a bullet, her eyes narrowing. This armor-piercing round was fired from an Artemis Mark 17 specialized sniper rifle. Everyone in the entire city was in an uproar. The United States used our own weapons to put our queen in critical condition and to hold our princesses hostage. Ragna began as she turned to the wall and hurled the bullet through it. And I mean, she whipped the bullet and shot it through the wall as she fired it out of a gun. She turned back to the camera. "Penthesil will not stand for such indignity. I had planned on a much different approach, but the United States leaves us little choice." Chloe was shouting with the others. "Bring them home!" Ragna glared at the camera. "This is my official proclamation as Empress of Penthesil and all her future provinces." Everyone quieted down to listen. "I hereby declare war on the United States of America." More cheering from everyone around me. I turned to see even Alice and Devin shouting their approval. "Steward Demetria will plan with all of you. Our march to the United States cannot be direct, but you know this. With each country we take, we grow stronger and closer to freeing our princesses. Prepare yourself, Valkyrie, because soon you will fly on wings of glory." I had never heard an entire city erupt in cheers before. It shook the ground, all of them shouting, cheering, celebrating the new war. Chloe picked up Devin and began to walk back home with Alice. "Chloe, where are you guys going?" I shouted. Chloe turned to me, giving me a serious look. "I will get ready to fight for Princess Zephyrina." And with that she turned, heading home. I glared at the palace. Ragna was using my friends as toy soldiers, and I was furious. I got to the palace, and it was surprisingly empty. The woman at the desk was still there. She recognized me. "Oh, Madison," she smiled. "Praise Eris." "Praise Eris," I said, walking over. "Do you know where the empress is?" She pursed her lips, leaning towards me. "She's not to see anyone. But if you have an inclination to visit her," she grinned. "She's been in her office." She leaned forward, more whispering. "And she is in a mood most foul. Eris be praised. Discord surrounds us." I nodded to her and headed towards Ragna's office. Something shattered inside, and I heard Ragna roar in anger. I hesitated in front of the door, second-guessing myself. My hand had already knocked on the door without me controlling it. The blood drained from my face. The door flew open. "I said no disturbing me!" Ragna looked down on me. "Madison, you know what? This is perfect timing." She grabbed my hand and pulled me into the office. The room was in shambles, besides a large painting above where Ragna's desk used to be. She had folded the desk in half and smashed against the far wall. There was a photo on the wall. It had crashed in two. It was a single photo of a Latino woman, short with brown hair and eyes in a military uniform. There was a name under the photo, Captain Sofia Vasquez, United States Armed Forces. Ragna picked up a chair, putting it up. "Have a seat. Sorry for the sad state of the office." She heaved a sigh. "The love of my life is in critical condition thanks to that bitch." Ragna hurled the letter opener at the photo, which stuck square in the middle of the woman's face, her and her bloody avatar of Michael. "Who is that woman?" I asked. "She's the leader of a new wave of Nephilim, and the one who's likely keeping the princesses, my daughter, from me." Ragna's eyes were pulsing with violet light. "I want to rip her apart. I'll do it slowly. I'll crucify her and then tear off her fingers. One by one, I'll make sure she suffers." Ragna fell to her knees, like she made my Rachel suffer. "Your Highness," I frowned. In a sight I never thought I'd see, Ragna fell to her hands and knees and whimpered. "You love Rachel, don't you?" I asked, kneeling next to her. I guess Ragna didn't have the emotional hang-ups most of the Penthesil arties had. When Rachel left, my heart broke. My only solace was that she had left a little piece of herself with my brother and me. She choked. "I lost him, too." "Him?" I asked. "My son." She got to her knees, only to fall back into a sitting position on the floor, looking to the photo. "Sorry to hear that," I consoled. "Rachel gave birth to fraternal twins. One was Evangeline, your princess, and the other," she frowned. "Well, I named him. Rachel had already named her daughter, and their father wasn't present." "What happened to your son?" I asked. Ragna closed her eyes and leaned her head back on the chair. "Someone took him away." "Someone?" I asked. Ragna nodded. "Someone angry at his father. Angry at me. More than likely they kidnapped him, and he's likely—" Ragna trailed off. "He was mine to protect. The last bit of Rachel I had at the time, and I failed him." "I'm sure it's not your fault." I sat next to her, somehow sympathizing. "I can throw one of those Humvees you have a good 20 feet with little effort. But I couldn't protect my son." Ragna got to her feet. "Wouldn't he be your stepson?" I asked. Ragna turned to me. "It doesn't matter. He's my son as much as he's Rachel's." Ragna looked around. "I have too much to do to be feeling sorry for myself. I have a wedding to plan, an army to assemble, and a world to rule." Ragna turned to me. "Madison, I'm sorry you had to see me like this." "Are you messing with me? Trying to seem human to get me to trust you?" I accused. Ragna shrugged. "You wouldn't believe me if I deny it, but I'd put it to you like this. What reason would I have to put on some show for you after I already did what you asked me to do for you? Your Devin is awake, is he not?" I nodded. "Good point." Ragna walked to the desk, moving the heavy thing easily, and pulling out the pack of vials she showed me earlier. She pulled out a blue one, then looked to me. She clasped it in her hands. "Madison, I think you can help me with something else. And I can help you a little more in exchange." When she opened her hand, the vial was more purple than blue. "Not only am I going to give you this gift, but I will train you personally." "What?" I frowned. "I want you to exact revenge for me." She loaded the now purple vial into an injection gun. "When I'm done training you, I'll name you the captain of your own regiment. They will be a Discordian regiment." I swallowed hard, but she spoke. I realized why Eris was so keen on my being here. Oh, but what about the other soldiers? Won't they be a bit peeved that I've skipped some ranks? Ragna smiled. Something tells me the Discordians won't mind. She tilted her head to the side and swabbed my neck with a cotton ball. You have this one chance to say no, Madison. I'm a little apprehensive, I will not lie. Don't you dare back out now. The harsh whisper almost made me fall to the floor. Madison, are you sure you're up for this? Ragna asked. Yes, just do it before I change my mind, I shouted. Suit yourself. Ragna pressed the needle into my neck, and I felt the cool liquid rush into my veins. I shivered and gasped. The coolness is not the only thing rushing through my veins. I turned to the photo on the wall, and hate filled me. That woman. Yes, Ragna said. Captain Vasquez will pay, and you'll be the one to destroy her. I hated no one as much as her. I didn't know why. A woman I've never met, a woman I never ever knew about. But from the depths of my soul, I wanted nothing more but to kill her. Vasquez, I hissed. The name alone made my blood boil. Rest tonight. Meet me here tomorrow. Your training will begin in earnest, Ragna advised as she placed a small band-aid on the injection site. I nodded. Okay, thanks. I headed out the door, feeling the coolness fade, my heart thumping in my chest. When I got home, my whole body ached. I felt like I'd just run a marathon, and my head was killing me. Hilly, I said, groaning, sitting down at the kitchen table. Oh, fuck, I growled, slamming my fist on the table. Damn it, Hilly. I swear by Eris, if you're drunk. I shook my head as I noticed a note on the table. I picked it up, calming myself. Maddie, if you've come back, I'm so thrilled. Something happened to the Queen. I had to assemble the Royal Guard for 24/7 monitoring. I'm so sorry, but I won't be home until late tomorrow morning, if at all. I'm writing to let you know where I am, that I'm still holding strong and sober. It's thanks to you. You've always been there for me, and I'm sorry if I came on strong before. You're a close friend. Can you blame me for wanting more? I growled as I read that part. You already took more. If you ever wanted to experiment or anything, I would. I want to be closer to you, but I understand if you don't. Your drunk self already had me, you snide bitch, I shouted, then stopping myself blinked. Where did that come from? My stomach did a backflip, but I read on. I hope you're okay, Maddie. I'm worried for you. I need to go, but please know I'm okay and strong. Love, Hilly. She never signed her name Hilly. Hilly, you sap. I smiled, and for the first time, I didn't feel a knot in my throat as I thought about Hilly and me. I blushed. Wait. The lump in my throat came back, and I felt nauseous. My head is still pounding, and I can barely think right now. I'm going to bed. I hope I feel better in the morning. So, Eris be praised, my darlings. We are on chapter 11 of Help, I'm Trapped in a City of All Women, and I've been lied to for 5 years by Zithero. Hello, everyone. It's been so long since I last looked at this screen. My empress has been training me for what had to be years. She explained that she was in a hurry. Using her vast knowledge, she gave me years' worth of training in a single day. Something about time being relative? It was beyond me, but as I stepped out only a day later, she must be right. Eris be praised. My empress told me I can describe what is happening freely, so you can prepare to kneel before your new empress. The training was grueling, almost maddening. Only my empress and I were there. I grew strong, so very strong. I can hardly describe how it felt before my empress gifted me with power, and afterwards. It's like the difference you experience after leveling up in a video game and coming back to the first levels. Let's just say I'm empowered. I returned to Empress Ragna's office, now cleaned as if she'd never destroyed the room in a fit of anger. Ragna fixed me with a grin. You came out flawless, as I expected, Madison. I slammed my fist against my chest in salute. Thank you, my empress. I know I kept your image from you during your time inside. Let me show you what I've made of you. Empress Ragna walked me behind her desk, a full-length mirror fixed to the wall. My reflection was impressive. I was taller. That was expected. A few inches shy of Empress Ragna's height. My biceps swelled with powerful muscle as I flexed in front of the mirror. I was wearing a pair of black, form-fitting yoga pants and sneakers. Nothing more than a tank top otherwise. I trained in this most of the time, other times forced to wear weighted clothing and climb through endless obstacle courses. My abs were well defined, my legs packed with corded muscles. Empress Ragna had molded me into a powerful soldier. I smiled at my reflection, proud of her accomplishments. Your armor is being prepared as we speak. It will take a few weeks for everyone to get theirs, but I've decided you should be one of the first, Ragna said, placing her hand on my shoulder. Thank you, Empress, I chirped. Would you like to see what it looks like? Empress Ragna questioned. If you would allow me to. I'd hoped she would. I was feeling naked in what I was wearing. Ragna nodded to me. Let's get you some proper clothing, yes? Your training attire isn't suitable for the palace. As you wish, my empress. She thought of everything. Eris's small, elf-like form was floating over my head in the mirror. She gave me 2 thumbs up, a wide smile on her face, flawless white teeth shining at me. Empress Ragna pushed a set of folded clothing into my hands and a pair of boots. Dress yourself and meet me outside. She walked out, leaving me to my task. I stripped and dressed quickly. The clothing she had provided were military fatigues, dark green shirt and pants with the boots. It was an informal uniform, quick to put on. As I pulled on the new undergarments, a thought slipped past my mind of what I would wear when I got back home. A grin spread over my face. I could borrow some of Hilly's clothing if it was big enough. I chuckled as I laced up my boots. I walked out, seeing Empress Ragna waiting outside. Flawless, she said, smiling. I saluted again, thumbing my chest. Thank you, my empress. That's getting annoying, Captain. At ease, and follow, please. Empress Ragna ordered. I let my hand down and followed, looking to a few of the arties who were walking around the palace court, which was still scarcely populated. Even some Hesties gave me approving looks, which I returned. I realized somehow my treatment also affected my desires. I was excited by the prospect of being chosen for the next raid and finding myself a man to lie with, just as much as I was excited by the little blonde Hestie passing me by. Empress Ragna led us down a hallway and then down a few floors into a basement. That's when I saw a few figures with a different set of armor hanging over them. One set was jet black, and Ragna stopped at it. Difficult to make, even more difficult to break. I will outfit all of the Valkyrie with crystallinium armors, Ragna said, smiling. A metal of my design, smelted in zero gravity. Once it's hardened, its shape holds permanently. Amazing, I said, touching it. It was rough and cool to the touch. It must be smelted in the shape it will hold. It's impossible to smith or form, Ragna continued. Thus, production takes some time while working in mass, and requires some intense attention to detail. The Order of Athena is more than happy to assist in these efforts. I pinched the corner of the metal, trying to bend it, or see if there was any flex. There was none. The Discordians will wear black. Eurybia informed me the blacker the better, though she is getting a different set of armor, Empress Ragna explained. Oh, Eurybia, I frowned, recalling the lanky woman. Yes, I remember her. She was always kind to me, but I can't imagine her in battle. Empress, did you give her the same serum you did me, to strengthen her? I turned to Empress Ragna curiously. No, Captain, the serum doesn't work on those who are native-born penthesile. It only works on those who have been outside the eugenics program. I have been trying to make a version that works on Hesties willing to fight, but so far I've not had much luck. She looked to the armor. But with your success, that proves most promising. We should be able to recruit more soldiers when we conquer new lands. I smiled, proud I can contribute so much to the war effort. Are you feeling any side effects? You never complained before, but the process only recently finished, Empress Ragna asked. I'm not sure, I frowned. I'm different, not just physically. Mentally, I can tell I'm not the same as before the treatment. Ragna nodded. That may be the result of the training, more than the treatment. You were inside for about 2 years. I know it seems longer. You might need a little time to readjust. The thought of the cute Hestia upstairs. I have, one thing I should mention. My cheeks warmed. Oh, Empress Ragna added. I was straight when I went in, but, afterwards well, I'm finding the female form to be attractive, I confessed. Ragna frowned. That was not my intention, she informed. I'd never try to change your sexuality. I'll start working to fix this. This wasn't expected. No, my Empress. I think it's for the best. I thought of Hilly, and how shocked she'd be. Are you certain? Empress Ragna asked. Yes, I am, I declared. Ragna nodded. Very well. Let's head up, then. This armor will be ready for you in the next day or so. They're still getting a few parts ready. Ragna led the way again, and despite climbing several steps of stairs, I did not tire. I spotted Demetria walking through the court, and felt a tinge of hate slither through me. Hello, Madam Steward, I shouted. Demetria stopped, turned to me and smiled. Oh, the Empress told me of her plans, but I didn't think it would work so well. Empress Ragna smiled wide. It was a false smile. You doubted me? I stand corrected, Your Highness, Demetria grinned to me. Mind if I borrow her for just a moment? Demetria, when you're finished, I'll be waiting. I have some business to discuss with you, Empress Ragna responded. Demetria took me into her mess of an office, which seemed uncharacteristic. She shut the door behind me and sat at her desk. I'm impressed, Madison. What rank did she give you? Captain, I responded. How fantastic, Demetria chuckled. You're taller than me. Who would have thought you had it in you? My stomach turned as she spoke. Why did I feel this way towards her? She was always there to help me, wasn't she? I tried to push the anger down. I'd have to tell Empress Ragna I was feeling this way. Maybe something was wrong with the treatment after all. Hard as that is to imagine. I should have expected no less from her, Demetria smiled. Empress Ragna is very gifted, Madam Steward, I stated. Oh, no, not the Empress. Demetra stood and leaned over her desk, a set of papers falling to the floor. Eris be praised, Demetra whispered. Eris be praised, I repeated, then realized what she'd just said. Wait, Madam Steward? I thought you were of the Order of Hera. Demetria chuckled. Outwardly only, but I have worked for the true goddess for some time now, she smirked. I never should have doubted her, Demetra sighed. My fault. I must atone for it later. She walked to the door. I'll meet you outside, she rolled her eyes. Empress Ragna is waiting. Discord surround you. May discord surround you too, I said as the door shut. The papers on the ground rustled from the door closing. I picked them up, glancing at them. Some notes, Empress, for your speech. Mention our shared sisterhood. Mention men rule the world and how that must change. That's something I hear them complain about often. I won't go easy on you as per your request. Theodora will officiate our battle. If you can somehow make her grateful at the end, that will win them over. Demetra. Wait. This? I read it over again. Eris appeared before me, now a little pencil doodle on the page. My, look how my muffin rose. I glanced at her. What is this? Eris looked at the words. Oh, looks like a paper trail. She grinned. My little muffin, are you getting curious? Very, Eris, my goddess. Can you explain? I asked. Ask and you shall receive, my giant muffin. Eris giggled as the paper flew into my face. Everything was black and white, as if they drew it with a pencil, but the scene was vivid enough for me to recognize everyone. It was as if I was a fly on the wall looking down at Demetria's office. Demetria was at her desk. A phone call came in. Yes? Oh, you found him, she scoffed. He's alive. Like I care what you do with the man, she shouted. Do what you will. I'll make sure to attend to the woman. Yes, call me back in 10 minutes. You don't have to tell me anything, just do as I say. She hung up the phone. At that point, I watched as the captain escorted me into the room, sitting in front of Demetria's desk. That's, I whispered, when I first arrived. Bingo! Eris chuckled. The scene shifted again, looking from above at Demetria's office. Her phone rang. Jurgen, nice to hear from you. A man? You don't... Wait, is it the American? She cursed away from the phone. Damn it. Fine, yes. She hung up. How is he still alive? I glared. She tried to kill him? Eris sing-songed. That's not all. The scene shifted to outside of the concert. Lana escorting me down the street to the house of Hestia. Demetria glared at Lana, cursing under her breath. I'll not see the commander beheaded just because of this, she hissed. Another change in Hilly and her 3 drinking buddies are at the bar. Hilly staggers to her feet. I gotta go, gals. Heading back to an empty home. Good night. She clumsily made her way out of the bar. I was so glad those days were behind Hilly. Demetra sat next to the 3 royal guards. Sounds like your commander's in a bind. She sat with a sweater on, a hoodie hiding her face. Electra sighed. It sucks. I bet she'd be appreciative if she got her Hestia back, don't you think? Demetria suggested. Yeah, one of them shouted. What do you mean? Electra asked. It's a house full of Hesties. What are they going to do? Stop us? Celine shouted. But it's Lana. Rumor has it she's the Queen's squeeze, Electra protested. We rough her up and she's good to go. Come on. Celine got to her feet, and with that, the three of them on their way to the house of Hestia. I turned to Eris. Why target Lana? You were being helped by her, and she feared you were going to turn Hilly in. The thought of you doing that to Hilly? Well, it wasn't something she was going to let happen, Eris smiled. But wait, there's more. The scene shifted to a prison of sorts. Demetria stood outside a cell with a few other soldiers. Demetria stood before Greta, who sat in a cell pregnant. Well, this is a fine mess you've gotten us into, Greta, Demetria scolded. Greta sighed. I wanted a child. I'm sorry. Other soldiers were with her outside of the cell. Greedy bitch. Why do I have to take the fall? Greta asked. Demetria growled. Because otherwise the queen will have all of our heads. She's been after yours for a while, another soldier chuckled. The only reason I'm alive is because of the baby, Greta simpered. As soon as she's born, I'm done for. Eris watches over her flock, Demetria said. Now you will appeal the sentence. I will spare your life, I promise. The queen will never reduce my sentence, Greta protested. Demetria smiled. Leave that to me. Another change in scenery. Demetria walked into a room where Rachel was preening herself in the mirror. Oh dear, something unsightly crosses my mirror, Rachel spat, turning to Demetria. To my great annoyance, Your Grace, I need you for the afternoon. The men will not listen to me, and they have grievances to air. This has been a long time coming, Demetria explained. Rachel rolled her eyes. Like I give a shit what they want. Tell them to shove it up their ass, that's what they're good at. Your Grace, they have requested you many times. I fear they'll riot, Demetria argued. Rachel let out an exaggerated sigh. Fine, but what of my courtly duties of the day? Reschedule? That rapist bitch is trying to keep her head on her shoulders. Your Grace, why not allow your daughters to hear the appeals and bills for this afternoon? Perhaps they could use the experience and statesmanship. Rachel pondered. I guess, but is Ava ready? She frowned. I don't want to put too much on her. I know it seems like I'm hard on her, but she will thank me later. She needs to be tough, as you suggested. But I'm concerned if she has the stomach for this. She's a sweet thing. Do you think she's ready? Your Grace, Ava is more than capable. Have faith in her, Demetria nudged. Very well. At least Ava will be happy to hear it, Rachel conceded. Holy fuck. She knew Ava would give a lighter sentence, I whispered, shocked. Eris nodded. Oh, she's a snake in the grass. Eris grinned wide, still showing herself to me in pencil line art. Want to see how venomous she can be? Yes, I answered. Ragna was walking back, Rachel by her side. Hand in hand, Rachel smiled. I've missed you, but I need to give you a proper welcome. She stopped walking in front of Ragna. I'm going to my chambers. Give me 5 minutes to get into something more. She ran her fingers up Ragna's breastplate. Comfortable. She let out a little purr and slinked off. Maybe a little less, Ragna grinned, her eyes on Rachel as Demetria approached from the side. Your Grace, Demetria began. Oh, no, Empress is fine. Highness, maybe. She turned to Demetria. Grace is far too much. Demetria nodded. Allow me to introduce myself. Steward of Penthesil. Demetria Hera Rigus. They shook hands. Pleasure to meet you. We can chat business later, no? I have some personal business to attend to, Ragna said eagerly. It's just, well, the people aren't on your side, if I may point out, Demetria whispered. Ragna faced her. Oh, well, do I have your support? To the end. Anyone is better than Rachel, and you seem to have ambition. Demetria smiled. Yes, great ambition, Ragna said, her eyebrow raising. If I may, we need a true war. I'm tired of sending our Valkyrie out to fight for others. It's high time we fought for ourselves, Demetria pointed out. Ragna nodded. Yes, but it will take time to win over the armed forces. I expect someone will object to my place as ruler. Your Highness, I have a lovely idea, Demetria smiled. I will object. Ragna smiled. I see. And you want me to show you mercy? Demetria nodded. Let me explain how a challenge to the throne works. I'll give you some notes later. Ragna nodded. Very good, then. I'll heed your words. Her smile faded. I assume your distrust of Rachel does not transition to me, and will stop going forward as she is merely Queen Regent, yes? Demetria bowed. Of course. I like your ambition, Demetria, but mark my word. Do not cross me, do you understand? Ragna's eyes grew darker, and Demetria fell to her knees, gasping. Yes, my empress. I am loyal to you, I swear, Demetria pleaded. Good. Keep it that way, Ragna said before she walked away. My eyes were wide and my mouth opened in shock. Eris pushed my chin up. That little rat, I growled. It was all staged. Oh, she took a real beating. It had to be believable. Eris chuckled, which Demetria might have taken offense to. I glared. I will snap that bitch's neck. Oh, just wait, Muffin. Eris changed the scene again. Demetria sat across from Ragna's desk. Ugh, the DNA is too similar. No change in Lana's physique or demeanor. She was so eager, I feel bad for her. Ragna sighed. She wants to serve but she's just too weak to march with the army. Demetria smiled. Your Highness, what if you have someone who did not have Penthesil heritage? Ragna nodded. That would work best, but I would have to kidnap someone outside of Penthesil, and frankly, that goes against my code of ethics. Well, there is the American we took in some time ago. Madison Hill? Why not try with her? Demetria suggested. Madison Hill, Ragna said. Where is she? I clenched my fist. She threw me under the bus. Beep, beep. Eris rode a drawn school bus that seems to leave pencil tire tracks across the page I was looking at. Eris, please let me kill her now. I'll be her own undoing, I advised. Wouldn't that please you? One more. Then you can go do that. Eris giggled as the scene changed again. This time Rachel was pacing back and forth. Demetria reading from a paper. I'm unsure why, Your Grace, but they will not release your daughters, Demetria began. This is terrible, Rachel fretted. I wish I knew Zephyrina was going. She turned to Demetria. I must get her back. You don't understand. Ragna needs to know the truth about Zephyrina. I can't just say she's her daughter, but she's not here. Rachel frowned. It will devastate Ragna if she doesn't get to meet Zephyrina. All she has longed for was a daughter of her own. I feel bad enough leaving Ragna while carrying her. Had I known it was even possible, she growled. I will place a call to that general. What was his name? Scott Drake. I'll plead with him directly. Well, Your Grace, may I speak freely? Demetria began. What? Rachel snapped. It's just everyone's calling you a Hestia once more. And with you barely being a queen now, Demetria began. I am queen, Rachel shouted. Queen Regent, Demetria pointed out, as our empress put her when I asked. Rachel fumed. Honestly, calling the general and begging sounds like something a Hestia queen would do, Demetria goaded. Rachel glared, her wings spreading. A Hestia? You think that's what a Hestia would do? Rachel shouted. I'll show you what I am. I'll show all of you I am not a Hestia queen. My daughters are coming home. I will handle this like a Valkyrie. Rachel shouted and stormed off. Your Grace, where are you going? Demetria asked. I will pick them up myself, Rachel shouted, rushing out of the room. And if they get in my way, I'll kill them all. Demetria chuckled once Rachel left the room. Oh, you are too easy. The room cleared and my heart was pounding in my chest. That sneaky, conniving. I then turned to Eris. Wait, she's your follower, isn't she? Why are you showing me all of this? Eris smiled. Demetria was a follower for years, but she barely did jack squat for me, she frowned. She kept the Discordians as a secret society. I don't want to be a secret. She stomped her foot on the ground. Besides, Eris grinned. I said I would strike at your enemies, Eris smiled. You're welcome. I turned and headed towards the door before Eris blocked it. Before you go in, I'll linebacker and tackler to the floor. Eris smiled wide. Empress Ragna knows what she did to Rachel. She's not happy. I grinned. Oh, then can I watch? More than watch, Eris said, vanishing. I walked out, spotting Demetria and Empress Ragna talking in the royal court gallery. Empress Ragna turned to me. Ah, Captain. Join us, yes? My Empress. I walked over. I should get going, Your Highness, Demetria began. Empress Ragna placed her hand over Demetria's shoulder. I have one little chore to get to before I let you go, Madam Steward. Then I'll be quite done with you. I walked behind, placing myself in a position to block Demetria, if she got wise to Empress Ragna's discovery of her schemes. Somehow I knew Princess Ragna's intent. I could feel her hate of Demetria, and I shared it. It's come to my attention that Rachel's condition is poor, and... well, I can only say I need a statement prepared on the off chance she passes away. Empress Ragna began. You are so good at writing speeches that appeal to the masses. Well, the last one you wrote, Your Highness, and that worked very well, Demetria said, turning to spot me behind her as we all continued to walk down a hallway. But Demetria, you have such a way with words. Ragna opened a door. In it sat a single metal chair under a hanging light. The chair had heavy leather cuffs for the hands, feet, and even head. I'd like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Your Highness, what's the meaning of this? Demetria demanded. Captain, make sure the steward is comfortable, please, Empress Ragna ordered. Gladly. I shut the door behind me and grabbed Demetria's wrists, holding them tight. Unhand me, Madison, you little Yankee bitch! Demetria struggled, but I overpowered her. I leaned down to Demetria as I strapped her head to the back of the chair. Oh, Demetria. She glared at me. What? I'm not a Yankee. I socked her in the stomach. I'm from Florida. Demetria gasped as I walked back to Empress Ragna. Oh my, nice form, Captain, Empress Ragna complimented. Thank you, my Empress. Demetria gasped. I made you Damn it! Empress Ragna's smile faded. Demetria, do you recall what I told you about crossing me? I don't know what you're talking about, Your Highness. I never crossed you, Demetria defended. Ragna walked over to Demetria. Didn't you? Ragna leaned down. Did you think Rachel wouldn't tell me who gave her the idea to attack the United States? Demetria's eyes went wide. What are you going to do? If you kill me, you'd undo everything that I did to help you win over the people. Theodora would demand to know what became of me. Ragna chuckled. Demetria, I don't think you understand. You may have tried to get Rachel killed by sending her to the United States. But with this attack, I have all the support I will ever need and more. Demetria struggled. You can't kill me. People follow me. They'll ask questions. Ragna nodded, walking behind her. That's true. Then she leaned down and whispered in Demetria's ear. But there's more than one way to kill someone. Demetria looked panicked. Well, what do you mean? I have a snake in the grass. Do I kill the snake and attract more pests? Empress Ragna paced around Demetria, stopping in front of her. I stepped to the side to get a better look at the action. Or do you defang the snake and let it go? Now harmless. Ragna grinned. What are you going to? Demetria questioned as Empress Ragna's hand moved to Demetria's forehead. Do! Defang the snake, Ragna said, closing her eyes. Oh, get out! She struggled, closing her eyes tight. When Demetria opened them again, her eyes were violet. Get out! It hurts! Oh, my goddess! Stop! I beg of you! She screamed as blood began to leak out of her nose and ears. What are you doing? No, stop! She blinked. Blood dripped from her eyes. I can't think. What are you doing to me? Who am I? She gasped, her eyes flicking back and forth, attempting to find a means of escape as she struggles. Blood now dripping from her nose. What is this? She gasped, her eyes rolling into the back of her head. Empress Ragna removed her hand, opening her violet eyes again, smiling. Demetria slumped in the seat, still breathing, blood oozing from her nose, eyes, and ears. What did you do, my Empress? I asked. I locked away her desire for power, bottled her memories of her deceitful behavior, tore away her faith in your goddess, and disassociated it with her core persona. Ragna turned to me. When she comes to, she'll be the loyal steward she pretended to be on the outside. Her grin turned wicked, but inside her true self will be trapped on the lookout, unable to control her actions ever again. My eyes went wide. I heard Eris laughing. Do not, Empress Ragna growled, hurt my Rachel. Ragna slapped Demetria, the chair lurching to the side and falling to the ground. Demetria didn't react. She was catatonic. I made a mental note to never defy my Empress. What will we tell everyone else? Empress Ragna smiled at me. Deceit is not within you, Madison. You're an honest woman. Let me get my hands dirty in this, yes? Politics is a filthy business. She scowled at Demetria. But still, I cannot have a snake in my garden when my plan is to remove the snakes in everyone else's. Eris's voice tittered. Why have a bunch of little snakes when you can have a leviathan? I did my best to ignore Eris's excited musings. Then why did you invite me to do this? Because she was eager to throw you to the wolves, Empress Ragna began. I assumed you'd like a little payback. Thank you, my Empress. I furrowed my brow as a thought occurred. But how did you know? Deduction, Empress Ragna stated. Rachel would never do what she did without prompting. I know her better than anyone. She's stubborn, hot-headed, and impulsive. She smiled wistfully. Well, not out of character. She'd never rush off without me. After you told me about Zephyrina, however, I realized why she would consider it. But even so, someone had to goad her. Ragna spit at Demetria, and these two haven't been on the best of terms. I see, I responded. Ragna nodded. Head home, Captain. Take the day off, she smiled. We have a great deal of work to do going forward. Help! I'm trapped in a city of all women. I don't feel like myself. By Zithero. I turned heads as I walked home. As I made it past the house of Hestia, a few people recognized me. One of them was Lana. Lana ran down the steps. Madison? I turned to her, smiling as I looked down at her. Hey, Lana. I was much more relaxed when I was with her compared to Demetria. I wasn't sure why. She did it, Lana said, looking me up and down. She tried with me, but it didn't work. She looked heartbroken. Lana, the house of Hestia needs you. I'm sure this was divine intervention, I consoled. That's what Empress Ragna said. A chill ran through me. I'm happy for you, though. And jealous, Lana chuckled. You realize you have rights to get your own house now, right? I know. I looked down the street. But I think my home is fine. You sure? Lana asked. Surer than ever. A shiver ran down my spine. I'd been waiting for years for this. Well, I'm sure Hilly will get a shock, Lana chirped. Oh, yes, she will, I said as I walked off. Bye, Lana. Bye, Lana shouted, waving. As I looked back, I noticed the scar she had on her forehead now, left over from her beating all those years ago. As I passed the Order of Eris Hall, thoughts of Demetria passed through my mind. I always trusted Eurybia, but now my entire world was in question. Who could I trust? I thought it was Eurybia, but that was wrong. I walked in, knocking. Anyone home? The common patrons were there. Laura was a Hestia who had a little issue with psychedelics. The only place she could use them was here. So she was lying in a pew muttering about how the ceiling was covered in glitter. It was not. Across from her was another Hestia, a rather studious Candace, who was watching Laurie trip out. I was unsure if Candace ever took any drugs herself. She seemed to enjoy watching Laurie. It never occurred to me to bother her, and despite this strange drug use, Eurybia was here to make sure no one overdosed inside the hall. That's when I saw Eurybia, standing behind the altar, looking at the statue of Eris with the apple in its hand. I leaned over the altar and poked her. Eurybia, what's up? Eurybia turned to me and smiled. Oh, Maddie, she squinted in the darkness. Did you get your hair done? I rolled my eyes. Eurybia, can we talk in private? Eurybia peeked over the altar. This is fairly private. Demetria, I said, narrowing my eyes on her. Eurybia looked to the statue. Like anyone would believe me if I said anything, she sighed, shrugging. She wanted to keep us hidden, claimed she was working for our goddess behind the scenes. She turned to me. I never saw a lick of it. She did a number on a few people, I pointed out, raising my eyebrow. So you knew of her? Eurybia leaned against the altar. looking far less than her usual happy self. Yeah. Why wouldn't you tell me? She made me swear not to. Eurbia frowned. Demetra is the most powerful woman in Penthesil next to Queen Rachel. Not one to get on the bad side of. I knelt next to her. Eurbia squinted at me again. Wait, are you taller? Are you drunk? I shot back. Eurbia shrugged, getting to her feet. I stood with her, now a couple of inches taller than her. Eurbia's smile returned. Wow, you're a tall drink of water. She turned to Lori. Did you spike my rum? No one spiked your rum. I narrowed my eyes on her, which caused Eurbia to wilt under my gaze. Some warning about Demetria would have been appreciated. I thought we were a coven? I'd have kept a secret. Why didn't you tell me? Eurbia turned from me, facing the statue. If I heard anything about what to do, maybe. She hugged her shoulders. What's up with you? I asked. With all the craziness, I thought she'd speak to me again. Eurbia turned back to me. Have I not been paying enough patronage? Have I been recruiting left and right? It's been years. Eurbia hemmed and hawed. I think I'm having a crisis of faith. You? I shouted. Are you kidding? Lori sat up, shouting. The ceiling is snowing. Candace laughed. I knew it. I knew it would fall down on you. This will never come out, Lori complained, trying to push non-existent glitter off of her. I'll go get some water. Candace dashed out of the hall. Eurbia smiled at the little bit of nonsense in the background. I glanced at the statue. Eris, what gives? I asked. Eris's voice tittered. I don't speak to everyone, my giant muffin. Eurbia sighed. She won't answer. She fell to her knees before the statue of Eris. Have I displeased you, O great sower of chaos? I glared at the statue. Has she? Eris smiled. You realize to see and speak to me means you have to have a touch of madness, right? She grinned wide. A touch? I grimaced. Did that mean I was insane? Or a little tweaked? I was seeing her more and more. Granted, spiritually, there are worse entities out there. Oh, Eris shuddered. Like what? I asked. Like, don't ask me anything about them. She floated over Eurbia. She's been working hard, hasn't she? Yes, look at her. She's distraught, I pointed out. Eurbia turned to me. Who are you speaking with? I pointed to the statue. Eris hopped off my shoulder. Well, ask and you'll receive. And with that, she jumped into Eurbia. Eurbia gasped. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head, and she fell behind the altar, convulsing. I knelt next to her, making sure she didn't knock her head too hard. Eris, what are you doing in there? Eris's voice tittered, laughing. Instilling faith. Uneasiness seeped through me. I hoped Eurbia wasn't being punished for her momentary religious crisis. Eurbia sat up and grinned wide, speaking in a familiar voice. Oh, this is so nice. Eurbia is such a lithe thing. Eris? I shuddered. Did you possess her? Eurbia said she'd be honored. And with that, Eurbia/Eris got to her feet. Right, cutie? Eurybia's normal voice came through. Oh, Madison, it's wonderful. Her beautiful discord is inside of me. Eurybia's voice gurgled a bit before Eris spoke again. I will have €1 and leave her hung over somewhere. She reached into her pocket, Oh, well, isn't she prepared? Eris took a swig of rum-filled flask. Are you going to release her, Eris? I asked. Eris let out a satisfied sigh as she drained the flask. Oh, yes. I've grown in power, and I haven't had a physical body in ages. This is a test drive. I won't hurt my most loyal priestess. Well, her liver a little. She giggled and skipped out of the hall. Well, bye to you too, I said, looking to see Candace running back with a bucket of water. You okay to watch Lori here? Candace nodded. Well, yeah, that's what I do. She looked me up and down. Wait, I thought I was sober. Why do you look like an arty Maddie? Madison, I growled, and you're sober. It's something the new empress can do. Eris be praised! Candace shouted as she dumped the water on Lori. I'm drowning in glitter, Lori shouted. Help! I can't swim! Candace busted out laughing, and I left the two to continue their escapades inside. I worried about Eurybia and what Eris might do to her, but I had to trust her. Eurybia was the most faithful in the whole order, up to this point anyway. Eris will stick to her word. They say goddesses cannot break their word. Besides, I needed to get home. I was positive by now Hilly would be there. And I was getting excited and nervous. As I got to the door, I entered the key code and walked in. Hilly was bundling up a trash bag when she turned to me. Hey, who the... She dropped it, eyes wide. Maddie? My fists clenched in anger. Try as I might, I could not hold it back. I rushed at her, grabbed her wrists, and forced her against the wall. It's Madison, I growled. Say it! Madison, she grunted, struggling against me. How are you so strong? I pulled her wrists up over her head. I was taller than her. It was a rush. Do you know what you put me through for the last 5 years? Hilly swallowed hard. She trailed off, looking away from me. No, I shouted. You don't get to look away, Hilly. She turned to me, tears in her eyes. My heart was hammering in my chest. This was everything I imagined it would be. I didn't, Hilly stammered. That night you attacked me, you didn't just hit me. I kept this in for too long, all because you changed for the better. You said you don't remember, but now I will finally explain what you put me through. I continued with a speech I had rehearsed over and over in my head. So I carried this hurt the whole damn time, and I'm going to... Hilly cut me off. I remember, Hilly shouted, whimpering. I wasn't blackout drunk, but I was drunk and confused. I'm sorry, Madison. I'm so sorry. I thought if you didn't think I remembered, you wouldn't say anything. I thought you were Maria when I came into the room, but when you bit me, I realized I was wrong, and Hilly looked down. You weren't the only one carrying it. I felt so guilty. I let go of her. It takes the wind out of your sails when you plot for a big confrontation, and the person you're pissed at apologizes. Now I had all this anger, and I had no outlet. Hilly lamented. I like you. I do, but I had no right to do that to you. To rape me, I said. Yes, Hilly confirmed. It's why I stopped drinking when you asked me to. It was all I could try to do to make it right. The lump in my throat vanished, and my shoulders relaxed. That was the only time a woman kissed me. Under normal circumstances, I would have taken you up on your offer, but You kind of ruined the whole idea for me. My heart was still hammering in my chest, and I wanted to hit something. It was taking everything in me not to deck Hilly. If I could take it back, I would, Hilly said. I did not understand how to fix it. How can I fix this, Maddie? I grabbed her wrists and got into her face. I said, it's Madison. Hilly gasped as I pushed her against the wall. I was face to face with her before I had an idea. You want us even? Yes, Hilly whimpered. I kissed her, hard, pressing my body against hers as I did. Hilly resisted for all of 3 seconds before she let me, even kissing back to my shock. I broke the kiss. There, now we're even, I gasped, catching my breath. Hilly's face was flushed. Are you finished? I could lie to myself all day long, but to be honest, holding her there, kissing her, with the adrenaline and everything pulsing through me, I couldn't deny that I wasn't. I kissed her again, and she once more let me have her. She got more into it, wriggling against me while I held her wrists tight, not even trying to escape my grasp. When I broke the kiss, she gasped. Can I tell you a secret? Hilly heaved. What? I growled. I'm a predator, and I liked my prey. Maria? She was the stud in our relationship, Hilly confessed. I grinned at her. Oh, Hilly, I sighed. My anger subsided. You sap. Hilly was cuddling with me a few hours later. I had a lot of stamina, and so did she, so our little experiment went on for a while. Also, angry sex is, well, cathartic. I wasn't angry anymore, that was for sure. To be honest, I was content. Hilly looked me over. What happened to you? I mean, I'm not complaining, but how? I smiled. The empress. Okay, but who are you? Hilly asked. What do you mean? I said, turning to her. I mean, I thought you enjoyed being called Maddie. I know you didn't at first, but, well, when you called me Hilly, I liked it. You took charge of the situation and threw it back at me. My brow furrowed as I remembered that. And I looked to the ceiling. Madison, this isn't you. I don't know who you are right now. Do you? Hilly asked. I closed my eyes. Hilly had a point. What I did, what I said while I did it didn't feel like me. I enjoyed it, but it was like something else was at the wheel. I had put that person there, sure, but someone else was making the detailed decisions for me. Madison? Maddie, I whispered. It's fine, Hilly. Hilly slid on top of me, leaning down and kissing me. I don't want to lose you in there. Her weight didn't bother me, and I sat up. You won't. I will talk to I shook my head. To Ragna. It was almost hard to say it without the formality. Right, Hilly said, looking more concerned than before. So, what now? Hilly asked. Ragna will send me to war, I explained, turning to her. Aren't you going too? Hilly frowned. I'm Royal Guard. I don't get deployed. Our task is protecting the city and the Queen. I grinned. So what you're saying is I'm going off to war and you're staying home? Yes, Hilly said, lifting an eyebrow. So you're my Hestia. Hilly leaned in closer to me. Maybe? How about I just consider that a yes? Hilly laid against me, her head on my shoulders. Sure, just between us. Just between us, I said, looking to the ceiling. You are just a big sap, aren't you? Hilly was blushing. Don't tell anyone. I won't, I sighed. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Eris in the mirror. Eris winked at me and gave me a thumbs up. I chuckled. Eris be praised. The next day, I headed to the palace. Ragna had told me I was receiving my armor. It seemed like a good time as any to tell her about the changes I was experiencing in my personality. I reached the palace and found the girl at the desk, named Jenna, I had finally discovered. Jenna glanced up to me. "Oh, wow! I heard the rumors, but that's crazy!" She grinned. "Does it work on everyone?" I flexed my bicep to Jenna. "Not yet, but who knows? Empress Ragna's working on it." A shiver ran through me. This wasn't like me, was it? I was never buff, sure, but was I always so flirty? What about Hilly? After last night, we're an item, right? Jenna grinned at me. "Is it amazing to go from being a Hestia to an artist?" "It's something," I forced a smile. "Where's the empress?" She told me she had something for me. Jenna nodded. "Not sure, but I'll find out. She's with the Order of Athena at the moment in her office." She frowned. "Did you hear? There was some kind of poison gas attack against Steward Demetra. They say it was an assassin from the United States." "I had not heard that," I lied. Ragna seemed to be taking a page from Demetra's book of deception. Was she any better than Demetra in that regard? Eris's words played back in my head. "Why have a bunch of little snakes when you can have a leviathan?" I'm thinking Ragna was the leviathan. Rachel's voice grabbed Jenna's attention. Rachel complained in the royal gallery. Rachel was walking, wearing a light blue dress with silver boots. I think they even had a little heel on them. Her shoulders were bare, and she had a small tiara on. "Stop fussing over me," she shouted to 4 royal guards standing around her. Her wings seemed to be resting lower than usual. "My queen, you should not be up and about," one of them declared. "The empress said so." Jenna picked up her phone. "Oh, pick up, empress." I walked closer to Queen Rachel as she stepped forward. A thrill came over me as I saw her. She was the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. How had I not noticed before? Her hair, long, soft auburn hair, her beautiful eyes, even the rage behind them, burned with a fiery passion that I just wanted to stare back at me, angry or sad. My heart was in my throat. Even her voice seemed enchanting, even as she berated her guard. "Don't tell me what I should or should not do," Rachel shouted. "I am still your queen, not some invalid." I walked over to her, pushing past the guard without even thinking. "Hey," one of the guard women turned to me, trying to force me back, having little effect on me. "Get away from the queen this instant." I glared at her. "Mind yourself." My eyes narrowed. "Least I report you to Commander Hilly. Regus, what are you doing to the queen? She should rest," I shouted, unable to stop myself as I faced her, my demeanor softening. A few of the guards gave me curious looks. Rachel glared at me. "How dare you!" She walked up to me, poking me in the chest. "I have half a mind to order your execution. She took a breath. "I am in no mood to—" She lost her balance. As she collapsed, I caught her. "Rachel," I shouted, my heart about to break. "Someone get a damn doctor!" Loud footsteps stampeded towards me, and soon I found Ragna on the other side of Rachel. "What happened?" Ragna said, turning to me. "Captain?" "She lost her balance," I explained. "Unhand me!" Rachel shouted, coughing. "Damn it, I'm fine. I slipped, that's all. Damn shoes." Ragna cradled Rachel in her arms and pulled her from me. Reluctantly, I released her to Ragna's concern. Ragna gave me a stern glare. "Captain, mind yourself." It was only then I took a step back. Why did I feel this way about Rachel? A chill ran over my whole body as my stomach dropped. I could feel it, the same heartbreak I felt when Rachel tumbled to the ground. I could sense it coming from Ragna. Was she in me? Overriding my thoughts and emotions? My body wouldn't stop shaking. Ragna turned to me, now confused. Captain, at ease. I could only shake my head. Rachel reached up to Ragna, caressing her face. Ragna, this isn't working. I can't be like this. Ragna turned back to her. You have to. Just a little longer to rest, my amaranth, and you'll be healthy enough to walk. To walk? That's my goal. What about fighting, flying? Rachel's face twisted into a look of despair that shattered my very being. Tears were leaking from my eyes, and I saw Ragna close to tears. Oh, God, it's her. It's Ragna's feelings smashing into my own. They're so intense that my own feelings are crushed beneath hers. Rachel, you'll recover, but I can't say when. Ragna leaned down, kissing her. But you can't just rush out, ready to conquer the world with me. I've waited 20 years to just do that, Rachel protested. Now you tell me I cannot be with you? Rachel held her hand. What about the NIHA? Ragna shook her head. No, absolutely not. I know what it can do. You showed me, Rachel said. No, Ragna said firmly. Rachel narrowed her eyes. I will not connect myself back to those damn machines. I refuse. You'd rather they be a part of you? Ragna countered. Ragna was frightened, but by what I wasn't sure. I know you said it was unstable, Rachel protested. You, Ragna clarified, you're unstable. Rachel glared. You know what I mean. Ragna heaved a sigh as she stood up with her. You won't accept no, will you? Rachel wrapped her arms around Ragna's neck. No. Ragna closed her eyes. Let's get you to bed for now, and I'll ready the array. Rachel grinned. Then we could get married soon. Ragna nodded. If you're still you. The royal guard didn't leave me as the two of them walked off. Instead, it seemed they were surrounding me. Afraid you're under arrest, Captain, one said. I glared at them surrounding me, my fist clenched, ready to tear them apart. My body was still shaking, and I was nothing but nerves. A voice in the far back of my head shouted, This isn't you. It was Hilly's voice. My fists unclenched. I'm sorry. I held my hands out as they cuffed me. For you to touch the queen and break our ranks is a crime. The empress will figure out what to do with you, they said as they escorted me away. I looked to the room Rachel and Ragna had entered, and I longed for Rachel's full recovery. Then I snapped myself back to reality. No, Ragna was longing for that. I was just hoping that I didn't just get myself executed. They didn't take my phone, so here I am in prison. I'm staring at the ceiling and the bars, doing my damnedest to figure out what feelings are mine and what is the empress's. As powerful as I've become, I've never felt this helpless and alone. I'll let you know if I'm being executed or even tried. Personally, I think Ragna will get me out of here. She knew something was up. Perhaps this connection isn't one way. Maybe she's feeling me too. So, I hail from a city of all women. They're coming for you all. By Zithero. It wasn't until the next day anyone came for me. Hours of me staring at the ceiling and trying to figure out what emotions were mine and which were Ragna's. When I heard the cell door open, I could sense her there, staring at me. Her confusion, her anger. It wasn't even anger directed at me. It was a self-loathing of sorts. There's some explaining you need to do. Ragna forced a smile. I don't know why they'd lock you up for protecting my Rachel, but... I stood up and knew what to say to get things straightened out. I love her. Ragna's smile vanished. What? I said, I walked right up to Ragna, getting right in her face. I love Rachel. When I saw her today, I fell in love with her. Her eyes, even when they're angry, the fire inside of them took hold of me, and all I wanted to do was get lost inside of them. Ragna's shock faded, and she regarded me. How? I don't know. You tell me, I shouted. Ragna's eyes grew wide. Oh dear. What did you do to me? I demanded. Ragna grabbed my shoulder, squeezing hard, reminding me of my place. I felt my knees in pain. A shiver went through me as her grip threatened to shatter my shoulder blade, or at least dislocate my shoulder. My stomach dropped as she held tight. I've killed others for less. I understand you're upset, but, she warned, don't push it. You're inside my head, messing with it, aren't you? I accused. Ragna shook her head. No. Ragna heaved a sigh. I pushed my anger for Captain Sofia Vasquez into that vial. I hoped that my hatred of her would transfer to you. Nothing more. Well, I hate that woman with every fiber of my being. Just hearing her name makes me angry. I looked up at her. But I got more than your hatred. An error I won't repeat. Ragna let go of me. I'm sorry, Madison. It was a rash thing to do. So now what? I said, getting to my feet. Ragna's feelings for Rachel were intense. It was hard to ignore them. Ragna was silent, deep in thought. Whatever was going on inside of her mind, I hoped she was thinking of a solution. There was a few more minutes of silence before I interrupted her. So, ideas, Miss Wizard? Ragna resolved. Cracked, and she gave me a concerned look. I can traipse about someone's mind and change their thoughts. But what I did wasn't rearranging memories, Madison. It was more subtle. That's why I thought it would not be so invasive, she grumbled. This is something that requires someone with more empathy than anything else. The only woman I know who could is Priestess Tasha. She runs the Catholic Church here. I haven't seen her since the princesses left, I pointed out. That figures, Ragna stated. I'll set her sister, Z, to seek her out, but I'm doubtful that it will bear fruit. Ragna grimaced. We need to go outside of Penthesil for this. Outside? I asked, an eyebrow raised. We were outside the walls of Penthesil when Ragna had called one of her mages. Standing before me was a tall, bald man with vibrant green eyes. He was athletic and wore a similar uniform as Syria and Alexis did. I guess the mages had to match. He peered into my eyes, holding my head in his hands. If you keep doing that, I will ask you to buy me dinner, I said, getting frustrated with being manhandled. You ain't my type, love. A thick Cockney accent confirmed. Heaven and hell is this Elliot Ness, mistress. Rasper, I do not need an I told you so, Ragna protested. Nah, yeah you do. Rasper, the man staring at me, shouted. What did you do to this girl? I'm not a girl, I growled. Rasper bopped my nose. My anger vanished. I'm sorry. She's like a younger version of ya. Rasper said, casting a glare at Ragna. Science, genetics, engineering, telepathy, even nanomachines. That's what you're good at, mistress. Rasper pointed to me. What the gypsy nail did you try? Ragna took a deep breath. I pushed my hatred of a specific woman into a genetic treatment for her, Ragna confessed. Bloody hell, Rasper shouted. You infused her with your hate. Heaven and hell, why do you hate her? If you don't mind me asking. I had difficulty understanding half of what Rasper said. It sounded like English, but it wasn't. That vile woman Sophia. Even as Ragna said the name, my blood boiled. Rasper booped my nose again and snapped me out of it. Ragnar continued. She and her team left Rachel bedridden. A bullet ripped her apart. Ragna growled. It's a miracle her uterus survived, but her digestive tract is in shambles. She's lost a kidney. She'll be shit into a bag for the rest of her life. Ragna regaled us, and that horrid woman threatened to blow her head off. She shoved a gun into Rachel's mouth. Ragna could barely calm herself. I've never been so helpless. As a side note, my sincerest apologies to every English person ever. Okay, now you wonder why this girl's got feelings for Rachel. Would you find your eight in the source? It's the power side of the coin, mistress. That's been love. They're tied at the bloody hip. Rasper grumbled. You cock this up well and good. I'm seeing why my brother dislikes you, Rasper, Ragna pointed out. You know why? It's 'cause I'm right, Rasper pointed out. Ragna looked away. Can you fix me? I asked. Rasper grumbled. Love, you have to boil a glue set of emotions stuck in your head, he explained. Emotions are stronger, and Ragna's not dealing with weak ones to start. So, that's a no, I asked. Rasper sighed. Do you love someone else? My cheeks turned red. I don't know, to be honest. It's complicated. Rasper grinned. Oh, wait, that I can work with. Huh? I asked, confused. Rasper looked to me. This person. You Bobby, you love him? I recalled Hilly and me in bed. My cheeks went red. The answer was, I wasn't sure. If we'd met another way, perhaps, but despite me confronting Hilly, the rape still happened. Oh, no, if it ain't the cutest fin, Rasper said, smiling at me. Now I can fix this up in a jiffy. At least part of it. You still gonna ate that Sophie woman, but we can at least get the bleeding majority of your emotions wound up here right. Pink fire engulfed his fingers, and he tapped my forehead. My head spun, and my stomach was in knots. It blew my head up like a balloon. A moment later, everything seemed to slide back into place. Okay, going to test this, huh? Rasper looked to me. Queen Rachel. I stared at him. Her name didn't elicit any response like before. Good, he smiled. So we're maybe in the Golden Dove with. Hilly, I blushed. My heart started to race to think of her. Oh, so just so you're aware, I didn't tamper with your thoughts. Those were your emotions. They're just stronger. Think of it like this. You had 2 cups of tea. One was strong, the other, well, it was still tea. Now they're in the same cup. You got me, Rasper explained. Why is it always tea with the Brits? I asked. Rasper laughed. Then he turned to Ragna. Listen to this one. She's the chuffing only one who's going to call you on that your bullshit. Ragna turned to me. Well, that seems to make you my advisor, Madison. I cleared my throat, getting to my feet. Okay. Ragna faced Rasper. Thank you. You can return to my brother. Rasper grinned. I was wondering if I could head back to the men's village for a tick. Ragna smiled. Oh, what's his name? Rasper's cheeks reddened. I dunno yet. Ragna rolled her eyes. Have fun. Rasper bowed and vanished in a puff of smoke. Ragna turned to me. I have some armor to give you and a bit of an apology. What? I said, shocked. Magic isn't my strong suit, Ragna admitted. So far, this is twice now I've used it, and twice I've done undue harm. I think I'm rather done with the stuff. For that, Madison, I apologize. I shouldn't have used you as a guinea pig. That Sophia woman. I know. You said you were helpless. I frowned. I know what that's like. Also my fault? I gave Ragna a nod. Ragna's face fell. You're the only person who knows this much about me outside of Rachel and my brother. She looked to the gate leading back to Penthesil. I feel naked. Did I have sympathy for Ragna? I did my best to determine if this was my emotion or Ragna's. It was clearer to tell now. Whatever Rasper had done, I now knew when the alien emotions were there. When I thought of Sophia, I felt rage, but I also knew it wasn't my anger. It's funny, Ragna chuckled. I didn't expect to find, dare I say, a friend? I scoffed. Well, yeah, I expect perks if I'm friends with the empress of the world, right? Oh, is that how it is? Ragna said, her smile growing. Yeah, I want an island at some point, I joked. Ragna laughed. You'll settle for armor for now. She motioned for me to follow her. I was standing in the palace basement, and while Ragna had trained me with weighted clothing, it was strange to wear full-plate armor. It was like some kind of cosplayer at a Renaissance fair. My hands flexed in the gauntlets. I noticed chainmail in between the joints, between me and the armor. I wore black, stretchy fabric. It was comfortable, though it bunched up around my neck. Ragna interjected. The chainmail is also crystallinium, she smiled, turning to a short woman with jet black hair. The woman was wearing a lab coat and had safety goggles on. Difficult to make, but not impossible. Oh, the technology that Empress Ragna has imparted to us. I picked up the helmet and slid it on, finding it had difficulty with my long hair. I'm afraid you must cut it short, Madison, Ragna said, half a smile on her face. Well, no offense, but I'm not shaving my head, I objected. Ragna slid her hand over the right side of her head, grinning. Oh, it's so freeing, Madison, she chuckled. I wonder if she braided the other side daily, as it was long but still thin towards the bottom. I got the helmet on, though it was tight. The helmet closed around the front of my mouth, my eyes being the only thing exposed. As I moved, it surprised me how light the armor was. Either this was a feature of the metal or my newfound physique. Ragna gave me a mischievous smile. Why don't you walk over this way, Madison? I narrowed my eyes as she pointed to a firing range. What are you up to? A field test. I walked to where she pointed cautiously. The armor did not inhibit my range of motion, though it would not be sneaking up on my enemy in any major way. Head down range, Maddie, Ragna stated. Sure thing, Raggy. I had to thank Rasper later. I felt like me again. As I turned to Ragna, she had a strange look on her face. She wasn't mad at my nickname, nor did she seem happy. She was lost in thought again. And I wondered if this was another moment she might think about letting me closer to her. Strange as it was, I don't think I've ever met someone as walled up as Ragna was. She had my sympathy. Sorry, that was... No, I shouldn't have, Ragna smirked. Raggy is just... No. Do you have another preference, I asked. Ragna paused, deep in thought. I wish I could step inside her head. Then again, after recalling what Devin said he saw, that might not be a good idea. Visions of dead angels danced in my head, and I wondered still if Ragna had massacred all of heaven or just a small part of it. The woman in the lab coat walked over with a blast shield, and something poked through it. Ready, Your Grace? Good, Madison. Say activate visor, please, Ragna added. Activate visor? A blue haze came over everything. It highlighted Ragna in green, as was the woman behind the blast shield. Looks like a video game, I said, as the visor highlighted the thing sticking through the blast shield in red. What's that? Weapon hot, the woman shouted. Ragna smiled. Open fire. A hail of bullets flew out of the barrel of the gun in front of me. I thought I would die. They shot out so quick I didn't have time to react. They struck my breastplate, and I staggered back a bit before I regained my footing. Bullet holes riddled the firing range around me. I checked my chest. There wasn't a scratch on the armor. Did you just shoot a machine gun at me? I shouted. Yes, Ragna said with a sly grin. The visor is a force field, but it takes a lot of power, so only activate it during heavy fire. The rest is some boring augmented reality. I touched my chest plate, finding it cool. Can I try something? Ragna smiled. Open fire. This time I tried to trace the rounds. It was difficult, but towards the end of the salvo, I blocked a stream of bullets with my wrist guards. Wonder Woman, eat your heart out, I said, seeing some lead residue on the arm guards. Who? Ragna asked. Oh, nothing, I smiled, pulling the helmet off. All the soldiers are wearing this stuff? Ragna nodded. If you pull the fabric around your neck up to your nose, you'll find a filter that will protect from any of the gas. If you drink water through it, the fabric will act as a filter. The battery for your visor charges kinetically. Still, it's best to leave it off until you take heavy fire. You thought of everything, huh? I asked. Just about. Ragna turned as I saw Esmeralda walking towards her. Perfect timing. Esmeralda bowed. Mistress, I have what you requested. Esmeralda offered a sword. The blade looked rough. The edges were jagged like cut glass. The entire length black. Steam slid off the surface. Eris's voice was back again. Oh my, what is that lovely thing? Eris floated over my shoulder, startled me. Finished with Eurybia? Esmeralda responded to Eris to my shock. A blade forged of chaos energy. Spirit of discord. Oh, please call me Eris, you slut on steroids, Eris spat. Gimme, gimme, gimme! Esmeralda turned to Ragna. My mistress, are you certain about her? Ragna nodded. Yes. She turned to me, offering the sword's handle. 2 qualities of this sword make it unique. Care to explain, Esmeralda? Eris's eyes were wide as saucers as I took the blade in my hand. Oh, I must. She touched the blade. Its blade changed to white and gold, the steam now yellow as a result. Oh, that's the good stuff. Eris tittered and cooed, as if she was getting high off a drug. Esmeralda rolled her eyes. Anyone struck by this blade will suffer a bout of chaos. They will lose their minds. If you plunge the blade into the heart of an angel, it can kill them. No need to remove their wings. I looked to Ragna. Wait, why would I need that? Captain Sofia Vasquez is an angel. A Nephilim, but still an angel. She's an avatar of Samael. Eris's eyes went wide and she recoiled from the sword. Samael! She whispered in fear. I frowned. What is Samael? Eris slinked to my other shoulder. The venom of God, she hissed. A powerful angel of God. But there's a weakness. Sophia is a Terran to start, and her mind is weak and blind. While I'm sure Samael has pushed her to the brink of madness, a strike from this could force her over the edge. I nodded, looking at the sword in my hand. So, use this to kill her or drive her insane then? Correct, Ragna stated. When do I get the chance to kill her? Patience, Captain, Ragna began. Our first target will be the softest one, Caracas. Killing their head of state will be up to you. Can't we just imprison them? Must we kill them? This man has little redemption in him, Madison. But I'll leave it to your discretion. Imprison him or kill him. Either way, we remove him from power and take the country, Ragna advised. I sheathed the sword, getting a feel for the armor. Mind if I wear this home? Ragna smiled. Go ahead. If I didn't turn heads before, I was turning them now. I heard whispers and got the occasional accusatory glance. Should I mention, on the back of my armor was a symbol of Eris. A Discordian regiment was unheard of. When I got home, I caught Hilly on her way out. She was in her red Royal Guard uniform. She gave me a hungry gaze. Wow, aren't we a pair? I closed the door behind me. I did not understand how to face Hilly now, even with my emotions sorted out. Rasper was right. My feelings for Hilly were amplified. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I couldn't believe what I had done the night before. Maddie? Huh? I turned to see her coming in for a kiss. I stopped her. I'm sorry if I was fast before. I blushed. Things got mixed up in my head, and she placed a finger to my lips. It's fine, she grinned. I will not lie. I kind of enjoyed you being forceful. Maybe something we could play with later. I didn't want you to be all anger. I tried to change the subject. So where are you off to? Hilly sighed. Well, the Queen wants her wedding tomorrow. Tomorrow? She could barely walk yesterday. Well, Hilly began, tomorrow is when she wants it. Talk about demanding. I looked to the door, wondering if Hilly would leave soon. I hadn't felt this conflicted since the day after she'd raped me. That thought sent me for a loop, to say the least, and I felt sick. Want to meet me there tomorrow? I'm sure you have a ticket, Hilly said as she stood at the door. Sure, I forced a smile. We can meet up. Well, I'll be back later, so you can wait for dinner. Oh, she blushed. I guess you're not my Hestia anymore. I haven't forgotten how to cook, I reminded. Okay, Hilly beamed. Her smile was adorable. Love you, I said before I could stop myself. My stomach was in my feet and I slapped my hand over my mouth. Damn you, Rasper. Hilly's cheeks darkened. I love you too, Maddie. She lingered in the doorway. I'm sorry, that's just... My cheeks were burning. Slipped out. Hilly's cheeks were just as red. I'll see you later. Later, I promised. Hilly left and I swallowed the lump in my throat. Just tossing out the I love you whenever, I scolded myself. I gave my forehead a good thunk. Damn it. The house phone rang. I picked it up. Hello? Madison. The word almost sounded like a soldier in my head as Ragna said it. Oh, Ragna, hi. I wasn't sure how I should address you. I will assume you heard about the wedding tomorrow, she asked. Yes, I confirmed. Good. Rachel is insistent that we wed as soon as possible, so that's the current situation. So it would seem. I was curious where this was going. Ragna, why are you calling? There was a moment of silence. It's customary for a wedding to include more than just a bride and a groom. There's a wedding party of sorts, from what I gather. Yeah, I humored her. The ladies have a bridal party with a maid of honor, and the men have a best man with their groomsmen. Yes, that's what I understand. There's no formal ceremony here in Penthesil. Rachel has been demanding we follow the tradition you described. Ragna continued. Are you getting cold feet or something? I asked. No, Ragna defended. I want to marry Rachel more than anything. You just sound nervous, I pointed out. Ragna paused for some time. It's an aspect of the wedding I am unsure of. What's that? I don't have... Ragna paused again. What was it you said? A best man or a best woman in this case? I've seen weddings where the groom is alone. I thought of the last time I'd seen such a thing. My uncle got married alone. Granted, his bride was 30 years his junior. As it stands, the parties are lopsided. Rachel has requested Lana as her maid of honor, Ragna continued. That's nice. I'm happy that those two are still friends. I wondered if Lana would get into a bridesmaid dress. Ragna was silent for another moment or two. Be my best woman? It shocked me. What? Would you be my best woman? Ragna asked again. I stared at the wall, flabbergasted. Madison? Ragna asked. Did I lose you? No. Just I'm stunned is all, I managed. I mean, you're the only friend I have who's a woman. I could ask Syria or Alexis, but they're servants. Ragna's pause seemed to have something snapping in the background. You are not. Sure, yes. I can be your woman of honor, I answered. Ragna's voice shifted. I could hear the relief wash over her. Thank you. Was I your first choice? I said, smiling over the phone. Madison, Ragna assured, you're my only choice. I've been a bridesmaid once before. I've not been a best woman before. I wore ceremonial armor rather than a tux. Ragna and I stood at the steps of the throne. The nun, Sister Catherine, or Fatima, whichever she was going by today, stood behind us. Ragna was wearing something like her normal armor, polished to a high sheen, and her cape was silver rather than blue. Despite the occasion, Ragna wore no makeup. Ragna leaned over to me. You have the ring, yes? I nodded, motioning to a box in my hand. Guarding it with my life. Ragna nodded. Nervous? I asked. Excited, Ragna said. I haven't seen Rachel since the treatment. She demanded it. Treatment? I asked. Music started to play as Lana made her way down the aisle, which was in the middle of the royal court. She wore a lovely silver dress that showed off her curves well. It surprised me, as most bridesmaids' dress seemed like an attempt to make the bridesmaid seem as homely as possible when compared to the bride. Lana took her place and waved at me. I waved back before louder music began. I turned my attention to the front of the room as Rachel made her way towards it. She looked 10 years younger, if not more. I thought it was makeup, but as she strode towards us in time with the music, it was clear something had changed. Rachel's wings were a bright silver now, shimmering as if they were metallic. The dress she wore was white with intricate silver lines woven into the veil and fabric. The dress was strapless and backless, with a long train behind her. She wasn't carrying any flowers, but walked confidently up the steps, taking Ragna's offered hand. Ragna removed the veil, and that's when I noticed the biggest change in Rachel. Rachel's eyes were glowing blue now. Her irises acted like pulsing LED lights. Nothing about her eyes seemed organic, as if her eyes were replaced with some kind of false eye. yet they still focused, shifted, and moved like real eyes. My stomach dropped, and I was more than a bit disturbed. What had the treatment done? How extreme was it? Ragna had no qualms about forcing her emotions into me, yet she was apprehensive about this treatment. Ragna's hand caressed her cheek. "How are you feeling?" "Flawless," Rachel said, smiling. I noticed the silver parts of her dress were moving within the fabric, shifting and sliding back and forth, almost like trails of silver sand in motion. Was this the dress or the treatment? Rachel grinned. Today, a wedding. Tomorrow, a war. Ragna nodded, turning to Sister Fatima. "You can begin, Fatima." Weddings are dull. This was no exception, though the kiss between them was deep and passionate. I couldn't help but smile when they finally got to that part. The court erupted in applause, but I could tell neither of them could hear any of us. They were lost in each other's embrace, and I had to admit, despite Rachel's changes, it was beautiful. Lana was in tears, the happy sort. Hilly joined me at the wedding party table. Ragna and Rachel were dancing after all the speeches. "Busy day?" Hilly asked. I nodded, drinking another glass of sparkling cider. "Yeah." "How did you get in this good with the empress?" she asked. I chuckled. "Training." Off to the side, I saw Sister Fatima speaking to that Syria woman. "Were those two close?" I asked. Hilly looked at the pair. They were out of sight from most. "Maybe." Syria got down on one knee. "Oh," Hilly said, eyes wide. I couldn't help but smile. "I guess so." Syria slid a ring onto Sister Fatima's finger, and the pair embraced. "Love's in the air," I said. Hilly laughed. I turned to Hilly. "So, between the two of us..." Hilly blushed, looking to the dance floor. "I don't think we need anything formal, do you?" I shook my head. "I'd like to start over." "Me too." Hilly kept her eyes on the dance floor. "As much as I asked you before, I never thought you'd say yes. The 'I love you' was..." She turned to me. "I thought about Maria a lot today." "Yesterday must have been a complete blindside," I sighed. Hilly grinned, a little, but it was a welcome surprise. I wasn't sure to where to go from there, but my heart was aching for what I planned to say next. "Tomorrow is the start of a war." "Don't think about it," Hilly suggested. "I kind of have to." I looked to her. "I might not come back." Hilly's face fell. "If that's the case, I don't know if starting something new with you is fair." My heart sank. Hilly faced me. "Maddie, if you don't come back, I don't want to live with regrets." She took my hand. "You want to start over, right?" I looked up to her, and her sweet, pleading eyes. Oh God, my heart. The look on her face just took hold of me. "Yes." "Then let's go home together and see what happens." When we got home, we talked for hours about everything and anything. Hilly fell asleep on me, and I couldn't sleep for a single second. I cradled her against me, staring at the ceiling, wondering what war was like, what to expect. Would I come home? What would Hilly do if I didn't? I looked to her sleeping face. She looked so innocent. Hate me if you want, but damn it, I love this woman. Enhanced emotion or not, I was coming home to her, and I didn't care who I crushed on the way. I forgave her that morning for what she did to me all those years ago. After all, we're starting over, right? I stood before a group of 30 soldiers, all Discordian. Eurybia held a large banner of the golden apple of Eris up by a metal post above us. Eurybia was clad in golden armor. Her helmet covered her face down to her nose, leaving only one slit for her eye, exposing her cheek. The other half of the helm looked broken, exposing her eye. Every part of the armor's design, from the style of the gauntlets to the boots, were asymmetrical. The rest of us wore jet-black armor. I had a gun on my back, a sword at my side. Eurybia grinned. "I'm so happy to be marching with you." Eurybia was downright giddy. "I'll watch your back, don't worry," I assured. The Discordians were the vanguard. To our right was a couple hundred soldiers. Ragna stood before us in her fighting armor, her wings hidden behind her cape. Rachel landed next to Ragna, her silver wings folded, or rather melted into her back, covering her body in silver armor that seemed to shift and move like a fluid. Rachel's mere appearance made me apprehensive. I was unsure what she was anymore. She turned to Ragna. Ragna shouted, "We march against a government that has starved their people, lied to them and shot them in the streets like dogs." The army booed and hissed. "We will march to the capital and strike at the heart of their government." Ragna looked to me. Ragna commanded, "Those who stand for this government are evil men who enjoy the corruption sown by their leader. Show them no mercy." The soldiers all gave hoots and powerful shouts of approval. "This is the first of many nations who will fall and rise greater than they ever could before," Ragna shouted. Ragna turned to me. "At your command, Captain." Esmeralda stood before us, opening a portal to a city. I was shaking inside as I glanced to my regiment. Eurybia had suggested the name of our unit, and with the black armor, I thought it was fitting. The Daughters of Darkness. The goal is chaos, discord, and conquest. I'm only targeting guys with guns and those in the government. So if you're there, don't go into work today. And if you're in power, hide or give it up. We're coming for you. So don't resist, or else you'll see what happens when you force us to get violent. Eris be praised. So quoth this raven. Thank you, my darling. If you like this, please hit the little button to let me know. If you didn't, hit the little button to let me know. Leave a comment. I'm always glad to talk with you, my darlings. I'm open to suggestions and criticisms, critiques. If you have not subscribed, please do so and ring the little bell so you know when to come up and see me. And I will talk to you next time, my darlings. Farewell.